Chapter 3956. Impudent Beast. Celestial King Li stepped forward and roared. Master Zhang followed him before speaking. Saints, leave these two animals to us. We will stop them. Very well. The saints nodded and stopped paying attention to the Stygian King and Earth-Splitter Bion. Rah! The two beasts released their energy like a tsunami, wanting to stop the saints. Alas, two other foes stood in their way. Celestial King Li chose Lil Black then said, Brother Zhang, I'll leave the other to you. Good. Master Zhang appeared in front of Lil, yellow and waved his Taoist whisk. These two weren't pushovers and fiercely attacked right away. Come get it, beast. Celestial King Li sent his pagoda into the air. Boom! It released chaos energy along with Tao laws, becoming big enough to blot out the sky and loomed over the Stygian King. It then descended with the intention of crushing the beast. Lil Black was no slouch either. It had experienced plenty of life-or-death battles and showed no fear against the incoming pagoda. Rah! Its roar shook heaven and earth. Clank! It used its fangs like two swords. The slashes left behind long shadows and scars in the air. They seemed like a judgment from heaven against the pagoda. Boom! The fangs struggled against the descending pagoda, resulting in a deafening blast. On the other side, the Bion took the initiative before Master Zhang. Whoosh! It shot out millions of hair strands as if they were arrows. Each strand could pierce through the earth or kill a regular ancestor right away. Master Zhang wasn't afraid to see the sky turning dark because of the arrows. He let out a battle cry. Don't be conceited now, beast. He swung his whisk and the strings became longer and larger. One could hear numerous gusts of wind coming from it. Stars appeared all around the Bion, wanting to penetrate and turn it into a sieve. Rumble! They were evenly matched during this exchange. That's a top historical cultivator for you. An expert said, he's doing just fine against such a powerful primal chaos beast. The spectators saw how the two beasts annihilated two armies in no time at all. However, they didn't have an upper hand against Master Zhang and Celestial King Li. They have to win. One member of the Holy Ground said. Otherwise, no one else can protect the Sacred Lord. Well, maybe it's time for a new leader. Sacred Mountain had kept this position for too long. Someone else from the other side said quietly. Among the neutral spectators, there were quite a few anti-Li Chia members left. However, they still kept their mouths shut since the battle wasn't over. Since the two beasts were busy, the two saints have made it to Myriad Cauldron Peak with a solemn expression. They knew that Li Chia was terrifying, but this was their only chance. In the case of victory, all of the holy ground would be theirs. Most importantly, they would also gain the immortal weapon. This would be enough for them to take over West King, then all of 8 Desolaces as well. They would no longer be afraid of the ancient empress. Hell, they could even kill her then. On the contrary, losing meant dragging their clan and sect down with them. Everything would turn to ashes. They were fully aware of the pros and cons of this serious situation. Alas, the temptation was too much even for masters like them. Just one victory and they would be remembered in history forever. Plus, another opportunity like this wouldn't show itself again. By now, the neutral spectators from the distance watched this scene with bated breath. They knew that regardless of the outcome, this battle would change the fate of the Holy Ground and even the entire southern region. One move. Vajra Saint glanced at his ally and made up his mind. Yes. Black Tide Saint nodded solemnly. Vajra Saint took deep a breath and raised Vajra Cauldron before speaking. I will unleash the full power of a Tao Lord soon. Please lend me your assistance. Very well, I will give it everything I got. Black Tide Saint didn't hesitate. Listeners shuddered after hearing the two. The full power of a Tao Lord? An ancestor gasped in response. Tao Lords were mighty beings who could unleash untold destruction or control the Grand Tao with one hand wave. They were absolutely the top dogs in present times, at least in the eyes of regular cultivators. A technique of a similar power level would be terrifying. The crowd didn't dare to imagine it. Vajra Saint opened the lid of the cauldron and out came a massive force sweeping through the realms. A Tao Lord weapon. The aura of a Tao Lord horrified everyone, causing their knees to buckle. Go! The 3 Grandmasters and all of Li Chia's allies started rushing over to block in front of Li Chia. On the other hand, their enemies knew how decisive this blow was, so they also tried to stop any reinforcement for Li Chia. Just like that, the skirmishes turned increasingly bloodied due to the urgency. Blood and bodies rained down from the sky. Boom! Meanwhile, Vajra Saint began adding his vitality and chaos energy into the cauldron. His power started crushing the area around him since he wasn't holding back. Activate! Black Tide Saint also did the same, channeling his vitality and chaos energy in a torrential manner. Their power was as clear as day. However, keen observers could tell that they didn't have long to live. This ferocious level of vitality wouldn't persist for long. Chapter 3957. Boom! The saint's power poured into the cauldron, immediately activating it. The aura of a Tao Lord erupted from this cauldron and could crush everything as if they were dried branches. The stars above exploded into dust. My God! Not to mention regular cultivators, even the ancestors found it hard to stand straight. A true flame soared to the sky and turned its path into the void, culminating in a massive black hole. The true flame of a Tao Lord? The ancient beings started trembling after seeing this. A few embers fell off and instantly burned a bottomless hole on the ground. This only scared the spectators even more. They knew that the embers alone could incinerate them. The cauldron's peak state has been activated, forcing most cultivators on the ground. Some tried to get up, but it was useless. Its suppressive nature fully immobilized them. The two saints were roaring and channeling everything into the cauldron, going as far as using their lifespan. This was a ridiculous price to pay even in the case of victory. Nonetheless, they wanted to use the cauldron to its fullest potential. Pop! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the aerial inferno, looking like the ruler of the myriad Tao. Vajra Tao Lord. He was recognized by the astonished spectators. His presence froze both time and space. He seemed to be coming from a distant era, looking dominating and capable of eliminating all things. The hidden ancestors found it hard to breathe, wanting to retreat before this Tao Lord aura. They thought that death was inevitable in a direct confrontation. Forefather. Many from the holy ground were moved to tears and got on their knees. A full-strength blow. One hidden master took a deep breath. Prideful heavenly sovereigns still shuddered when facing a full-strength blow from a Tao Lord weapon. They needed a Tao Lord weapon on top of possessing high mastery with it in order to survive. At the same time, the power of the tribulations only grew. Cracks appeared as the barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Now! Vajra Saint shouted after seeing this development. By this point, those who were ready to die for Sacred Mountain couldn't move an inch due to the weapon's suppression. Moreover, it also frightened the majority and took away their courage. It's over, an ancestor on the side of Sacred Mountain lamented. A high elder thought that this next attack would be able to break the barrier. Li Chia would either die from the attack or the tribulation. Die! Vajra Saint roared and unleashed the technique. Boom! The end of the world reared its head. Everyone momentarily lost their vision since everything turned dark. All of the southern West King seemed to be moved from its original position. What the hell is going on? Those not close to the battle screamed in horror. Silence and peace returned after the blast. Nonetheless, the participants were still at a loss for words. Their eyes looked empty and confused. After a while, they finally tried to find Li Chia and only heard crackling noises from the rampaging lightning bolts. The tribulations seemed to have lost control. If these lightning bolts were to get out, they would massacre the region. However, the main focus was the destruction of the barrier. This didn't surprise the crowd too much. Is he dead? Someone stared at the aftermath. Has to be. Even Li Chia's supporters lost hope. Vajra has taken over the holy ground now. Victory is ours. Those on the side of Vajra started cheering. They could see a bright future ahead. Celestial King Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It would be ludicrous for anyone to survive that attack. I can see something over there. A keen-eyed spectator could see the scene inside the tribulation. Lightning bolts were still dancing and wanting to destroy everything. However, one man stood there with a saber possessing a faint glow. This feeble light stopped all the lightning bolts in an effortless manner. I'm impossible. Vajra Saint bellowed after seeing this. Who else could it be but Li Chia? Everyone felt the same shock to see him alive, even his supporters. Chapter 3958. The saber had a long and narrow body, lacking divinity and murderous intent. It had an ashen color and gave off the impression that it was a single unpolished piece. This wasn't the first time they've seen this saber. Prior to this, they saw its incomplete form. Now, Li Jie has repaired it and eliminated any trace of its previous imperfection. The blade looked natural, as if it came to the world in this form, not forged by a blacksmith. Nonetheless, it resembled an entirely new weapon versus when it was trapped on the peak, born supported by heaven and earth while fueled by the tribulations. With a heavenly gaze, one would see minuscule runes made from concentrated Grand Dao. Thousands of supreme Grand Dao were refined together to form the blade, a feat that should have been impossible. Li Jie casually swung the blade, looking to be one with the saber. The casual swings could divide heaven and earth or purity from impurity. He still looked as ordinary as can be and lacked an oppressive aura. However, no one questioned his status as a lord. The faint glow from the saber protected him from the lightning bolts of the tribulations. He turned his sight towards the tribulation, still looking relaxed before deciding to slash upward. Everything can be cut. This sentence perfectly encapsulated the fundamental nature of this saber. The heavenly bolts and earthly flames were severed by the slash as if they were blocks of tofu, unable to slow the slash in the slightest. It brought serenity back to the Legion by removing the dreadful and flashy tribulations. The gentle breezes and blue returned once more. The crowd who had just calmed down became shaken again. The slash simply removed entities from existence. Have a taste. Li Jie then swung it again and froze time itself. Once time flowed again, heads and bodies dropped to the ground. Millions of Vajra supporters have been slaughtered, those from the Biendu, Li, Zhang, and Vajra. They couldn't utter a single sound since their neck had been severed. Their eyes opened wide with horror and shock. There was no pain at all, not even when their head rolled on the ground and saw their own corpse. This was naturally a horrifying scene and prompted them to scream. Alas, no sound came out at all. Millions died from a single slash. Vajra and Biendu, in particular, have suffered incalculable losses. Their allies' sex would decline from now on as well. The blade was stained with blood, but after a buzzing noise, all of it was gone. Spectators felt as if the blade had just devoured it. Nonetheless, it wasn't enough to satiate its appetite. This seemed like a sacrificial ceremony for the saber. Even the ancestors weren't spared. The saber definitely had a taste, true to Li Jie's words. Vajra's war camp, martial hall, and ancestral temple were mighty. The Biendu brought their top ancestors as well. The Li and the Zhang also didn't hold back. Alas, they couldn't stop a single slash from Li Jie's saber and became its victim. Go! Vajra Saint and his peers were scared out of their mind. They already palpitated the moment they saw Li Jie alive. Now, this slash made them realize the futility of the situation. They have lost in a devastating manner with no chance of a comeback. Thus, they decided to run with all of their might, heading for the horizon. Leaving so soon? Li Jie smiled and swung his saber again. Defend! Vajra Saint and the others roared, then took out their strongest weapon. Vajra Saint used the cauldron again. Black-Tide Saint put on a great helmet. Celestial King Li used his pagoda. Master Zhang swung his whisk. They became resplendent and exerted their strongest state versus the incoming slash. Unfortunately, they seemed rather feeble compared to the slash. Clank! All four treasures were cut through by the slash, even the Dao Lord level cauldron. No! The group bellowed in horror, realizing that they could only accept their death after the exchange. They suffered the same fate as the rest of their men, being decapitated. Bam! The bodies fell to the ground. Their eyes expressed just how shocked they were by the development. They have dominated their entire lives. No other beings could kill them with a single slash until now. Resistance was utterly meaningless. They were mere fish on the chopping board. Normally, no one would buy a story like this. No one in the world should be able to kill these ancient ancestors. Alas, all the spectators witnessed it in person today. Chapter 3959. Though only 4 died this time around compared to the millions earlier, this spectacle was far more magnificent and astounding. These 4 could be considered the strongest living ancestors in the south. Surviving the battle against the ancient empress was a testament of their strength. This went double for Vajra Saint. He even brought a Dao Lord weapon along and used all of his vitality to activate it. Unfortunately, he still lost his life. The incredible treasures from the 4 were mere pieces of tofu compared to Li Jie's nonchalant slash. Regular cultivators always thought that Dao Lord weapons were unbeatable. the apex of weaponry. Today, Li Qia's saber disproved this notion. Using the word ghastly to describe it wasn't enough. This completely changed the paradigm on what constitutes being unbeatable. The crowd thought that what they knew before was extremely limited and naive. The frog under the well adage aptly described them. The prideful masters in the area felt that the same slash could easily kill them. This evoked a primal fear of death within them. Vajra Saint and his allies must have felt the same way before meeting their end. As for Li Qia, he didn't bother looking at the result after swinging his saber. The whole act was as trivial to him as stomping a few insects. Ebon Scythe. Not a bad name. His focus was on the saber itself and decided to name it. Ebon Scythe. The composed members of the audience murmured its name. In reality, they didn't think that the name was a good match. It didn't sound fierce and intimidating enough. For example, a better name should have the word immortal or divine. Other good choices included God-slaying saber, world annihilation saber. Compared to these names, Ebon Scythe seemed rather common and a bad match for the supreme saber. At the very least, they thought that it should be Ebon Immortal Scythe. They were right. Li Qia didn't put much thought into naming the weapon. For him, the name didn't matter at all. Nonetheless, the original form of this saber was indeed a scythe. He changed it to the form of a saber after the repair process. Despite the lackluster name, the world would still soon remember its name after the battle today. The spectators lucky to be present trembled while staring at it. It seemed that one property for this saber was one-hit decapitation. Heavens will crystal physique. Li Qia then stared at the god monarch with a smile on his face. This made the god monarch's knees buckle. He became doubtful of his own physique, not knowing whether it could stop one slash. He has always acted imperiously despite not being the strongest. After all, it was impossible to defeat him. People always brought up the fact that he had survived one blow from South Conch Dao Lord. This was the most glorious tale of his life. However, he knew that the Dao Lord had no intention of killing him since there was no feud between them. The Dao Lord simply wanted to see and test their race's technique. Now, Li Qia certainly wanted to kill him. His confidence wavered while staring at the weapon capable of severing Vajra Cauldron. Li Qia pointed the saber at the monarch and smiled. This physique can be considered a miracle of cultivation, enough to last for one era after another. Very well, I will let you leave this place if you can withstand one slash. The crowd became interested right away after hearing this. They stared intensely at the monarch. Will it be able to cut the legendary indestructible physique? One expert quietly asked. Everyone knew that the crystal physique could nullify all attacks. However, Li Qia's saber had just taken down a Dao Lord weapon. The monarch didn't answer Li Qia. He took out a strange conch and started blowing. The sound echoed and reached the depths of the 8 kingdoms. What is he doing? Many wondered. He's asking for help or reinforcement. An ancestor replied. That's right. An ancient ancestor from the east had a serious expression as he elaborated. The conch is named Divine Beacon, there is only one. When blown, it means that a calamity has come for our 8 kingdoms. It was blown once before, during the invasion led by the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. This revelation startled the crowd. They all thought about one particular person in the well-known legend regarding this expedition. Buzz! Green rays shot to the sky and illuminated the 8 kingdoms. Their citizens panicked since it has been a long time since the last rays were recorded in history. This is, the Eastern ancestors became frozen since they didn't think that the mythical existence would come out again during their lifetime. Splash! A green ocean manifested in the sky. Its waves flowed from the 8 kingdoms towards black tides. A woman rode the waves. She wore an ancient garment with phoenix embroideries, looking dignified and noble. Her beauty didn't diminish her authority in the slightest. Her eyes pulsed with a time-worn radiance. Dao laws were being born and destroyed within them. The ancient empress. An ancient ancestor screamed after seeing her. Greetings, your majesty. Those from the east immediately got on their knees. Chapter 3960. The ancient empress name has been whispered with respect for eras now. The Southern West King had produced numerous Dao lords before. Some were extremely gifted and renowned. Buddha, Righteous, Vajra, and many others. They walked proudly across the land and proved their supremacy. However, They would depart after their respective eras. Only a few names stuck around for this long. The most famous in this region would most likely be worldly immortal. Even Dao Lords exercised caution when dealing with this being, preferring to take a long way around. Right beneath World Immortal was the ancient Empress. She appeared to save the Eastern Kingdoms from the clutch of the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. This propelled her fame to the next level. The Supremes from the Holy Ground paled in comparison. Her prestige was at an all-time high. No member of the crowd thought that they were her equal. Some ancient ancestors from Righteous and Buddha Holy Ground were still lurking in the shadows. A few among them were confident in fighting against Vajra Saint and the others. This wasn't the case when it came to the ancient Empress. She alone managed to defeat the saints and the sovereigns. Who could stop her right now? Just her presence alone commanded respect and submission from the crowd. All of the cultivators from the east were on their knees. Even the ancient ancestors. Those from Righteous and the Holy Ground were startled as well. The powerful ancestors from these 2 powers didn't prostrate but still bowed deeply. Your Majesty! Crystal God Monarch was elated to see her and came over with his fist cupped. The Empress merely glanced at the crowd for a bit. The proud ancestors who were only bowing earlier gave up and prostrated as well. However, her focus stopped on Li Qie. The area became creepily silent. No one dared to breathe loudly and became extremely tense. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. No one uttered a single word, but they had various thoughts running in their mind. Most thought about the winner between Li Qie and the Empress. This question would have an obvious answer in the past. Though Li Qie was the sacred lord, he still shouldn't be able to fight someone who had lived for eras. But now he had an immortal weapon. Its power was abundantly clear. As for the God Monarch, he was in a great mood since he had a good idea of the Empress' abilities. There was a good chance that they could obtain this immortal weapon. Moreover, their strongest cultivator, worldly immortal, has yet to appear. Everyone anticipated an earth-shattering fight. They had no doubt that it would be brilliant. None could imagine the actual event. The Empress suddenly landed on the ground and hurried over. She then prostrated before Li Qie and respectfully shouted, "Your Majesty, please forgive this lowly one by Yao, for the lack of reception." The crowd turned into statues, becoming speechless. This Supreme Empress was calling herself a lowly one before Li Qie? It was more shocking than the sky falling down. They thought that she would come to avenge the fallen members of the 8 kingdoms. This development was beyond their wildest dreams. Who else would be on Li Qie's level if the Empress had to address herself in this manner while speaking to him? Suddenly, the ground started rising. Dirt and stones came together to form a floating throne. Li Qie sat down on it and suddenly became different. He still looked the same as before, but the air around him changed. No words could describe his current invincibility. It's been too long. I don't remember many people since time spares no one. Li Qie gently shook his head. This lowly one was fortunate enough to see your sacred appearance from a distance in sacred netherworld. The Empress replied, I also got the chance to see your ascension later. It's just that your eyes are as high as heaven, and your body resides in the immortal world. Someone insignificant such as myself never made your acquaintance. I was born in Jadewater country and served as its queen. Jadewater Queen. Li Qie nodded and had a faint impression of this woman. He continued, I remember now the charming spirits. You were a top talent then. You're too kind, Your Majesty. The Empress said. It is the greatest honor to be remembered by you. I am prepared to follow all your commands. Rise. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood. The Empress stood up but kept a bowing position, not daring to a hint of arrogance. Meanwhile, everyone was still shell-shocked by this conversation, realizing that Li Qie was on an unreachable level. This was a meeting between 2 apex cultivators. Everyone else was not qualified to speak. My old friends in this land are long gone now. Li Qie stared at the horizon and sentimentally commented. Seeing someone from back then such as yourself brings back some memories. Your Majesty, there is another. The Empress hurriedly said. I'm aware, I've heard of her legends. He smiled and turned his sight towards the east. Would you like me to send a message? She asked. No need, she already noticed. To which he responded. Rumble. Explosions came from the far reach of the eastern lands. The ground started shaking. It was a secretive location untraveled by others. A tree from there became gigantic enough to cover all of the 8 kingdoms. Tao laws poured down along with pleasant ringings as a figure appeared on top of the tree. 5 different colors invaded the entire region. The presence of this cultivator amplified the surroundings, causing it to become a peerless area. The immortal. Those in the east prostrated and smashed their forehead on the ground. War worldly immortal. Even the members of the Holy Ground and Righteous sect felt great pressure and started prostrating as well. Chapter 3961. Worldly Immortal's fame wasn't limited to the Southern West King. This title could make any living being in 8 Desolaces trembles. Halting all things, stopping Righteous, and testing Diana, Worldly Immortal showed up 3 times and shocked the world each time. The opponents were all Tao lords. Moreover, they were the more exceptional ones as well. Thus, Worldly Immortal stood at the apex in the Southern West King. In terms of appearance, armor plates hid the sex of this cultivator. It exuded a 5-colored radiance. Each ray contained a special visual phenomenon: towering trees, heavenly flames, incredible treasuries. They contained powers strong enough to destroy worlds. Just a casual pose exerted enough pressure to crush the firmaments and force everyone else on their knees. Your Excellency. Those in the east started performing a full kowtow rite. I can't believe I get to see the immortal again. Even the ancestors had tears streaming down their cheeks. The eastern inhabitants took pride in having a cultivator like this in the region. As long as this being was around, so would the eastern kingdoms. Worldly Immortal had stopped appearing after the Tao discussion with Diana Tao Lord. No one knew where this being went. According to the rumors, Worldly Immortal was from the ancient Immortal Kingdom. The origin and location of this so-called kingdom were unknown to even the eastern inhabitants. On the other hand, everyone knew that the ancient empress was a supreme existence from Jadewater country. Worldly Immortal was far more mysterious in this regard. So far, the precedent was that only Tao lords were worth Worldly Immortal's time. Now, the being came out for Li Qie. This also astonished the crowd. It meant that though he didn't have the cultivation of a Tao lord, he was virtually one already. Spectators' glances shifted between Worldly Immortal and Li Qie. The same question popped up in their head. Who was stronger? Either way, it became obvious that Li Qie's appearance was deceiving since he was another supreme existence. Boom! The world became slanted after this being took one step forward. The 8 kingdoms were billions and billions of miles away from Black Tide's ocean, yet it only took one step for Worldly Immortal to make it to Li Qie's position. The atmosphere became unbearably tense as speculations arose. Xian Fan apologies for the lack of reception, Your Excellency. Worldly Immortal prostrated towards Li Qie to show her reverence despite being an apex existence in 8 Desolaces right now. This shocked the listeners even more than when the ancient empress referred to herself as a lowly one. Jaws and eyes nearly dropped to the ground. Your true form is set in one place, so it's not your fault. This Tao avatar will count as a meeting between old friends. Li Qie smiled and said. Everyone took a deep breath and exchanged glances. They didn't realize that this was only an avatar from Worldly Immortal. Just an avatar alone was so impressive. What about the real Worldly Immortal? Ancestors shuddered in fear after this revelation. However, such a great being still assumed an inferior position to Li Qie. None dared to lift their head to look at Li Qie at this point. Thank you, Your Excellency. Worldly Immortal stood up and remained in the bowing position. Li Qie waved his hand and separated the domains. The two of them appeared above the sky vault for a private conversation. Everyone else remained on the ground. They looked up but couldn't see or hear anything. This applied to the ancient empress as well. It's not a bad feeling to meet people from back then after so many years. Li Qie stared at Worldly Immortal and said, Your return is unexpected, Your Excellency. Worldly Immortal was none other than Xian Fan, a supreme genius from Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom of Sacred Netherworld. Li Qie and Xian Fan were considered the 2 best prodigies of the human race back then. She started recalling the things that have changed through the eras. The 9 worlds were no longer around. Her sacred netherworld was gone, and now, the young cultivator has become Worldly Immortal. Few from that era were still around. She didn't expect to meet Li Qie again either. Li Qie's ascension was a sight to behold and would never be forgotten. However, there was no more news of him afterward. Surprising yet still within expectation. Li Qie smiled. You chose to stay instead of ascending. I once thought about it but gave the opportunity up. I didn't force the issue, and by this point, I would rather stay here. She spoke softly. The items from the Immortals' domain are impressive indeed. This simple precious tree opened quite a path for you. Li Qie nodded approvingly. You've lived until now, yet your vitality is still exuberant. There is a price to pay since no one can truly be immortal. Right, I was fearless back then and thought that it was possible. I risked it all and here I am now. Xian Fan replied. Where this is a blessing or a curse is up to you. Li Qie said. Everyone had their own path to walk. May I inquire about the reason for your return, Your Excellency? Fan Bai asked. It seemed that both the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces didn't have anything worthwhile for Li Qie. I fell down from above, half dead. Li Qie chuckled while pointing upward. Xian Fan became emotional. The vagueness of the response still gave her plenty of information. The great calamity. She murmured. She personally experienced that monstrous event that ended the 9 worlds. So many people turned to ashes. Chapter 3962. Li Qie stared at Xian Fan and smiled. Are you sure you don't want to leave? Xian Fan stopped thinking about this because she couldn't leave this land for millions of years now. I'm afraid I can't. She smiled wryly. Everything is possible. Especially for me. Just one thought is enough. He responded casually. Xian Fan became emotional after hearing this. It has been a while since she last felt this emotion. So would you leave if you can? He asked again. Xian Fan had plenty of achievements and life experiences by this point. Nonetheless, Li Qie's words were too tempting. Where would she go? She couldn't help looking up above. The firmaments above? She murmured. That works. The world is vast and can accommodate your heart's desire. There are many things you have yet to experience. He nodded. She nodded back, agreeing with his assessment. Though she was at the apex in the 9 worlds and others needed to look up to see her, she knew that this wasn't the world's limit. She focused on the stars flashing deeper up the crevices. It seemed to be the unknown waiting to be explored. I'm not sure. She then glanced down at the 8 kingdoms and the towering tree. Her heart and mind were firm before, but Li Qie had messed with her Dao heart. This left her in a tough position. I suppose it's hard to give up. He understood and sympathized. What can't you give up in this world, Your Excellency? She asked while staring at him. Big shots like them stopped caring about mundane matters and treated most things with triviality. Virtually all things were ephemeral with a few exceptions. These exceptions would always linger in their mind after millions of years. I don't remember most things from the old era. It's a difficult question. I don't have a precise answer. He shook his head. She thought that this was understandable for people like them. They have given up and forgotten many things to get to this point. Never looking back was a necessity for cultivation. This mindset became increasingly harder to change further on the path. It eventually ended with a tough choice. This was the case for her, but she didn't know what Li Qie's choice was. The opportunity is within your grasp. He smiled and raised one finger. Tiny Dao laws looking to be alive circled around the tip. He then touched her forehead and the Dao laws drilled into her mind. Pop. Her body lit up right away. A mysterious force seemed to be enlightening her. It illuminated her face palaces and opened a supreme treasury. Within the treasury were peerless mantras, unparalleled laws, and matchless Dao. The mysteries within couldn't be described with words. The light eventually dispersed and she became normal again. However, that second just now lasted for an eternity. She has experienced many eras. Millions of years were only a blink of an eye to her. However, that second earlier was longer than all of that since it opened a Dao treasury for her. Thank you, Your Excellency. She bowed after calming down. I have given you the key. It is up to you whether to stay or leave. He smiled. She had no response while becoming emotional. Her gaze turned back towards the familiar land. A traveler always yearns for home. It's unavoidable. He said. Right, but we can't go back in time. She pondered for a bit before responding. Her tone was calm, but those on the same level would feel the same helplessness. Her friends and loved ones were dust now. There's another adage, inner peace is the same as being home. He said. Inner peace. She carefully thought about it. Yes. He elaborated. Ultimately, when people walk on this path, whether it be facing the darkness or choosing the light, they simply want inner peace. That's why waves of people have tried in history. I see. She didn't have an answer right away about the choice. She stopped thinking about it because she couldn't move away. But now, Li Qie gave her the key and changed the circumstances. Thus, she started thinking about the possibilities again. I understand. She eventually concluded in a vague manner. Gaining inner peace still required a long journey. She had ample time before needing to make a choice. He stopped talking and gazed at the horizon with a smile. She followed his gaze, then said softly, "You want to take a trip there?" "Yes, they're asking for it, so I have to finish the cleanup." He nodded. "Seems like you will always look back regardless of how far you go, Your Excellency," she said. "It has nothing to do with emotions and attachment. It's just better to clean up some mess to avoid needless trouble later on when I'm gone." He replied. She thought that he would have no problem doing so given his current ability. Meanwhile, cultivators started at the sky vault, but they couldn't see or hear anything. Heavenly gazes could only see two faint figures. Mad Blade Guan Tianba returned as well, looking completely untouched. Normally, people would be curious about the outcome of a match between Guan Tianba and Righteous Supreme. However, they were captivated by Li Qie and Worldly Immortal. They couldn't blink even though they only saw two dots. No one uttered a single word as they exercised patience during this momentous event. Chapter 3963. Some people were still prostrating during the wait. After a while, two figures descended. Li Qie sat down on his throne with Worldly Immortal next to him. Others didn't have the courage to stare directly at them. They thought about the content of the conversation. After all, the words from these apex existences could cause a tsunami. If it was a Tao discussion, being able to listen would mean a lifetime of benefits. The words were worth more than gold due to the embedded Tao mysteries. The crowd patiently waited for the two to speak first. "Where was I earlier?" Li Qie smiled. "Right, I said that if your heavens will crystal physique can withstand one slash, you may leave this place alive." He pointed his saber forward. Attention suddenly shifted towards the monarch. Earlier, he called for reinforcement and the ancient empress and Worldly Immortal eventually came. Unfortunately, they weren't here to help him. It became blatantly clear that no one could save the monarch today. Only death awaited him. His face turned pale since even his strongest backing didn't work. It was impossible to escape. A true nightmare. "You're telling the truth?" The monarch spoke while his legs trembled. He had met South Conch Tao Lord before, but he wasn't as afraid. The Tao Lord had no intention of killing him, unlike Li Qie. "Don't worry, my words are more effective than anything. Start." Li Qie smiled. None dared to question his authority and seriousness despite his nonchalant tone. "Very well," the monarch shouted, still hanging on to a sliver of hope. After all, his crystal physique stopped a Tao monarch back then. Maybe it could stop one slash from Li Qie as well. No one has been able to solve the mystery of this physique. This was the key to staying alive. Boom! He released all of his vitality without holding back. He even burned his lifespan in order to exert the physique to its fullest potential. His body became resplendent. Shiny rays protected him, looking like the toughest things in creation. Layers of defense stacked up around him. This was the strongest state of the crystal physique. It certainly amazed the crowd. They thought that it might be the best defense possible, akin to an impregnable fortress. Decent training, but unfortunately, even your ancestor has no chance of stopping my slash, let alone you. Li Qie shook his head before swinging his saber. Clank! A white flash appeared for a moment. People didn't even see the swing clearly before Li Qie was finished with his attack. In the next second, they saw the monarch being split into two halves starting from the head. Splash! Blood splashed, then the internal organs fell out. The two body sections collapsed as well. The monarch's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt death approaching but had no idea how it happened. The only thing he saw was a glint before dying without any pain. The blood and organs were still hot while everyone felt suffocated by Li Qie's power. Even the crystal physique couldn't stop Li Qie. Nonetheless, this was the best possible outcome for the monarch. A painless death. This rather shocking development was quietly accepted by the crowd. After all, this was a being above Worldly Immortal. It was understandable for him to be able to defeat this physique. With this task done, Li Qie spotted the next target and smiled. I recall that I told you if you were to kneel right then, I would spare your life later. Who else could it be but the pale archaic Sun King? It turned out that the carriage driver who met Li Qie when he first got to the south was the king. He even gave Li Qie the saber then but still missed the overarching picture. He became occupied with thoughts. If he had grasped this opportunity, both he and Vajra dynasty would have soared. It only required him to get down on his knees. This could have changed his fate completely. At that time, he assumed that Li Qie was a disciple from Sacred Mountain on a review mission. Thus, he wanted to test the guy. There was no way he would kneel down to a junior disciple. Only Buddha Supreme could make this demand. Unfortunately, even the ancient empress and worldly immortal were kneeling in front of Li Qie. He was nothing compared to them, not even qualified to kneel close to Li Qie. A once-in-an-era opportunity appeared before him, yet he completely threw it away. Li Qie could have been Vajra's ally. He spent his whole life calculating and scheming for Vajra's rise. This was all in vain. Too clever and conceited for my own good. The Pale King smiled wryly before striking his own head without any hesitation. Boom! He crushed his own head and brains splattered. The corpse fell backward to the ground. He didn't try to struggle or beg. Of course, everyone knew that struggling was useless. Dying like this made him look like a brave man and protected his dignity. The next question became the inevitable bloodbath. Vajra and its allies have betrayed Sacred Mountain. If Li Qie were to swing his blade, blood would rain across the Hoi ground. Thousands of sects would cease to exist. Chapter 3964. The death of the god monarch and archaic Sun King silenced the crowd. They knew that it was time for retribution. The entire thing felt like a dream. Not long ago, Vajra dynasty had all the momentum and was pushing back the supporters of Sacred Mountain. Everyone assumed that Sacred Mountain's loss couldn't be avoided. There would be a new ruler in the holy ground. Vajra's allies were ecstatic since victory was within grasp. They could become regional monarchs afterward. Unfortunately, everything popped like bubbles afterward. Chances of victory crumbled. Top masters such as Vajra Saint were killed by one slash. Another murdered millions of disciples, high elders, and ancestors. Their advantages were annihilated by Li Qie. Top behemoths were finished even if Sacred Mountain didn't wish to pursue the matter beyond this. The losers would decline at a blinding speed before going into seclusion, their names forgotten. All eyes were fixated on Li Qie, the new Supreme Lord. Each word and action of his could determine the fate of countless lives. Li Qie stared at Ebon Scythe and smiled. A top weapon indeed despite lackluster materials and insufficient repair. Its sharpness is comparable to a Paragon artifact. Paragon artifact. Most have never heard of this title. Only a few top masters knew its significance. These weapons were horrifying. People could search their whole life and never catch a glimpse of one. Thus, the crowd was fortunate to see Ebon Scythe today. Go now, he ordered. Clank. The saber flew out of his hand and disappeared into the horizon. This astounded the spectators. What was he doing with this ultimate weapon? The saber traveled across the land with blinding speed and appeared above Duality Academy before inserting itself into the ground. Dao hymns and clanks resonated continuously. All of the weapons in the academy, whether they belonged to students or teachers or simply resided in the treasury, started to resonate as well. The members had to grasp their weapons tightly in order to prevent them from flying away. Clank! The saber exuded a blinding light that engulfed the entire academy. The rays were gray, so they made the buildings have a metallic shine. A massive phenomenon emerged above after loud explosions. This was a gray galaxy with countless stars. Their rotation was never-ending. The galaxy poured down starry particles onto the academy, seemingly gestating it and connecting with the saber. Buzz! Dao runes came out of the saber as more particles descended. The Dao runes also took over the academy. What is happening? Both normal cultivators and famous ancestors found this puzzling, having never seen a phenomenon like this one before. More orderly clanks could be heard. The academy seemed to be undergoing a recrafting process. Eventually, sharp rays exuded from the region. These slashes seemed capable of killing the gods and devils, even immortals. Therefore, the academy became an ultimate weapon with zero mercy. Any intruder would be killed right away. After a while, the sharp rays gradually dispersed and the academy became the same as before. Eben's scythe was nowhere to be found. It most likely became one with the academy. Where is the saber? One expert blurted out but hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid of bothering Li Qie. The same astonishment struck the spectators. The powerful ancestors were particularly shaken due to their understanding of the situation. The Paragon artifact has become one with Duality Academy. This was the greatest gift, a contribution not inferior to creating the Academy. Your Majesty, the Academy shall be eternal thanks to your bestowment. Five-colored sacred sovereign led the members of the Academy and started kowtowing. This act wasn't enough to show their gratitude for what he had done. All ceremonies were warranted in order to show their respect. He accepted their gesture while sitting on his throne. The other powers became envious. Only the Academy got something of this level from Li Qie. He turned his attention towards the ancient empress afterward. What do you want? He smiled. Jade Water Empress stood at the apex in 8 desolaces. Nonetheless, she bowed and said, "This lowly one wishes to follow and serve you, Your Majesty." Others couldn't believe it. This top character still wanted to follow him? It became clear that very few were qualified to be Li Qie's servants. Guan Tianba was fortunate to be one right now. Nothing good might come out of it. Li Qie shook his head. Plus, you clearly like this land, that's why you're still here. The Empress glanced towards the east and sincerely nodded. He then took out the black piece of metal from the abyss in black tides. He tossed it up and down while speaking. I wish to find a master for this, someone capable and worthy. He paused for a bit before adding, it's quite special and unfathomable. Chapter 3965. The entire audience knew the notorious origin of this black metal. He had shown its incredible power before as well. In reality, that's the extent of their knowledge. Some would consider it an immortal metal. Others assumed that it contained supreme Tao scripture within or just a plethora of Tao mysteries. All in all, their curiosity couldn't be understated. You aren't considered a brilliant genius in the grand scheme of things. Li Qie spoke, surprising the crowd in the process. This would sound ridiculous coming from anyone else. The Empress had lived for eras and became one of the strongest cultivators in the present. How many in history had the same achievements as her? Quite a pitiful number. Alas, Li Qie didn't sound like he was impressed. Of course, they didn't think that he was being purposely pompous and insulting either. But the fact that you're still here right now goes beyond external help. He continued, it also has to do with your exceptional wisdom and firm Tao heart. You are still the same as before, quite commendable. Thus, I am bestowing this item to you, hoping that you will meticulously research and understand it. Your future is in your hands. With that, he handed her the black metal. She got on her knees and accepted it with both hands. I am moved to tears from your generosity, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. She bowed afterward. He also accepted her gesture before waving for Fan Bai to come over. Fan Bai calmly stood in front of him, not sharing the same excitement as the rest of the crowd. They stared at her with envy in their eyes. Li Qie has clearly shown himself to be a supreme existence. How many people were qualified to stand before his throne? To be in his presence was a great honor. Only the Empress or worldly immortal had this privilege, and now, Fan Bai. It meant that her future would be incredible. A phoenix among men. Li Qie took off his ring and personally put it on her finger, then smiled. Time for this to have a new master. Only the old high elders and ancestors realized the significance of this gift. The young ones had no idea. Henceforth, she is the new lord of Buddha Holy Ground. Li Qie then pulled her hand up in the air. Jaws dropped to the ground upon this declaration. The current sacred lord, Li Qie, had just given his position to a little girl. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, Buddhist radiance erupted in the region. Fan Bai herself became resplendent. A great image consisting of wondrous mountains and rivers materialized behind her, the land of the holy ground. The wise sages also appeared behind her, the Tao lords and other top masters. Buddhist energy surged in the vicinity. It was as if she had just completed a Buddhist avatar. Her aura amazed the crowd. Long live the sacred lord! The monk of wisdom prostrated along with the other monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple. Long live the sacred lord! The members of the other divisions did the same. This wasn't an official coronation, but due to Li Qie's interference, Fan Bai has become the next sacred lord. Okay, monk, it's your business now, I'm just an outsider. Li Qie smiled and said, Amitabha. A monk suddenly appeared among the clouds. His facial features were fierce and aggressive. He didn't have an inner robe, only a kasaya, so his chest was exposed. His beard was unkempt as well, looking more like a brute than a monk. The first impression people would have of him was that he didn't follow any of the rules. This guy most likely drank wine and ate meat. Alas, this was strictly limited to his appearance. The moment he chanted, he looked dignified and serious. The aura around him also made up for his brutish appearance. Supreme. The older ancestors blurted out after seeing him. Supreme? Buddha Supreme? The young juniors trembled after hearing his title. Many became frozen because they thought that he was dead. Moreover, the young ones were taken aback by his appearance as well. The previous sacred lord was considered a hero for protecting Blackwood Cliff from the monsters of black tides. In their mind, he should be an enlightened monk, kind and stately. But this Buddha Supreme, he looked a little violent. Of course, they should have expected this if they had known about his previous titles. Ruleless Heavenly Sovereign, Ruleless Master, Ruleless Monk. He was none other than the merchant that Li Qie met in the abandoned land. They simply didn't know what to think. There were 3 generations of sacred lords in front of them right now. Long live the sacred lord. Buddha Supreme bowed towards Fan Bai, confirming her status. Others also followed suit because by this point, there was no questioning Fan Bai's role. Heavenly Dragon Temple has done well in protecting the master. The division shall become the guardians of the young lord. He commanded. We humbly accept. The monk of wisdom and other high monks bowed towards the supreme. Their loyalty has been noted and rewarded. They were the first to step up without any hesitation despite the insurmountable odds earlier. Metropolis Division and Divine Ghost Division have also performed their duty and shall be rewarded with. He went on to reward the various powers that helped Li Qie. These powers were elated and thought that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as Vajra dynasty. Meanwhile, the members of Righteous and the East were watching attentively as well. Though Sacred Mountain rarely showed up to the point of being nearly forgotten, it was still in charge of the holy ground regardless of the perils. Chapter 3966. Buddha Supreme had rewarded all the sects that had picked Li Qie's side. As for the punishment, they were proportionally dished to Vajra supporters. After this battle, everyone realized that Sacred Mountain was still in charge. The representative was merely transitory. There was a line that one couldn't cross. The existence of Sacred Mountain and its supreme authority kept the holy ground united instead of being divided into various regions. Your Majesty, would you want to visit our Sacred Mountain? Buddha Supreme bowed towards Li Qie after finishing his task. It would normally be an honor for anyone to visit Sacred Mountain. Only the top masters had this privilege. In this case, it would be a dragon visiting a shrimp's abode. Sacred Mountain would love to have Li Qie as a guest. Your greed knows no bounds. My little girl is staying at the holy ground. Is that not enough? Li Qie chuckled. It's enough, more than enough. The Supreme glanced at Fan Bai and was elated. He nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. Nonetheless, he still wanted the matchless honor of having Li Qie visit Sacred Mountain. Li Qie smiled and stretched while speaking. It's time for me to take my leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. The ancient empress prostrated to show her reverence towards him. Farewell, Your Majesty. The others also prostrated for they couldn't stand while she was on the ground. Moreover, to be part of this event was glorious. It would be the biggest story in their lives. He looked around and found Yang Ling who was staring at him. You have a bright future ahead of you. He went over and gently patted her head. I will do my best, young master. She tried her best to not be sad about his departure. She clenched her fists and made a promise to herself. Everyone was envious of her, especially the students from Duality Academy. A regular student like Yang Ling had earned Li Qie's favor. This would absolutely pave the way for her future, more than enough to make her ancestors proud. The saddest person was actually Fan Bai. At the start, she was reviled and hated by everyone. Li Qie was the one who changed this and gave her warmth. Tears couldn't help streaming down as she stared at him despite her best effort to stay strong. Silly girl. No party lasts forever. He wiped her tears and smiled. Will we meet again, young master? She looked up and asked, realizing that he was a true dragon who would soar above the 9 firmaments. They might never meet again. He glanced at the sky and said, "The path is long, but if you go far enough, there will be a chance." "I got it." She clenched her fists and nodded, having made up her mind about always moving forward regardless of the trials and tribulations. "I'm counting on you." He then told Mad Blade. Mad Blade bowed and said, "Rest assured, young master, I will take care of her." Li Jie laughed and stopped blabbering. He started heading towards the inner region of black tides again. "I'll see you off, your excellency." Xian Fan followed Li Jie. Others kept on kneeling until the two could no longer be seen. A bit later, they finally stood up. "Time to leave," the Empress said and rode the splashing waves back to the east. Others started departing as well after seeing this. "Monk, the play is done. Your holy ground owes my righteous sect a favor." The old voice from Righteous Supreme came from the clouds. Some recalled the battle between Righteous Supreme and Guan Tianba. It was a shame they didn't know the result. Of course, I'll be sure to write it down as a debt." Buddha Supreme laughed heartily, no longer as dignified as before. The clouds started receding and the members of Righteous Sect followed him back to their region. "Okay, I need a drink." Buddhist Supreme raised one leg and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. The crowd exchanged glances and thought that his previous titles made sense. Their Supreme was indeed different. As for Fan Bai, she didn't want to leave and continued looking at black tides. "Let's go," Guan Tianba urged her. Fan Bai might be the current sacred lord, but she was still young and inexperienced. That's why Li Jie left him in charge. "To where?" Fan Bai regained her wits and asked. In the past, she was a vagabond until she met Li Jie. With him gone now, she looked around and became lost since she didn't have a home. "Wherever you want," Guan Tianba said without deciding for her. "Let's go back to duality. I still have a while to go before graduating." "Let's train there together?" Yongling said. Fan Bai nodded in agreement. The academy was one place that had a semblance to home for her right now. Myriad Beast Mountain no longer applied because he wasn't there. The two returned to Duality Academy while Mad Blade followed them like a specter. People were curious about Li Jie's departure. What is he going to the inner region to do? One curious soul asked. For example, if a big shot like Worldly Immortal were to suddenly visit the inner region, it would cause quite a stir in 8 Decimalaces. In this case, Li Jie was even more prestigious. Their curiosity couldn't be quelled. Of course, no one dared to follow him outside of Worldly Immortal. Even those with the power to do so found this inappropriate since they didn't have his permission. "Something amazing will happen," one senior concluded. Li know His Majesty. Who is he?" one expert asked. Everyone knew that his name was Li Jie and that he was the sacred lord of the holy ground. This wasn't enough of an answer. Chapter 3967. Who was Li Jie? This question haunted the audience. None of his roles and statuses truly explained who he was. Perhaps they were only one of his many identities. His true one remained unknown. Unfortunately, no one had an answer because this was above their station. In the current world, people thought that Tao Lords were at the top of the peak. They could control the myriad Tao. This allowed them to be unbeatable. There were other comparable beings such as Worldly Immortal or the Ancient Empress. Everyone believed that they were unreachable. However, Li Jie broke this notion after showing his dominion over these two cultivators. Thus, they had no idea what kind of existence Li Jie was. Even Worldly Immortal prostrated. "Don't tell me. He's an actual immortal? Or he's from above?" One expert boldly speculated. "Shut up, enough rubbish." His senior's expression darkened and put a stop to it. "Do not discuss this matter. There will be serious punishment for violations." Many sects gave this order to their disciples. The top ancestors from these sects worried about some disciples offending Li Jie in some manner. That might spell the end for their sections. After all, it would be too easy for him to do so. In fact, he just needed to say the word and plenty of cultivators would be happy to do so. On the other hand, the juniors weren't the only ones curious. The top ancestors also wanted to know Li Jie's true identity. Is he really an immortal? A few good friends secretly discussed this matter. "You're saying immortals do exist?" One ancestor remained skeptical since no one had seen an immortal before. The existence of an immortal would answer their question right away. Only an immortal would have this effect on the ancient empress and worldly immortal. Don't forget about the legend regarding blessed Tao Lord, a king in the group said. The others exchanged glances because virtually everyone had heard of these stories before. Blessed Tao Lord was the founder of True Immortal Sect. He was one of the top 10 Tao Lords in history. Some even placed him in the #1 spot. There was no lack of legends regarding him, but the most popular consisted of his youth. In this story, he came across an immortal by chance and was taught supreme merit laws by this immortal. This eventually culminated in his future success. This tale was the reason for his title, Blessed. Are you saying that Li Chia is the immortal? Someone else brought this up. Most found this plausible but weren't confident. In another location, an erudite ancestor on the verge of death spent his remaining energy on reading the ancient scrolls and texts. Eventually, he blurted out in excitement, I know who he is. He's the 9 words. He suddenly stopped speaking because he realized the gravity of the situation. The names and titles regarding this being couldn't be said due to the risks of sect destruction. He's still alive. One era after another, even an epoch. He became uncontrollably emotional, not expecting to realize an eternal secret. This secret was purposely buried in history. He didn't know the underlying stories and reasons nor the people who actively chose to hide it from the world. However, the legend has returned. A torrential storm was coming to 8 Desolaces. Everyone would be affected by this. I hope for the best. He quietly prayed and chose to not reveal this information to any of his juniors. He swore that he would take this to the grave. The inner region of Black Tides was perilous. However, due to the tidal recession, it became relatively safer. Moreover, they were meaningless before Li Chia and Xian Fan. The two took their time and eventually reached the deepest area of Black Tides. They saw an annihilated plain before them with a black crater in the center. It was special in that time and space had collapsed here. The crater was actually a massive void zone. It looked eager to devour all lives, capable of taking down billions in the blink of an eye just like a primordial beast. The two looked down at the crater. Xian Fan spoke while glancing at the sky. This is the entrance. It fell down here. Back in the Great Calamity, a heavenly corpse landed and destroyed this region. Only a few survivors remained who clearly saw it. Xian Fan was one of them. Right. Li Chia smiled, aware of the event more than anyone else. Many heroes have come here. She continued. Most died trying their best. I also attempted but unfortunately, I couldn't get that far. There's not much to see, just a desperate struggle. He replied. Your Excellency, you wish to deal with it now? She asked. It's convenient since I'm here anyway. This can be considered bidding farewell too. He smirked. She was aware that this smirk meant death for his opponents. You can't see me off forever, go back. He added. She took a deep breath and said, I wonder when I'll get to see you again, Your Excellency. That's up to you, not me. He shook his head. You have all the right conditions on the Tao path. It comes down to your choice. I understand. She turned around to leave but hesitated. If you make it to the finish line and everything ends, what will you do then, Your Excellency? She asked. If one is traveling freely without any constraint, then where is the finish line? No need to worry about this. He answered with a question. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Seeking the Tao is a test for one's heart. The stronger the heart, the vaster the Tao path. Both can become infinite. He elaborated and smiled at her before jumping down the crater. See you again, Your Excellency. She whispered wistfully after his disappearance, then left the area. Chapter 3968. Bam! Li Chia finally touched the ground. In reality, anyone else jumping down would have been suiciding or being unable to find the bottom. The crater back in Black Tides was merely the entrance. Reaching Li Chia's position required spatial shifting from one dimension to another. He traveled through chaotic space and just one wrong step would result in being trapped in a spatial vortex, resulting in being torn to pieces. One needed immense power and knowledge in order to make it this far. Li Chia looked around and saw a dark ocean devoid of life. There weren't any ripples and waves. The serenity here was rather creepy. Rough waves and winds would actually put any visitor at ease. At the least, the laws of nature were at work and there could be life. In this case, this tranquility made them feel as if they had visited a world consisting of nothing but death. The sky was a muddled expanse. Lights under the 9 firmaments couldn't reach this place, akin to being stuck in a dust storm. This reduced visibility greatly. The moisture and air coming from the ocean didn't have a salty taste. Most would enjoy the breeze and the splashing of the waves. Unfortunately, the water here was black and sticky. If one were to let them drip down between the fingers, long strings would be formed just like slime. Xueqi had a smile on his face while looking around. Splash! Suddenly, a terrible scene occurred. Skeletons began to come out of the water. One looked like a massive dragon and unleashed a tsunami due to its size. Another resembled a gigantic ape. Its head was tall enough to break the sky vault. Others looked like regular human skeletons. Some began reaching for Xueqi right away. 2 skeletal hands grabbed his legs. It seemed as if he had awakened them from their slumber. Meanwhile, ashes gathered above and formed a dreadful skull, capable of devouring skies and seas. Everything appeared tiny compared to this skull. Cultivators would tremble in fear upon meeting it, but Xueqi was still amused. He walked forward and ignored the skeletal hands touching him. He didn't summon any defensive treasures either, not considering them real opponents. Boom! Another tsunami manifested not far from here due to the appearance of a gigantic golem. The thing was shiny like a gem, looking like a mountain of treasures. However, this golem died long ago. Its eyes had a gray glimmer of death. I am the ancestor of the golems. The golem roared and rushed towards Xueqi. Rumble! Its movement caused loud detonations and waves. Rah! The skeletal dragon and ape along with all the other creatures also headed for him, wanting to crush him into a pulp. They didn't appreciate the uninvited guest, hence their rage. Tearing him apart was the only thing that would appease them. The most terrifying one was still the skull in the sky. Its roar nearly toppled the black ocean over. A powerful sucking force started pulling in everything around it. Alas, this still wasn't enough to wipe the smile off Xueqi's face. Buzz! A radiance emanating from him resembled the strongest force in existence. Each pulse had an unstoppable momentum and a burning affinity. Zzz. It immediately bathed the gigantic creatures and reduced them to ashes. Even the mighty skull couldn't stop it. The thick water itself fell victim to his light. It became clear as if the evil within has been purified. Or maybe this evil presence had run farther away. The force of 1,000,000 suns exploding came from him, capable of purifying all evil and death in this world. The sky and the ocean became clear once more. His stroll through this ocean continued. Anyone else would have needed to fight their heart out. Even a top heavenly sovereign might not survive the battle. As for Xueqi, this was no big deal. Just his light alone was more than enough. He eventually found a continent also devoid of life. There were no grasses and animals, let alone people. The breezes here were dried and hot. However, it served more of a warning rather than inflicting any damage. Top existence would immediately put on their strongest defense. As he moved on, he saw signs of battles, broken mountains and severed rivers, unnatural craters and canyons on an open field. The signs of battles meant that finding corpses was inevitable. He saw one wearing a royal robe and an imperial crest. The weapon of choice was a crimson spear. This expert's chest had been penetrated, but he stood straight with the support of his spear. If an ancestor were to see him, they would instantly shout, "Crimson Flame God King." One old woman wore a 5-colored dress and held a resplendent fan. Her chest had a hole as well. She would be instantly recognized as 5-Fan Ancestors. Chapter 3969. Any of the dead cultivators could sweep through 8 desolaces. They were absolutely apex cultivators. Some were undefeated until they came here. Vajra Saint and his peers weren't qualified to be spoken in the same breath. Alas, they all had the same fatal injury. A hole in their chest. Upon closer inspection, their true blood and essences have been drained. Only their skin and bones were left behind. Something had devoured them during their last moment. Those who could make it this far would think about turning back right away, but Xueqi kept his nonchalant demeanor. He still didn't activate a barrier or ready a weapon just yet. The farther he went, the fewer corpses he saw. However, the quality only improved. The marks of battle here were incredible. The next thing he saw was a majestic fortress that could be clearly seen from 1,000 miles away. However, this was no fortress. Immense sword energies ravaged this area and didn't allow any intruder. The fortress turned out to be countless divine swords positioned into walls. Their auras alone would scrape any spectator despite the far distance. It completely separated the realms. An ultimate defense. Most wouldn't be able to get through this immaculate sword Dao. They would think that they were in the presence of the greatest swordsman. The destructive rays naturally couldn't harm Li Qie. He kept on walking and entered the fortress of swords. He saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a simple white robe. His hair still fluttered as he held his sword, the source of this domain. Though millions of years have passed, his sword aura still persevered. In reality, he was dead long ago. The thing keeping him standing was an indomitable will to fight. The corpses prior have lost their divinity from being drained. On the other hand, this man's aura and divinity remained dangerous and murderous. His corpse was relatively intact outside of the hole on the chest. His expression was full of rage and indignation. This unwillingness to give up allowed his corpse to stand straight. His title was Sword God, a cultivator who was actually unbeatable during his era in 8 Desolaces. Though he wasn't a Dao Lord, others considered him to be on the same level. He personally came to join the festivity during the foundation of Duality Academy. He also listened to the master's lecture. Who would have thought that the great sword god would be dead here? Death is unavoidable. Return to the earth now. Li Qie chuckled and said. He swung his hand, releasing a gentle breeze. It chased away the leftover snow from winter and called for spring. With that, Sword God's unwillingness and indignation dispersed along with the remnant sword energies. Clank, clank, clank. The swords in the air came together to form a box. It took in his corpse and served as a steel coffin. It then drilled into the ground and a memorial tablet made out of stone formed naturally. No words were engraved on it. During this process, something fell off his body as if the box couldn't take it in. Li Qie got down and picked it up for a look. He seemed amused and put it away before moving forward. In the beginning, those who couldn't get past the ocean would be corroded by the black water and turned into the undead. For example, the golem ancestor, dragon, and ape. Those who made it to land were more powerful but still eventually died. Nonetheless, they kept their corpses instead of becoming undead. It was obvious that the danger gradually increased as one delved deeper into this region. However, whatever killed these cultivators didn't attack Li Qie. The reason was that Li Qie's visit was expected. The most dangerous things here couldn't kill him and would only be asking for trouble. Rumble! Loud bangs came from a distance in a rhythmic order. A giant seemed to be walking. Each step caused an earthquake. Li Qie felt a supreme divinity, a sign of Tao and cosmic mastery. Others would immediately prostrate even before seeing the being after feeling this aura. He chuckled and kept on walking forward. The sounds became deafening and once he got close enough, he saw the source. Rumble! It was no giant, just another youth. His red robe was ripped and torn in many places, also covered in blood. The scars on his body must have been there years ago. He didn't need an imperial crest to let others know that he was the ruler of all beings. His aura alone spoke plenty, the aura of a Tao Lord. Chapter 3970. One would find it astonishing to find a Tao Lord here. The new Tao Lord hasn't come out after the era of 8 Stallion Tao Lord. However, they would quickly notice that this young Tao Lord was already dead. His chest was also penetrated but this time around, his divinity and grand Tao remained. The death of a Tao Lord would shock and horrify the world. They all believed that Tao Lords were invincible yet one went down here. What made this corpse special was that it was still walking. Sword God and the others didn't move at all. It wasn't walking that fast but the movement was clear, leaving a deep print every time. The ground seemed as feeble as soft bread. A faint death presence haunted him, akin to an unremovable curse. He seemed to be trying to leave this area yet continued to walk in a circle. Perhaps this was due to two conflicting feelings. He wanted to return home because there were people waiting for him. On the other hand, he didn't want to give up like this. Though he lost the battle and his life, he still wanted to keep on fighting. The two conflicting obsessions resulted in the corpse's perpetual movement. As time went on, basins were formed from his steps. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. Li Qie knew who he was right and the circumstances right away. He was a supreme genius of the Qi, eventually proving his Tao to become a Tao Lord. The world knew that shortly after his golden avatar attainment, he was presumed to be dead from unknown causes. This rarely happened after the end of the chaotic era. Once the myriad Dao era started, it became even less frequent. Scarlet Moon Dao Lord belonged to this group despite his incredible talents. Some said that even from a historical perspective, his Dao comprehension exceeded virtually everyone. He didn't let people down and became a Dao Lord. Alas, his ultimate fate was quite tragic. People didn't know about the minor details regarding his death. Not even his own clan. Top masters had a general idea, but they didn't publicize this issue. Today, Li Jie finally met the famous Dao Lord. He had earned a Dao fruit and created a golden avatar. Unfortunately, he had the same hole on his chest with his blood and vitality drained. Nonetheless, his suppressive Dao power was still present. The aura of the Dao Lord attacked Li Jie with haste once he got closer. Peaks on the horizon were reduced to dust. The destruction from his aura alone was immense even before he attacked. How many would be able to survive this pressure alone? They would be instantly reduced to a bloody mist, then the mist itself would be annihilated as well. 8 Desolaces quaked before his aura. West King, in particular, felt something violent happening. A Dao Lord's power. Many became shaken and assumed that there was a fight involving a Dao Lord's weapon. This wasn't the case because this aura was clearly more powerful than a regular Dao Lord's aura, even though he was dead. After all, few cultivators could exert the true power of a Dao Lord weapon. Scarlet Moon Dao Lord set his sight on this uninvited guest. His eyes blinked as if he was still alive. They were gray and lifeless, yet still pulsed with the mysteries of the Grand Dao. Laws were still being derived within. The Dao continued even though the user was dead. This powerful connection with the Dao made the Dao Lord special. Alas, this power was completely ineffective against Li Jie. The light coming from him had a better mastery of Dao laws. Buzz! The Dao Lord immediately knew that this was a terrible foe. His sharp instinct persisted after death. He summoned a weapon, a blood moon. The sky's color changed as a result. The blood moon poured down crimson laws, looking like it was bleeding. Inside the moon was a supreme Grand Dao, ready to derive the most mystical truths in the world and create another Dao source. World Starter Blood Moon. This was the Dao Lord's strongest weapon, his patrimony weapon. The moon became resplendent as it opened a portal to the myriad ages. The power from these ages then poured into the Dao Lord's forehead. His power erupted as he became engulfed in a golden radiance. However, the brightest thing loomed inside his mind. There was a tiny tree with one Dao fruit hanging on a branch. Creating a golden avatar and Dao fruit was the process of a Dao Lord. Heavenly sovereigns didn't have their own Dao fruit. In reality, Sword God was most likely stronger than Scarlet Moon Dao Lord. However, the former was truly dead while the Dao Lord's obsession remained along with some fighting potential. This was due to the Dao fruit. Rumble! His aura also surged crazily. The region started melting due to the blood moon. Both time and space came to a halt. Everything became trapped in an ocean of blood. The weapon showed its might even before a direct attack. The aura of this Dao Lord actually swept through 8 Desolaces. Some people started thinking that someone was about to become a Dao Lord. However, a shade of red suddenly took over. Chapter 3971. Which Dao Lord is this? Numerous slumbering monsters were woken up by this unexpected development. Someone is still around? An old sacred ancestor wondered. 8 Desolaces didn't have a Dao Lord after the departure of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Was there a hidden Dao Lord all this time? Not to mention regular mortals and cultivators. Even ancestors found it impossible to stand due to the pressure. Boom! After a loud explosion, a red moon could be seen anywhere in 8 Desolaces. What is this sign? Most living beings trembled because it looked like an ominous sign. However, older ancestors and sovereigns recognized this moon. Scarlet Moon Dao Lord, this is his weapon. One of them shouted. You're right. A king answered back because he had read the Dao Lord's descriptions before. So the Dao Lord is still alive? One ancestor shouted. No way, his untimely death is well documented. Another found this impossible. It could be a rebirth. Someone else speculated. Only the top masters could speak right now because the rest had become frozen due to the immense pressure. They didn't have the courage to speak. An animated corpse. A top sovereign thought of this possibility. His scalp tingled as a result. An animated corpse of a regular cultivator was no big deal. But as for a Tao Lord? One could actually massacre the world. The result would be unimaginable. As for the Qi, the members of this clan prostrated with utmost reverence. The Tao Lord has always been their pride. His death was an unspeakable loss. Back in Black Tides, the blood moon devastated the region near Lichia. If anyone dared to get close, they would be melted into nothingness. Lichia simply waved his finger in the air. Buzz! Laws were woven together in a complex manner on the ground and turned into a scripture. This scripture engulfed the area and had the ability to contain everything. It flashed brightly and a small tree drilled out of the soil. The branches and leaves were golden. They poured down chaos energy brimming with Tao profundity. Each strand of this special energy could start a supreme grand Tao. The tree didn't choose to refine the Tao Lord but simply went on the defensive, stopping the dreadful aura of the blood moon. It exuded serenity and protection. While standing below this tree, one would survive the sky falling down. Thus, the blood moon was impressive but couldn't overcome the tree. Time and space have been stopped by the moon but Li Qie remained unaffected. In the next second, he appeared before the Tao Lord and spoke. Let go of this eternal obsession. Having said that, he flicked the Tao Lord's forehead. A tiny law drilled into the corpse and reached the inner region of the mind. It then circled around the Tao Lord's tree and Tao fruit. Poof! The tree started burning with Tao true flame. The corpse's golden aura intensified as a result. The death energy haunting the Tao Lord was gradually being burned by this flame. He looked magnificent and divine after the purification process. The grayness in his eyes disappeared as well. They became bright and spirited, seemingly containing a galaxy. Of course, this didn't change the fact that he was dead. He first bowed towards Li Qie before giving a command to the ground beneath him. Rumble! It started shaking and the dirt and rocks came together to form a coffin. He then lay down inside, then the lid closed. Boom! The coffin then pierced through the void and crossed numerous dimensions. Back in 8 Desolaces, the blood moon and the Tao Lord's aura suddenly disappeared. This was akin to a gust of wind blowing by. Everything returned to normal right away. Nonetheless, everyone was still in shock. Where did this Tao Lord go? Of course, the top sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They assumed that this was a matter of a reanimated corpse. This seemed to not be the case any longer. A while later, the Qi had a solemn ceremony due to the appearance of a stone coffin in their ancestral hall. They realized that this was the corpse of their Tao Lord. Previously, the Tao Lord went missing and they couldn't find his corpse for a proper burial. Now, it has finally returned. They considered this an act of kindness from heaven. Li Qie smiled after seeing this and continued on his path. He eventually reached the end, a place where everything suddenly stopped. All affinities have been severed. The physical manifestation of this phenomenon was a steep cliff. Everything in front has collapsed and only a black void could be seen. However, Li Qie noted some flashing lights deeper in the void. To the front of the cliff were numerous Tao platforms engraved with peerless runes. Thick chains made from laws locked them together. The moment something happened to one, the rest would activate with haste. Each platform had something different on top. One of them had Buddhist laws coming together to form a palm, always eager to start its suppression. Another pulsed with a sword slash capable of decapitating the gods. The third propped up a divine mountain, heavy enough to smash everything to pieces. One more stored Buddhist hymns from the great Buddhas. They were meant for purification purposes. These Tao platforms were left here in order to suppress something beneath the cliff. Chapter 3972. Just one of these Tao platforms anywhere else in the world would be unstoppable. Their sealing power and Tao Lord aura were beyond imagination. Yet all of them were here solely to stop the thing beneath the cliff. This was a testament to the dreadful entity below. Numerous top Tao Lords have made it here and created these platforms. They seemed to be afraid of it escaping eventually. They knew that they alone couldn't stop or kill it. Thus, they offered their assistance. Maybe the Tao platforms prevented Black Tides from actually causing immense damage or drowning out all of 8 Desolaces. They minimized the worst outcomes. Li Qie continued forward towards the edge of the cliff. Boom! 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 Loud detonations blasted continuously. Suddenly, an immortal light surged out of the void and illuminated the world. Immortal laws emerged and the world resonated. Golden springs, magical dew, and holy scenes manifested. Anyone else would think that they have entered an immortal realm. Creak. A massive gate slowly opened in the void and out came a flood of immortal rays. The light before was only a candle in comparison. These rays appeared tangible and physical. People would think that they could touch the mysteries behind the light. Allowing the rays to enter the body would result in an ascension process. Perhaps the most pleasurable experience in the world. They couldn't help being drowned in this wonderful moment. A path from the gate stretched to the edge of the cliff, seemingly welcoming Xueqi. Meanwhile, beyond the gate were images of dragons and phoenixes. Immortal springs and trees could be seen everywhere. Majestic palaces were built beneath the rainbows. All in all, any spectator would want nothing more but to travel across the path with haste. In the sky was a gigantic figure. He sat on his throne, looking supreme while wearing a tasseled crown. Dao lords and other top cultivators would still instantly bow down to him. There was no need for him to exude his aura and divinity. Just his very existence alone demanded reverence. Entering the gate meant having the privilege to meet this great being. They might become eternals as well in his presence. Visitor below, come forward and I shall teach you the way of immortality. This immortal finally spoke. His voice was gentle and comforting like the spring breeze. Any listener would start floating right away. Their heart would palpitate with excitement. To be able to see an immortal in the legend means the chance of becoming one as well. Patience was no longer exercised. The temptation was overwhelming. Even the experienced ancestors and kings would want to meet this immortal right away. There had been a precedent back in 8 Desolaces, the tale of Blessed Dao Lord. He was taught by an immortal and eventually gone down in history as one of the greatest. Xueqi was an exception. He stretched lazily while smiling. This despicable play might trick the unaware. They do not know who you are, but shouldn't you recognize me? Humph. A cowl came from the immortal paradise along with a destructive force. The wrath of an immortal was terrifying, but Xueqi withstood it without a problem. In the next moment, the immoral rays and gate disappeared. The paradise dispersed into smoke, replaced by a gigantic creature. The species was unknown since it wore a large robe. The robe was tattered and could be mistaken for trash. However, it was still an immortal item unavailable to others. The creature's weapon of choice was a long scythe. It looked like the god of death, capable of harvesting billions of lives with one swing. Even the strongest cultivators wouldn't be spared. The creature stared straight at Xueqi. The only source of light in this world seemed to be its eyes. The connected Dao platforms immediately activated with loud explosions. They shook violently, ready to unleash the strongest Dao Lord attacks towards the creature. As for Xueqi, he was quite familiar with the creature. It has been numerous eras yet this thing was still alive. I shall take you down today. The creature spoke with an ancient language, but Xueqi still understood it. Stop blustering, paper tiger. I broke your weapon and pulverized you. Oh, I also refined that weapon now. I'm sure the likes of you won't be able to kill me even if I stand still. Xueqi smirked. The creature continued glaring at him without responding. This passivity lasted for a long while. Xueqi ignored its feeling and yawned. What now, should I break it, or is it time for a nice talk? The creature pondered before disappearing from sight. The Dao platform stopped shaking as well. Li, come down here. Ancient words came from below the cliff. Very few in the world have heard them before. Anyone else might hesitate, but Xueqi leaped down right away without putting up any defense. There was a valley beneath the cliff, being the deepest and roughest area of this region. Nonetheless, it still suffered immense damages and was split into 2 halves. He saw a small pond with a flashing law from within. It was naturally formed and had the shape of a spear. This represented absolute suppression. Not to mention regular cultivators, even Dao lords would be trapped here forever once shot by this law. It was an ultimate prison. The law must have come down from above and pierced through the ground, creating the void in this broken valley. Chapter 3973. This imprisoning law must have been here for eras. Those affected by it could only wait until death, never being able to see the sun again. It pierced through the core of the earth and left behind a pond. Instead of water, there was a thick liquid resembling blood or ink. Just one drop was heavy enough to crush anything. They contained unimaginable power. The law crucified a particular creature. It was gray and small, not much larger than a thumb. The two have virtually become one after so many years. It slightly resembled a seahorse. Its eyes were only a bit larger than the eye of a needle. Nonetheless, one would know that these were eyes and not just tiny dots. The lights coming from them were incredible, capable of slaying immortal emperors and Tao lords. They could end the world and destroy the myriad Tao. Strangely enough, Li Qie didn't care about the seahorse. His focus was on a green leaf floating in the pond. Leaves like this one could be seen everywhere in the outside world. However, the presence of one here wasn't normal. He couldn't avert his gaze from the leaf, as if nothing else in this world was more astonishing. "It's a shame that you're alive," the seahorse spoke. The ancient language didn't stop them from communicating. He glanced at it and smiled. "Don't be like that, it's been so long since our last meeting. The pettiness is unbecoming of someone of your stature, a supreme being. The only thing on my mind is to feast on your flesh and blood, then devour your true fate." The seahorse answered in a matter-of-fact manner. There was no hint of anger in its voice. Alas, its ancient language could instantly drive someone crazy. "It's not like you haven't tasted my flesh and blood before. I have experienced your greed, a bunch of supreme beings acting like a pack of hungry dogs." He chuckled. "You will hunger one day. It is inevitable," the seahorse calmly said, not affected by the disdainful remark like many other important characters. "Perhaps, but I won't turn into a hungry dog," he responded. "Too early to be that confident. It's only because you haven't lived long enough. You'll change eventually," the seahorse said. "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, I am me, not the same as your group." He chuckled. "We'll see about that. You'll become the very thing you despise soon enough," it said. "We know better than that at our level. The truth is that we're simply different from each other. The myriad eras can pass by within a single thought. My will shall be the same in the future. It's not unprecedented." He smiled. "We'll see." The seahorse pondered a bit before replying. "Well, I don't think you'll survive long enough to see that day anyway," he said. "I'll live longer than time itself," the seahorse said flatly with absolute confidence. It sounded like a truth that could never be changed. No listener would ever doubt the seahorse's claim after hearing its conviction. "Are you sure, seahorse?" He picked up the leaf in the pond and said, "My name is Indu." The seahorse wasn't happy with Li Qie's address. "And here I thought you've forgotten yourself," he commented. The seahorse looked straight at him and said, "I have, this is nothing more than a name." The conversation was strange since they were mortal enemies. The seahorse wanted to devour Li Qie while he wanted to destroy it forever. However, their conversation was rather calm and even-tempered. Top existences like them have experienced enough tribulations and problems. Thus, they always acted calmly regardless of the circumstances. Plus, feuds and hatred didn't matter in the grand scheme of things for them. "How much longer do you think you can last?" he asked with a smile. "Still forever. I'll be alive long after your death," Indu said. "Trust me, I can absolutely destroy you," Li Qie said. "True, but you don't know how." Indu admitted the possibility. "Right." He nodded. "I don't need to waste time though. You're no different from a dead man here. Feel free to try. Watching oneself being destroyed can be an enjoyable experience," Indu said. "I don't have to do it. I'm sure you'll make up your mind soon enough." He chuckled and tossed the leaf back into the pond. Indu's eyes slightly shifted after seeing Li Qie's action. It chose to not say anything. He sat down and stared at the leaf again. There was nothing special about this leaf. It was as if someone had just plucked it down from a branch and left it here. Alas, this should be impossible. In history, the seahorse never let anyone else enter its domain. Even Buddha and Vajra Tao Lord could only make it to the cliff. Nonetheless, the seahorse wasn't the one who brought the leaf here. This meant that there was a previous visitor, another being on the same level as Li Qie. "He came." Li Qie spoke with his hands around his knees. "Yes." Indu had no intention of hiding this. "The true body?" Li Qie's eyes narrowed. "Scared?" Indu asked. "You tell me." Li Qie chuckled. "No idea." Indu responded honestly. "I actually don't think you know if it's the true body or not." Li Qie smirked. Indu didn't respond. Tell me more about him, yes? Li Qia's tone became friendly as if he was seeing a friend again after countless eras. Don't want to. Indu refused right away. I'm sure you'll talk. Li Qia stated. Such confidence. Is it torture time? Indu suddenly became interested. It wasn't that Indu was a masochist. It's just that the world has become too boring for beings like them. 1. Indu means someone who brings someone else over, a guide of sorts. When I see this name, I think of the ferryman in the underworld first. Hard to say without more context. Chapter 3974. You wish, wanting to use me as entertainment? I'm not that bored. Li Qia smiled while staring at the seahorse. Tortures were meaningless for top existences like them. Even the cruelest treatment might only serve to help them pass the time. A little bit of entertainment. Then I don't know anything. Indu responded. We both know that your death is only a matter of time. He said. Everything is inevitable. However, I'll be here watching you die first. Indu said. I see. He paused before bringing up a different issue. What is your fear? I fear nothing. Indu answered without needing to think. I disagree. Everyone has an opening or weakness, even those as powerful as us. He glanced at the leaf and continued. Your fear will cause you to waver. What is your weakness then? Indu asked. A brief silence ensued. He eventually responded. My heart is still alive. That's why you'll die before me. Indu smiled. It was impossible to tell whether a seahorse was crying or smiling, but it gave off the impression that it was smiling. Your heart is dead, but that doesn't mean you don't have a weakness. He smiled. An alive heart has too many weaknesses and potential threats. You'll never make it as long as us. Indu said. True, it's potentially dangerous, but it's also a sign that I have yet to waver. He calmly responded. A dead heart never wavers. Indu insisted. Are you sure? His lips curled into a faint smirk. Elaborate. Indu replied. Tell me, why did he leave this leaf? Just to decorate this place and add a little bit of life to it? He turned his attention back to the leaf. Indu did the same and started contemplating. People like them didn't think of it as an ordinary leaf. It was a world full of possibilities containing everything they desired. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that possessing this leaf meant having everything in one's grasp. You know the answer. He added. No. Indu flatly replied. He already came. It doesn't matter which form it was. The only thing clear was that he didn't save you. He said. Humph. Indu scowled, the only one aware of what had happened in the distant past. Do you think it was a message for you or for me? He asked. I'm not the only person who wants to eat you. Your true fate must be delicious. No one can resist the temptation. Indu said earnestly despite the bloody message. I can turn around and leave right now. Can't say the same about you. He said. It's not bad. Eras will pass by in the blink of an eye. This place is fine enough to be my grave. Indu said. That's absolutely the case in the past, but I'm sure you know things have changed. He smiled. Indu didn't respond. He gave you hope. The smirk remained on his face. Indu's voice turned a bit cold. Hope? There's no hope to speak of. It's a shame that I couldn't find a better place for you after knocking you down. Being suppressed here must have been rough. He looked around and said. Better than my old crappy place. Indu didn't become angry. Let's be honest, you have at least attempted. He remained fixated on the leaf. Indu didn't respond. Everything has a price. He went on, after all, cause and effect are inevitable. The effect is up to one's effort, no? There's plenty of time. Indu said. Unless you destroy me now. Certain things will loosen with time. He continued. We've talked about weaknesses and having a dead heart earlier. The situation will change and you won't be able to grow any more roots. Indu's eyes shifted again. You're not afraid of death. The same with me. What am I afraid of? I'm sure you can make an educated guess. The villainous heaven knows as well. But, my heart is still alive, so there is still hope regardless of how broken it is. He said. But as for you, can you live again with a dead heart? Can you get your roots out of the prison once more? With that, Li Qia chuckled and said, We all have fears, just different ones. Your group should be pretty similar in this regard. Indu still kept quiet. That's why we should talk about certain topics. He concluded. What do you want? Indu eventually acquiesced. The matters of the world are meaningless to us. He said, we can talk about that person instead. There's nothing worthwhile to say. Indu shook its head. I'm sure just talking about this character is interesting. Tell me, you've met him before, and not just once either. He smiled. Yes. Indu nodded. Then elaborate. It's useless. You won't be able to dig out anything from our conversation. That person has gone farther than any of us. Truly an enigma. Indu said. All puzzles have an answer and an origin. We in the villainous heaven do as well. He said. Not incorrect. Indu replied. So let's smartly get through this. For example, why didn't he devour all of you? He asked. We have an agreement. Indu revealed. An agreement? Who are the parties? Just your group, or is it your group and him? It's a tradition, always has been the case. Indu said. This only works when there's a balance between the parties. I climbed up there and took you down, one by one, and pinned you here. Could he have done the same? He stared at the seahorse. It's because you chose to die together with us. We would have devoured you if it wasn't for the primordial light. Indu's voice became slightly murderous. See, I obtained the primordial light and took the next step. You're not a fool, tell me. Did he have the ability to come up with something similar? He inquired. Indu didn't respond, clearly agreeing with Li Qie. That's why it's interesting. He actively chose not to eat your group. I don't think it has anything to do with tradition or balance. Plus, you've never cared about the tradition with the other groups. There are always exceptions. Indu said. Then what is it? Maybe there's a deeper reason, perhaps he's afraid of something, or to take it deeper. You all were still useful. Indu started contemplating. Aren't we being productive right now? Let's continue with sincerity. He said. What's in it for me? Indu said. I'll come up with a way to help you die faster, okay? Of course, it can't happen right away. He smiled. Chapter 3975. Boom. Today, the currents from black tides returned. A surging tsunami could be seen from a distance, virtually unstoppable. The water is back. Cultivators from Blackwood immediately took note of this. That's the end of the tidal recession. A big shot understood this development. However, everyone was caught off guard because black tides became increasingly violent. The massive tsunami smashed against Blackwood and didn't stop. Waves continued in a ferocious and relentless manner. The water didn't only come back to fill the ocean. It seemed eager to destroy Blackwood along with all of the southern West King. Blackwood was nothing more than a helpless ship stuck in a storm. Shit! The inhabitants turned pale and trembled with fear. Some thought that escaping was futile, so they dropped to the ground. What is going on? Big shots who have experienced the end of tidal recessions couldn't believe it. This was unprecedented. Black tides resembled a roaring beast trying to lunge up the cliff. Strangely enough, though the water didn't hold back, it still couldn't make it past the shore. There seemed to be an invisible rain holding it back. Most thought that this was the end of the world and that Blackwood had no chance of holding. However, this eventually subsided. The water calmed again and black tide stopped its assault. The water has fully returned and covered up the seafloor. Cultivators regained their wits and exchanged glances, still feeling afraid. It's finally over. They heaved a sigh of relief. This tidal recession was too scary. It wasn't like this before. A big shot took a deep breath. All of them would have died if something invisible wasn't holding it back. They looked towards the ocean and still saw the same dark liquid. However, there was something different this time. It's quieter, an expert said with certainty. This was indeed the case. The waves, albeit continuous and surging, weren't raging as much. In the past, entering black tides meant risking being swept away by the waves. The current waves seemed rather weak in comparison. So what the hell happened? A cultivator quietly asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. Where is His Majesty? Another remembered something. Everyone knew that Li Qie had entered the inner region of black tides. Alas, Nothing came back, no signs of a fierce battle either. They started wondering about his goal in that region. Is he okay? Someone became worried because Li Qie had been there for too long. Of course, some big shots felt just fine about him. Even worldly immortal treated him with respect. A monster like Li Qie should have no problem leaving the inner region alive, even if it meant being empty-handed. Most didn't discuss this matter in public and only talked about Li Qie's disappearance with their friends. Numerous rumors spread as a result. One stated that Li Qie had died in battle there. Another said that he was still struggling against the dangers there. The third spoke of Li Qie opening an immortal portal and leaving for the upper world. 8 Desolaces had a region named Sword Continent. True to its name, swords were everything there. West King was considered small compared to Sword Continent. However, the 8 regions were separated by forbidden zones. These seals would only go down during the presence of a Dao Lord. Otherwise, it became difficult for one to travel across the regions. It would require an unreasonable amount of resources. Sword Continent was massive and diverse. There were too many sects to count, but several stood out. See Emperor Sword Kingdom, Nine-Wheel Citadel, Sword Temple, Virtuous Sword School, Taoist Sword Ground, Wooden Sword Holy Kingdom. Their specialty was obvious given their name. This was often the case in this region. More than 80% of sects focused on the Sword Dao. Of course, there were notable exceptions such as Nine-Wheel Citadel. Nonetheless, the Sword Dao still reigned in this continent. There was a popular adage in Sword Continent: "As long as I hold my blade, the world is mine." Their fanaticism towards the sword resulted in producing numerous top sword users: Sword Sea Dao Lord, Sword Empress, War God Dao Lord, Violet Abyss Dao Lord. These powerful Dao Lords paved the path for Sword Continent, turning it into one of the strongest regions. The ultimate Sword Dao for the continent turned out to be one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, the 9 paths of finality. Chapter 3976. Eastern Sword Sea belonged to Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. There was an island named Ancient Crimson in this sea, not too large and not too small. It had numerous villages scattered about. Li Qie got out of the water and climbed up this island. He had left black tides and crossed through a forbidden barrier to reach this territory. He strolled through an alley with no goal in mind. Other passers-by didn't pay attention to someone as average as him. He eventually reached a winding creek with a calm current. He stopped and followed the shore. There were people living here. Smoke from kitchen stoves could be seen. A woman was also doing laundry. Li Qie stopped to watch her. She was above 30 and wore a white dress commonly seen in poorer villages. It had patches but was still very clean, clearly an indicator of her humble status. Of course, this should be obvious from the start. No wealthy lady would be caught washing their clothes here. She wasn't gorgeous by any means, but there was a dignified elegance to her. Healthy complexion and soft features. A wooden pin kept her hair together. They were slightly messy due to her being busy at work, but this didn't diminish her noble aura. Her clothes weren't a perfect fit, being slightly too hard. Nonetheless, they still couldn't hide her curvy figure with valleys and hills where needed. She was in deep focus. Her reflection on the water and herself seemed to be one. In this particular moment, she was in tune with heaven and earth. A truly captivating spectacle. Li Qie was the spectator in this case. She noticed the stranger but wasn't afraid of him while continuing to wash her laundry. He sat down by the water with both hands around his knees. It was as if she was a supreme beauty in his eyes. Eventually, she finished and got back to her courtyard in order to hang the clothes up. He followed her and watched the process again, not thinking that he was being out of line. Just think about it. A woman all alone being followed by a man. This was awfully inappropriate, but Li Qie turned a blind eye to this. After she finished with her task, she looked at him and asked, "Do you have business here, young noble?" Her voice was pleasant and gentle, sounding as natural as stream water splashing against rocks. "What is your name?" Li Qie impolitely asked instead of answering her inquiry. "Xiyu." She didn't seem to mind. "Xiyu." Li Qie repeated once, then left without saying anything else. She simply watched his departure with her brows slightly raised. She then returned to her room. As Li Qie followed the next path, he eventually reached a city and saw more people along the way. There were more mortals than cultivators, always busy trying to make a living. Once he got closer, He half reclined on a street-side boulder to look at the city. He looked a bit dispirited, seemingly needing to rest before continuing. The city ahead wasn't a metropolis or anything like that. It was built a long time ago. The walls have fallen into piles of broken bricks. Nonetheless, given the style of the remnant bricks, one could see how majestic it used to be. On the gate was a stone plaque with ancient words. They were beaten by time despite being engraved on the plaque. Only a few faint outlines could be seen. Xueqi had a blade of grass in his mouth, looking to be contemplating. The characters on the plaque couldn't be read by the present generation. However, they still knew the name of this place, Holy City. It seemed strange for this small city to have such a grand name. Nonetheless, its name has been known and passed down for eras. Holy. He sighed, looking a bit disappointed and sentimental. Holy no longer had its old appearance and inhabitants. This was akin to the sun during dusk. It seemed to be the twilight of this city. Soon, nothing would be left of it but broken bricks and tiles. In fact, when given ample time, weed would cover them too. He stared at the city, wondering if he should enter or not. Other passers-by didn't pay attention to Xueqi. After all, everyone needed to rest for a bit after a long journey. A young passenger stopped near him and stared at the city. The sun began to set and painted a sad yet beautiful scene. Nonetheless, some solo travelers could appreciate the somber mood. This youth became immersed in looking at the sad city. He seemed to have traveled a long way. He wasn't overly tall and sturdy, but one could still see his muscles beneath his tight robe. He looked vigorous like a fierce tiger ready to pounce. His robe was simple and clean. Judging by his expression and pose, it seemed that he came from a famous clan. Instead of a traveler, he resembled a soldier returning home. There was a hint of emotion building within him. He regained his wits and thought about entering before seeing Xueqi relaxing on the boulder. "You're not coming in, brother?" He could tell that Xueqi was a cultivator, so he cupped his fist. Xueqi glanced at the city and said softly, "The city is as old as I am tired, just resting right now." "Oh." The youth seemed amused by the comment. "True, it is almost the end of a long day." He appeared to be affected by the scenery, so he spoke. "I've heard about this city's history, too old to be traced. I wonder why it is here on this small island." "Indeed, the city is still here, but people have come and gone." Xueqi nodded and murmured. The youth didn't know why Xueqi was being so sentimental. The only thing special about this island was some big events in the past. Otherwise, no one would think twice about it. It was nothing more than a speck of dust compared to the massive continent. "Brother, it's all right. This city is old, but you should still lodge for the night. There aren't many places to stay the night on the island." The youth smiled. "Right." Xueqi nodded in response. "My name is Chen Songxing. Nice to meet you. I'll be going now." The youth cupped his fist and left. Xueqi chuckled and continued laying on the boulder. Once the sun disappeared, he finally stood up and said, "Old but still okay for a stay. Let's go." Xueqi entered the city and walked on the paved road. It might only have 8,000 to 10,000 citizens. This wouldn't be considered a small town in Sword Continent. Nonetheless, the streets were paved with ancient stones. Most were broken, but one could still imagine the city's glorious days. The lamps were lit and merchants were still shouting. People were what gave the city life. Old city, new people. Life never stops. He thought to himself. Chapter 3977. He smelled various scents along the way: roasted meat, makeup powders, and blooming jasmine flowers. The mortal world had its fair share of suffering, but this was a part of life. All living beings struggled for various reasons. Nonetheless, they kept on producing and allowed the world to brim with life. Xueqi took a deep breath. These lingering smells were unforgettable even for a top existence like him. He had tasted all kinds of delicacies before from the rarest creatures and plants. However, the smells here still invoked more emotion than anything else. Everything will end soon without scenes like these. He continued onward. Eventually, he stopped after seeing an old Taoist holding a cloth sign and shouting, "Everlasting Courtyard is recruiting disciples right now. We are the #1 sect in Holy City. Come and sign up." He looked just like a merchant while waving the sign. However, everyone seemed to know him, so no one stopped. Some occasionally smiled and made some remarks. This didn't diminish his enthusiasm in the slightest. He appeared around 50 to 60 years of age and wore a large Taoist robe. It had several holes that were horribly patched. One would think that his master could no longer tolerate the old robe and decided to pass it down to him. His hair was white, but he still looked rather youthful. A pink complexion and freed from wrinkles. His body seemed to be in good shape, able to leap and frisk about. The cloth sign had the characters "Everlasting Courtyard." Alas, the calligraphy skill left much to be desired. Li Qie chuckled after seeing the old man's show. "Young man, what do you think? We only recruit once a year, so our meeting must be a touch of fate." The old man stopped Li Qie, who was walking away. He noticed Li Qie because the latter actually stopped for a bit while everyone else kept on walking. "You've been doing this for years now. It's not going to work. I'm sure you just woke up and decided to recruit." One familiar passerby teased him. "No, we only care about fate." "That's right, fate. Don't think about joining our sect if it isn't meant to be." The old Taoist's face turned red. Fine, fine. Keep on doing your thing, Taoist Pang." The passerby smiled and shook his head. The old Taoist saw a chance because Li Qie still didn't leave. He grabbed his sleeve in order to stop him from escaping and hurriedly spoke. "Remember, joining our academy is an honor decided by fate. Others beg and still can't join us. What are the benefits of joining your sect?" Li Qie asked. The old Taoist thought that Li Qie was tempted and bragged. Let me take a closer look at you. Wow, if you join, you'll definitely become our first disciple. You'll inherit my legacy and will become the sect master. Everyone in the world will know of you. Plus, we'll take care of your living situation and food too. Our sect has an ocean view mansion. There aren't that many in Holy City." The old man let out a barrage of good things about the sect. "Just come take a look. We're very easygoing. You can change your mind if you don't like it then." The old Taoist started sounding like he was begging. "Fine, I'll go take a look." Li Qie smiled. "Good. Off we go." The old Taoist rolled up the cloth sign. "You're not recruiting more people?" Li Qie teased. "Ahem." The old Taoist looked a bit awkward for a second before coming up with a good answer. "It's all about fate and karma, no need to force it. We are connected, so I only need you, no more." "Let's go then." Li Qie didn't bother exposing the guy. As the old Taoist moved ahead, he kept looking back every 3 steps or so as if he was afraid of Li Qie running away. After all, recruiting wasn't easy for his sect. He would never miss a potential new recruit. In his mind, letting the sect disband under his watch would make him into a sinner. "You don't have to be so nervous, I won't leave." Li Qie shook his head. The old Taoist became embarrassed but was still quite happy with this development. Everlasting Courtyard was located in Holy City. They traveled through several winding streets and made it there. Unfortunately, it was literally a courtyard, not a sect. There were no other buildings nearby. Moreover, it seemed abandoned due to the weed infestation at the front. The front wooden gate hasn't been fixed in a while and issued creaking noises due to the winds. After entering, there was a small pond. It might have had something in there before, but it was empty now. "This is your ocean view mansion?" Li Qie glanced at the pond and said flatly. "Well, the island is surrounded by water, so yeah, this is an ocean view mansion. You can see the ocean by just taking a few steps. It's large too, at least 7 or 8 rooms. You can pick any of them." The old Taoist scratched his head before pointing at the rooms. "Got it. So there are only 2 of us. No wonder why I'm the first disciple. Looks like inheriting this sect will be a tough job." Li Qie nodded. It turned out that Everlasting Courtyard only had 1 disciple in the old Taoist. Its only property was the courtyard as well. No one would want to join this sect outside of wanderers with no home left. However, the island was isolated and rarely had outsiders coming in. "Don't say that." The old Taoist replied. "We do have some capital left. Join me and I will give you our sect's heirloom." He then tapped on the sword hanging by his waist. The sword was wrapped several times around by a dirty bundle of grey cloth. This made the sword seem rather shabby. "This sword." Li Qie was slightly moved to see this but didn't show it. "Don't look down on this sword. It might appear unremarkable, but it is our sect's heirloom." The old Taoist said, "We're in a bad situation right now, but keep in mind that our history is rich and glorious. Our sect was built during an ancient era, too old to be found in any record. The ancestor said that we were unstoppable and had more than just everlasting courtyard. There's also Emperor Era Hall, I think, and some other peerless halls. Chapter 3978. Our sect ordered the world back then. We had numerous experts and resources. Few can compare to us. Clouds and winds dispersed when the 6 halls appeared together. Taoist Peng's eyes lit up as he told Li Chia the history of the sect. He wanted nothing more than to be living in the old era. Nonetheless, pessimism took over because this was no longer the case. Their past glory and strength had nothing to do with the present. Unfortunately, we have lost our supreme artifacts and immortal items, he said wistfully before tapping the sword hanging by his waist again. But at least we still have this heirloom. If it's the heirloom, how powerful is it? Li Chia smiled. Well, Taoist Peng turned red and smiled wryly. Hard to say, I've never been able to exert its power before. Ancient Crimson is a peaceful island, there's no fighting. But forget about that. You're the first disciple and will inherit everything in the future, including this sword. If you find our missing treasures and scrolls from the 6 halls, they're all yours too. At that point, you won't need to worry about anything or anyone. See, that's our incredible and frightening potential. He went on. This was an empty promise since their resources have probably turned into ashes long ago. The 6 halls during their golden age were impressive indeed. Li Chia sighed and said. The academy had plenty of talents in the past and now, only everlasting courtyard was left. You know about them? Taoist Peng was surprised. I've read a few things. Li Chia nodded. Of course he had personally experienced it back then. Since that's the case, don't you want to stay and be the first disciple? Taoist Peng didn't give up. It wasn't easy tricking someone to go back with him. He needed to find a disciple in order to continue the lineage. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to meet the ancestors and forefathers in the afterlife. In reality, he had successfully recruited others before. Alas, the sect was too poor and had nothing outside of the heirloom. Who would want to join this sect with zero potential? All of his recruitment plans failed because of this. Li Chia became his next hope. No rush, I'll think about it. Li Chia smiled while recalling the past. People competed fiercely in order to join the academy before. Now, recruiting a single disciple required this much effort? This sect had fallen to an unsalvageable level. Disbandment was near. Okay, just let me know after you think it through. The Taoist couldn't force Li Chia and chose to exercise patience. There are no rules here. You can stay wherever you want. There's still some food in the kitchen, so help yourself. Don't worry about me, I'll be busy. The Taoist suggested. Going into isolated cultivation? Li Chia asked. Our sect has no training or isolated cultivation. Our merit law consists of mainly sleeping all the time. It is unique and magical. Your cultivation will soar after starting. Like hibernation. Li Chia smiled. Yes, there are pros and cons to everything. Our merit law is different. Look at me, I've trained for more than 10,000 years and I'm still healthy. Those who were 100 times stronger than me have returned to the earth. The old man coughed and said. In fact, he had no idea which merit law he was training with. However, it definitely belonged to the academy. Whenever he recited the characters, he would become unbearably drowsy. Each sleeping session would last for a long time. Whenever he woke up, he would feel something different. The thing troubling him was that his cultivation didn't improve that much. Alas, each session lasted longer than the previous. If this trend persisted, he would become a sleeping god. That does sound impressive. Li Chia chuckled. Come, I'll show you some merit laws from the academy, you can pick some to train. The Taoist pulled Li Chia into the main chamber. Inside was a tablet filled with ancient engravings. The symbols were strange and didn't look like present characters. There were tinier annotations on top of the symbols, clearly added by future descendants. Merit laws were considered top secret, but Everlasting Courtyard didn't have a problem letting outsiders take a look. The Taoist wasn't worried about people stealing the tablet either. In reality, he somewhat welcomed it because this meant that their lineage would continue. The issue was that the characters were inscrutable. It required generations of research or it would be lost with history. This is the ultimate secret of our sect. The Taoist took him in front of the tablet and said, If you can learn it, Your name will go down in history. Take a look at it for now and I'll teach you another day. He left after saying this, leaving Li Qie behind to gaze at the tablet filled with merit laws. Though the Taoist was trying to flaunt his sect, he was indeed correct. The merit laws here were peerless indeed. Li Qie naturally knew of its origin since he couldn't be more familiar with it. Just one glance was enough for him to derive its mysteries and profundities. He then took note of the annotations and shook his head. Some were incorrect. Others went the other direction completely. Of course, he didn't blame them for their mistakes. It has been too long and a new page has been turned. This gap couldn't be made up. Thus, the ancestors of the courtyard failed to learn anything worthwhile despite their best effort. He left the chamber and heard the Taoist snoring. The latter had entered a state of hibernation. It wouldn't be easy to wake him up. Li Qie decided to stay here for a bit. His daily essentials were met on top of being connected to this place by fate. He didn't bother learning the merit laws on the tablet since it wasn't the right fit for the current Li Qie. The next morning, he was bored and decided to go on a walk. This island was only a minor stop in his journey, but its peaceful nature was worth his time. He made it to the other side of the island and climbed up the highest peak to look at the ocean ahead. He didn't expect to see someone else here before him. Chen Songsheng. The youth gazed at the ocean, his eyes darting back and forth. He seemed to be looking for something. Chapter 3979. Chen Songsheng was surprised to see Li Qie. He smiled and said, "We meet again, brother." "Indeed." Li Qie nodded and smiled back. Songsheng took a closer look at Li Qie and became curious. "Brother, may I ask why you're here in Ancient Crimson?" He had no ulterior motive in prying. This was only out of curiosity. He then realized that he might have been too intrusive and apologized. "I apologize for being nosy. I'm just passing by, that's all." Li Qie told the truth. His friends were long gone now. Only memories remained. "I see. As for me, I'm searching for the traces of a senior who visited before," Songsheng revealed while pointing at the ocean. He fought in this place before. The two sides of Ancient Crimson were dramatically different. One side had calm waves while the other had dangers everywhere. There were actually other islands in front of them. They weren't as large as Ancient Crimson but still had rolling mountains and hills. However, they have been destroyed. Only one half of one island remained. Another was pierced completely and seawater gushed from the hole. One more was cut into two halves. There were rubbles and boulders everywhere, most likely remnants of destroyed islands. Moreover, the waves weren't calm either. They saw a tsunami raging from a distance, towering at 1,000 meters. There were massive whirlpools as well. This place wasn't overly dangerous for cultivators as long as they kept a distance. Getting too close would result in being dragged inside by an unknown force. Waves of energy were still emanating from the center. This power originated from the previous battle. Though many years have passed, the remnant energies remained in a dangerous manner. "This is the battlefield of the overlords," Songsheng told Li Qie. "Overlords?" Li Qie glanced at it. 10,000 years ago, the overlords fought here and destroyed this ocean. It shocked the entire world. Songsheng elaborated. "Who are the overlords?" Li Qie chuckled, not really paying it any mind. "You don't know the 5 overlords of Sword Continent?" Songsheng found this surprising. "No," Li Qie said. Normally, whenever the 5 overlords were brought up in Sword Continent, the crowd would show their respect and awe. All cultivators knew about the 5 regardless of their background. They were mountains towering over everyone else. People had no choice but to look up to them. The 5 represented the highest echelon of power in the continent. Some believed that only Tao lords could compete against them, no one else. "You really haven't heard of them? Are you a new cultivator, brother?" Songsheng inquired because Li Qie didn't look like a new cultivator. "I'm just a passerby who doesn't know much about this region." Li Qie smiled. "The 5 overlords are the strongest characters in our continent. Only the Tao lords can take them on." Songsheng said, "They fought in this area before, completely changing the landscape. No one can get close even now." "Why did they fight?" Li Qie smiled. The details were unclear. Rumor has it that it had something to do with the Myriad-era Tao sword. Songsheng said. "I see." Li Qie smiled. Do you know about it? It is one of the 9 grand sword Dao, matchless in history. Songxing went on. Not too clear. Li Qie said. Songxing found this astonishing as well and stared at Li Qie as if he was a monster. The sword was everything in this continent. Its inhabitants have been connected with this sword Dao since birth. They lived and died for the sword. Thus, this continent was unique in both its power and purity. People in this continent haven't heard about many things. However, all knew about the 9 grand swords. This was another name for the 9 paths of finality sword, one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. It encompassed 9 heavenly swords and 9 sword Dao. Each Dao had a sword counterpart. Thus, they were the strongest when used together. The combination could allow anyone to dominate regardless of their cultivation. Moreover, a myth said that Sword Continent actually came from this scripture. This was the reason why its inhabitants were so obsessed with the sword. They grew up hearing stories about the scripture and the 9 Dao. However, Li Qie said he wasn't too clear on this issue. Was he still a member of Sword Continent? Songxing ignored this and went on. It'll take more than 3 days and 3 nights for me to go on about the 9 swords. The most mysterious is the one we brought up earlier, Myriad Era. Most mysterious? Li Qie smiled. Ever since these swords started appearing, people obtained and lost them across the eras. But, no one has seen Myriad Era yet. Songxing elaborated. Everyone was curious about this sword since its peers have shown up before. One sword god said that its appearance was inevitable. Perhaps it had shown up before, people just didn't know about it. In this case, its master should have become famous or started a powerful sect. This never occurred. Therefore, this sword remained a puzzle. Chapter 3980. Myriad Era has always been a legend desired by all inhabitants in Sword Continent. Chen Songxing stared emotionally at the waters in front of them and said, there was news of this sword 10,000 years ago. It caused a stir across the continent. Chaos ensued. Even the 5 big shots took note of this. Sects and individuals started planning for this competition. Eventually, the 5 strongest cultivators joined in too. Strangely enough, no one caught a glimpse of the sword itself or the scene of its emergence during this event. Nonetheless, a fierce battle broke out in the eastern Sword Sea. The continent slightly shifted from the shockwaves. Spectators trembled in fear, completely oppressed by the terrible pressure emanating from the combatants. The battle eventually ended and no one knew the result. The location of the sword remained unknown as well. The 5 big shots of Sword Continent stopped showing up. Various rumors came out of it. Serious injuries or even death for these masters. Sounds like the sword is quite tempting. Li Qie smiled. Definitely, it's the only one out of the 9 that is still mysterious. We only know that it does exist. Nothing more. Songxing nodded right away. All the sects and kingdoms paid special attention to Myriad Era. If it somehow was superior to the other swords, it would change the political landscape of Sword Continent. Li Qie chuckled and didn't say anything else. Do you want to look for it too? Songxing thought that their meeting wasn't just a coincidence. Li Qie might be searching for something too. Not interested. You can keep looking. Li Qie replied. I do not dare to covet this supreme sword. I am more than satisfied just practicing my sect's sword Dao since I am not that bright. One law is more than enough for me. Songxing said. That's a good mindset. Li Qie praised and didn't observe the ocean for long before leaving. Songxing didn't expect him to leave so soon. Now, he believed that Li Qie was telling the truth. What a strange guy. Songxing murmured, then regained his focus. Ancestors, I hope I'll be able to find and bring it back home. Li Qie descended from the peak and continued walking in the wilderness without a direction. He traveled off-road without a care. Though the scenery wasn't the same as the past, he still felt something familiar embedded within. He once left behind his traces on this land, leaving behind grand momentum in order to protect it. Alas, nothing could last forever. These powerful foundations and formations still dissipated. Time could erase everything, even the marks of someone as powerful as him. He eventually stopped because something attracted his eyes. He made it to a mound and saw a tower in the middle. Only the bottom portion remained, but it was still high up in the air. The bricks have been weathered, no longer possessing their original appearance. Nonetheless, Anyone with a sliver of knowledge would see that this tower must have been majestic and colossal. Unfortunately, the tower lost all of its old glory. It was slanted now, no longer standing proud like before. Xueqi got closer and gently rubbed the outer wall that was covered in moss. Emotions and dusty memories emerged again as if it was only yesterday. A few people and things couldn't be forgotten. The period of creating this tower was magnificent. Numerous human sages worked hard in order to create the tower. The human race is eternal as long as Thunder Tower and Holy City exist. Xueqi murmured. Today, both Thunder Tower and Holy City were gone, yet the humans lived on. The races never stopped producing and toiling to survive. Nothing is eternal. Xueqi patted the wall and chuckled. You're here, young noble? When he walked to the other side of the tower, he saw a woman visiting as well. She was the one who did her laundry by the creek the other day. Yes. He smiled, not too surprised to see her here. The two continued to observe the tower without speaking. This wasn't Xueqi's first time visiting this tower. He was there during its creation and returned numerous times in subsequent generations. It had always protected this land, but now, its guardian aura was gone. The only thing left was a broken structure. You know this tower, young noble? The woman asked. I've heard of it. Xueqi replied. Me too. I was told that this guardian tower represents the glory of the human race. She sighed. It's a shame that it can't last the myriad eras. Do you have any insight? The tower might be broken, but its Tao foundation is still there. The tower won't falter as long as the sages are around. Xueqi casually responded. I see. The woman tilted her head and pondered. Her external appearance wasn't exceptional, but she looked in tune with the Tao, seemingly a part of this world. Physical beauty no longer mattered for someone like her. Yes, there's more to this tower yet. She eventually concluded. Don't tell me you're here for Myriad Era. Xueqi stretched lazily. No, Myriad Era has been elusive for so long. I can't figure it out in such a short time. She shook her head. Chapter 3981. What is your opinion, young noble? She then asked. I'm just an uninvolved visitor. But, things in life are ephemeral. The winds will take them all. Xueqi shrugged and said. Right. The woman agreed. I've been amused by the island. There are some interesting characters. Xueqi remarked. The island is small, but it has a rich history and hidden resources. There are many things waiting to be found here. She agreed. She was right. He sighed and started thinking about how this region used to be the bulwark of the human race. Now, it became a tiny town by the border, resembling an old man on his deathbed. It looks like you have a lot on your mind. She looked at him and said softly. Men always have those days each month. Xueqi joked. This got her to chuckle. Her smile was strangely captivating and memorable, a stark contrast to her average appearance. I can't see through you, young noble. Keep on focusing on your research here. Xueqi replied. I am merely trying to learn the mysteries left behind, not wanting to disturb the past created by the effort of the sages. She said. You must have noticed something to visit this tower. He smiled. Since you know a lot, may I ask you some questions? She bowed towards him, showing proper etiquette. I only know the hearsays. My knowledge is limited. He responded. Will the blessings of the sages continue to protect their descendants in perpetuity? She questioned as she stared at him with her large and round eyes. They were clear and moist on top of possessing a natural elegance like worldly energy. Nonetheless, people would still want to answer her after seeing her eyes. There was an irresistible soft power at work. The descendants are the ones in charge of their fate. They shouldn't rely on their ancestors for protection. Otherwise, generations will become weaker and inferior to the previous. At that point, it would be a mistake to protect those fools. He shook his head and spoke while she paid careful attention. Your logic is sound, young noble, but there will always be weak people who are innocent, unable to handle the disasters. She replied. Her soft words had a melting power, capable of influencing others. Each being has their own responsibility and role. He said bluntly, both the weak and strong will have their own ending while obeying the orders of the world. What if we want to break these orders? She asked sharply. Her aura suddenly became powerful like an unsheathed blade with blinding glints. Then go against the heaven. Those who follow this rare path will have their own set of laws and principles. He elaborated. Which type are you, young noble? She inquired. I am an idle passerby traveling freely outside of everything. He smiled and turned to leave. She frowned again while staring at his back, feeling a little lost. You don't need to study the tower any further. His lazy voice came from a distance. Understanding it is not of use. What you seek is not found in the foundation of this place. She was caught off guard at first, then carefully thought about his advice. She eventually chose to listen and left the tower. Xueqi continued sightseeing across the island. It wasn't that large at all, only consisting of Holy City and a few more towns and villages. This made it feel like a pristine paradise. People in the present day would have a hard time visualizing the island during its prime, how it used to protect the human race. Nonetheless, the island was still doing the same thing, sheltering its small population from the dangers and competitions of the outside world. Xueqi played the role of an observer and chose not to be too attached to the past. He came quietly and would leave in the same manner. There was no need for him to leave anything behind for the island. He inadvertently made it back to the creek before and saw smoke from the kitchens. Xueqi was washing clothes again. Her hand movements felt as natural as the flow of water. Each breath was in harmony with the rhythm of heaven and earth. A creek, a small home, and a woman. None of these were particularly out of place in a village, not worthy of special attention. However, Xueqi could tell that this area has taken roots in the natural order. He smiled and entered the yard as if it was his own home. He lay down on a long chair and basked in the sun. After a while, he was woken up by Xueqi's return. She was busy hanging up thin sheets to dry them. Nobody will believe that you're doing this, he smilingly said. She didn't stop and responded, just a part of life. You definitely don't need to do so, he said before closing his eyes again. After a while, he began talking in his sleep. I feel a wave of sword energy. Were you dreaming, young noble? She asked while continuing her task. There is a flaw in the sword, he went on. She stopped and quietly listened. Myriad era can repair and prolong the overarching momentum, he whispered, but she still heard him clearly. She had faced everything with calmness before, but his words made her tremble and emotional. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Young noble, how should one go about this? She inquired. A thoughtless mind filled with thoughts, a netless world yet inescapable, a flawless Tao in full propagation. His trance-like words sounded like the ringing of the gongs in a monastery, enlightening her with perfect wisdom. She tried her best to keep her composure while trying to understand the content. She let go of the cloth in her hands and walked over to prostrate in front of him. My Tao is incomplete and I am lost on the way. Please guide me, young noble. He still seemed to be asleep, but she patiently waited on her knees. After a long while, he finally woke up. He sat up and stared at her. You should know that this path is long and arduous. Chapter 3982. Yes, as you're probably aware, I've never faltered before, young noble. She looked up to answer. True, you can indeed persevere. He nodded and praised her persistence on the Tao path. Please give me pointers, young noble. Xueqi lowered her head again. Rise. Xueqi smiled. Fate brings us together today and your wisdom seals the deal. Thank you, young noble. Xueqi brought her head up, being overwhelmed with excitement despite maintaining a calm demeanor. Your Tao has more than flaws, it is damaged, he said. Your insight is impeccable, discerning it with one glance. She sighed and revealed. I met a powerful foe and suffered a setback to my Tao. This plus facing a bottleneck stopped me from improving. That's why I have no choice but to search for a method. Because of this, you're looking for perfection, something even more magical. He chuckled. Yes, young noble. She continued. I have been assiduous in my search in recent years, only to find nothing. Perhaps the timing wasn't right, or the thing never existed in the first place. No, it's there, Xueqi said. His answer shocked her because this thing she was pursuing was highly coveted in history. Numerous masters planned and some even paid with their lives only to fail. She didn't want it before, but due to the damages to her Tao, this became her method. Now, he confirmed the validity of this theory. They were strangers, but she believed in him. His tone left no room for doubts either. Do you know where it is? She blurted out before realizing how silly she was being. I'm sorry, I'm being senseless. After all, the news of this item would cause a bloodbath all over Sword Continent. Everyone desired it and would hide all information pertaining to it. It's fine. The problem is that it might not actually be that beneficial to you. He shook his head. Please elaborate, young noble. She asked respectfully. I know your plan, wanting to use it to fix your Tao. However, relying on external means isn't the right way. It is time to take a leap given your current cultivation. He explained. You're right, young noble. I can follow the logic. She agreed and actually knew this already. Alas, there was nothing else she could do. It's just that I am trapped in a predicament. If I can't get out, I'll keep on deteriorating. She smiled wryly. It was dangerous for one's cultivation to continuously recede. That's why she had to resort to external help. I've thought about using pills first. She added. But you didn't because you knew that it wouldn't solve the actual issue. Using alchemy is only effective for a weaker cultivator. For someone like you, it's only temporary unless it is an immortal item. He smiled. The problem for her was finding alchemy ingredients at the immortal level. That would be tougher than resorting to external means. Leap out of your grand Tao, replace it with something newer and better. He suggested. Please show me the way, young noble. She cupped her fist and bowed after finding hope again. Very well, I shall aid you. He said before reaching for her forehead with one finger. The forehead was a vulnerable position. One powerful attack would definitely take her down. However, she trusted him enough to not be wary. A tiny law looking like a golden string circled around his finger. It entered her mind and created a ripple effect. Clank, clank, clank. Sword hymns could be heard as she became resplendent with this affinity. Fortunately, the area around the house has been sealed so no destruction happened to the outside world. A sword Tao erupted inside her mind like a supreme dragon. It started an endless tsunami with enough power to kill everything. She started shaking and immediately got into the meditative position. She absorbed energy and channeled her own sword Tao in order to fuse it with the new law. The sword aura emanating from her prevented anyone from getting close. The individual rays could pierce through any cultivator. This wasn't her strongest state, only an internal activation of her sword Tao. Once she chose to actually use it, one slash could cut ancient Crimson Island into two halves. The golden law pierced through her sword Tao, causing it to roar and struggle. Its scales extended like swords in a magnificent manner. The law continued with an incredible speed and made it to a particular position in this sword Tao. There was a damaged portion that couldn't be repaired before until now. The law weaved back and forth and instantly fixed this problem. Meanwhile, this process put her in unimaginable pain. She mustered all of her willpower in order to endure it. Of course, the joy due to the successful repair eventually overwhelmed the pain. Buzz! The golden law began affecting the entire sword Tao. A golden color eventually took over. This made the pain even worse since the sword Tao realized that it was being changed. Shiyu felt as if her body was being burned by branding irons all over. The dragon-like sword Tao struggled, but this was futile. It eventually succumbed to the golden law, culminating in a refreshing aura. This went beyond a transformative process, akin to starting a second life. The golden dragon soared to the sky and then landed again. It kept on playing in this manner, seemingly enjoying itself. What came after the pain was an equal level of pleasure and happiness. Shiyu could tell that her sword Tao had leaped out of the previous constraints. She had trained for years to no avail, unable to break through this bottleneck. However, Li Qie helped her fix her Tao damages and let her reach the next cultivation realm. Chapter 3983. Some time passed and Shiyu woke up from her cultivation session, opening her eyes. She was drenched in sweat due to the pain of her sword Tao being pierced. This further accentuated her alluring curves. Pleasant sensations and happiness overwhelmed her. She had made it through the gate and saved tens of thousands of years from a simple touch in the forehead. This favor was truly shocking. Of course, the improvement had plenty to do with her training over the years. He simply guided her away from the wrong path. Otherwise, stagnation would have continued. She looked over and found him sleeping again. She then left quietly in order to not bother him. She was naturally curious about his identity. There wasn't anyone like him in Sword Continent, so where did he come from? Of course, a character like him certainly had his reasons for coming here. Asking him could be construed as being disrespectful. She finished hanging up the laundry, then returned to the yard. Li Qie had woken up and started cultivating. Her mouth widened as she saw his process. Chaos energy engulfed him. It wasn't overly dense and simply looked like water vapor. One side yin and the other side yang. They rotated and formed the taiji. This revolution contained a boundless and everlasting force. Nonetheless, the process itself looked rather ordinary. It didn't have a shocking aura and pressure. However, this was special in Shi Yu's eyes. She saw that he was in the yin-yang celestial realm. For ordinary people, this wasn't a bad realm at all. Alas, when compared to characters like her, they were simply ants. She could crush them with one finger. It's just that this didn't apply to Li Qie. Someone who could heal her Dao injuries and help her break through couldn't possibly be limited to his cultivation. The weirdest thing was not his cultivation but rather, his chosen law, Samsara Mantra. This was one of the 7 laws of the Golden Age. Not to mention geniuses or experts. Even a new cultivator wouldn't pick this mantra. The 7 used to be popular, but later on, as the races prospered, fewer chose them for cultivation. They were indeed proper cultivation techniques but became outdated with time. The individual sects had better merit laws and mantras. Therefore, it seemed out of place for an unfathomable master like Li Qie to pick something so basic. Of course, she wasn't the type of fool who would make fun of him for doing so. She became curious about his choice, thinking that there must be something else going on. Once he gradually awakened from the session, she prostrated. I have nothing but gratitude towards you. I will never forget this kindness. Rise. He accepted her gesture, then told her to get up. Young noble, are you practicing the Samsara Mantra? She stood up and hesitated a bit before asking. There was the possibility of her not recognizing the law correctly. Indeed. He smiled. You must be curious about why I'm cultivating samsara. After all, the 7 laws are as common as can be. It must be due to my shallow knowledge. I can't fathom your choice, young noble. She smiled wryly. I shall elaborate due to your commendable humility. Li Qie chuckled and said, what is the source of the world's merit laws? She mused before answering. In terms of mass propagation, one must credit the 7 laws. These laws originated from Blessed Tao Lord, allowing more mortals to embark on the cultivation path. This produced more cultivators than ever before, letting 8 Desolaces reach unprecedented prosperity. What about before the 7 laws? Everything has an origin, no? Li Qie smiled. Young noble, you mean that the 7 laws are deeply connected to the origin of the Grand Tao? She deduced. There were already cultivation methods before Blessed Tao Lord. He compiled and simplified them into the current version of the 7 laws. However, no one knew the creator of these laws before that. What did they use to look like then? Shi Yu had never thought about this issue before because the 7 laws were insignificant. Comparison between the Tao paths is unnecessary. He said, it's just that people like to take shortcuts, using them as main roads while ignoring the actual ones. I see. This gave her a new perspective on cultivation. What was considered the right path for cultivation? Most people would pick the strongest ones. However, was this the right answer? As more people took shortcuts with cultivation, these methods became popular and were considered the right choice. In the distant past, the right path was before them, but due to its difficulty, they eventually abandoned it. Now the path was still there. She found this perspective interesting and helpful. It was akin to a supreme gem being discarded while a polished piece of jade being treasured. So we have gone on the wrong path? She whispered. Because of the passage of time, a few things will inevitably be forgotten. Li Qie said. What is your recommendation, young noble? She asked. Nothing, you've already reached a high level today. Do you still wish to change the path? It's not a trivial issue. Ask yourself, can your Tao heart handle it? He stared at her and asked. She fell into silent rumination. She had already reached the top. What would be the outcome of changing her way? Chapter 3984. The apex was the dream of all cultivators. She might not be at the apex in 8 decalaces but certainly wasn't far off. She paid in sweat, blood, and time for her current achievements. To restart was an unacceptable price. Furthermore, she had no idea if success was possible. Failure meant losing everything. Asking a king to give up his authority and start again as a beggar? No king would be willing to do this. It required immense determination and a firm Dao heart to jump down the abyss. Just one wrong step meant damnation. Xiyu sighed. It was easier said than done. Everyone has a limit. Li Qie said, only a selected few could reach this border and even fewer could surpass it. This applied to all the geniuses and top cultivators in history. But those capable of reaching the limitless state will become true overlords. Thank you for telling me this, young noble. It seems like I do not have the ability to ascend above the 9 heavens. She bowed, having made up her mind. No one would fault her for giving up. In fact, to start over was the crazier choice. Understandable. He nodded. Everyone has their own position on the long path. Those without a seat have no choice but to continue until one is found. She carefully thought about the statement and suddenly, she saw a solitary traveler walking on the Tao path through history. He crossed through the firmaments in spite of the raging waves. Prosperity came and went, but one thing was for certain. His continuous progress and footsteps on the river of time. He eventually traveled farther than anyone else. Others could only see his back. Once she regained her wits, she found him sleeping again. Nonetheless, she still bowed towards him. He slept until noon the next day when they had a female visitor. She was tall and thin, only around the age of 20 or so, attractive like most cultivators. Her simple dress gave her an elegant appearance. Her face was covered by a thin veil. Even a heavenly gaze wouldn't be able to see through it. The only thing visible were her gem-like eyes, looking bright and pure. She exuded a gentle and warm presence like water flowing through one's heart. She was startled to see a man in the courtyard. How could there be an outsider here and a man at that? Most importantly, he was acting as if this was his house, not showing any restraint or awkwardness. Her lord was a supreme character. Ordinary people had no right to be here, let alone being so blatantly rude. She had followed the lord for so long yet never saw anything like this before. She had to compose herself despite being quite experienced in life. My lord. The girl bowed toward Xiyu and said, the elders asked me to come and seek your order. What is it? Xiyu stopped her task and replied. The preeminent legacy in Hallowed City is opening again. The elders would like a decision from you. The girl said. I see, it looks like Hallowed will be busy. Xiyu's brows narrowed. Would you like to join the fun? The girl asked. It's only a waste of time, no point in doing so. Xiyu shook her head. So we won't participate? She asked again. The disciples may do as they please, let them have fun. As for the sect, no point in even attempting. Xiyu responded. The elders only care whether you will participate or not, my lord. You haven't tried it before. She said. It's pointless. If someone like me could do so, the plate wouldn't have lasted this long. How could I compare to omniscient Tao Lord? She smiled beautifully. No one would ever get tired of staring at this smile. My lord, you're being too humble. How many in the world right now can compare to you? The girl wasn't trying to be a sycophant. This was indeed the case, at least in Sword Continent. Lu Qi, do not be arrogant. My accomplishment thus far on the Tao path is not worth mentioning compared to the peerless sovereigns and unbeatable Tao lords, far from the apex. My lord, the girl didn't know what to say. In her mind, her lord was very close to being invincible. The great cultivators before me would have solved this plate long ago if they could. It wouldn't be my turn. Xiyu emphasized. The girl kept her mouth shut, realizing that her lord was being logical. As I've said, individuals can go if they want, but our sect is not participating. I will also be in isolated cultivation soon and won't see anyone. Xiyu ordered. I understand. The girl bowed. Preeminent legacy? Li Qie woke up and interjected. Lu Qi, who was serving as Xiyu's maid, stared at Li Qie after listening to him. She found that he was only in the yin-yang realm. Why would such an ordinary cultivator enjoy the privilege of being in the Lord's presence? You would like to go, young noble? Xiyu inquired. I'm a bit interested since I've been bored recently. It'll be something to do. Li Chia lazily said. You can definitely give it a shot. Omniscient Tao Lord is considered the most erudite cultivator in history. He wasn't the strongest, but his knowledge was peerless and praised by all Tao Lords. He left behind a special plate in hallowed. Lu Qi shuddered after seeing her lord's tone. Normally, others would bow before the lord. She rarely showed others politeness, let alone respect. This left Lu Qi speechless and frightened. Omniscient? How interesting. We must take a look. Li Chia smiled. Chapter 3985. Is it all right if I let Lu Qi guide you to Hallowed City? I'm afraid I'll be in isolated cultivation and can't accompany you, young noble. Shi Yu said. Lu Qi was stunned because her lord was speaking as if she was Li Chia's maid. Nothing like this had happened before. That's fine. Li Chia smiled. Lu Qi, you'll be serving the young noble from now on. His orders are my orders. If he ever needs anything, the sect will do everything in its power to support him, understood? Lu Qi calmed down and prostrated towards Li Chia. My name is Lu Qi. I am ready to serve. She then took off her veil and revealed an enchanting and lovable appearance. Each of her smiles and frowns could stir the souls of spectators. Lu Qi was clearly superior to Shi Yu in terms of appearance. She only lacked the grand temperament found in the latter. Good. Li Chia nodded approvingly. When would you like to embark on the trip? The experienced maid asked Li Chia. Whenever, no rush. Li Chia smiled. I will prepare a boat for you, young noble. Lu Qi didn't waste time and went to prepare. Because of this, the two left Ancient Crimson on the next day. Shi Yu came to see their departure and said, Young noble, I apologize for my lack of hospitality. I will come to find you after my session. Li Chia waved his hand, telling her to go back. As he was leaving, he glanced back at the broken city and sighed. Nonetheless, he chose against restoring its former glory back. After all, he was only a passerby. Rise and fall were part of the Tao. Nothing lasts forever, so the fall of the city was acceptable. It couldn't escape its fate just like other sections. The city had its own end and he wasn't responsible for it. By the shore, Lu Qi had called for a boat and helped Li Chia board. In fact, Lu Qi and her sect were more than capable of taking Li Chia to Hallowed in no time at all. However, he said he wasn't in a rush, so Lu Qi obeyed his will. The helmsman was an old man, wearing clothes with a low-hanging hat. He looked rather ordinary, but once one got close enough, everyone would be able to feel immense pressure. Nonetheless, he was willing to play this role. He only glanced at Li Chia once before focusing on his responsibilities. As the boat was about to leave, someone ran to the shore and started shouting. It was none other than Taoist Peng. His speed increased after spotting Li Chia. Young brother, didn't you want to join our courtyard? Why are you leaving so soon? He heaved for breath but didn't care about his image. He grabbed Li Chia's sleeve, afraid of the guy escaping. He had woken up earlier and didn't see Li Chia, so he searched all around the island. He wanted nothing more than to bring Li Chia back right now. Lu Qi watched with great curiosity, unaware of the details. I'm afraid it's not meant to be. I'm leaving for the main continent to see Hallowed. Li Chia smiled. Sigh, you don't have to rush. Why not stay at our courtyard for several more days? I'll pass our secret laws down to you first, then you can leave. Once you learn them, I'll teach you our legacy arts too. Taoist Peng was on the verge of begging. It wasn't easy for him to find an interested party, so giving up was unacceptable. Please go back, Taoist. Li Chia shook his head. What am I going to do? I have to pass down our lineage. Taoist Peng couldn't force the guy to obey, so he was stuck in quite a predicament. Just let it go when it's the right time. It is inevitable for the courtyard to fall eventually. Plenty of sects have failed before, yours isn't the only one. Li Chia sighed softly. The old Taoist smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know this, it's just that, the courtyard will end with me. I am too ashamed to see the ancestors. How could he get anyone to join when they had nothing left? No resources and usable merit laws. The only thing left was a broken courtyard. This wasn't qualified to be a sect, let alone wanting to recruit more disciples. Li Chia saw the guy's sad appearance and changed his mind. Karma. Let's settle this. He murmured to himself before raising his hand. Time floated in his palm in a resplendent manner. It was as if he was a Time Lord capable of traversing through the epochs. Lu Qi was shocked. The helmsman became emotional too with his eyes wide open. However, Taoist Peng didn't have a clue and only stared curiously at Li Qi's palm. I shall bestow a fortune upon you. You will bear the heavy responsibility now. He then placed his palm on the Taoist's head. Time started flowing again, and its destination was the old man's mind. His body trembled violently before becoming radiant. He was engulfed by the temporal affinity and lost control of his body. Lu Qi couldn't believe it. Li Qie didn't need to gather his strength or activate anything at all, yet he could still control time. This required immense strength. Lu Qi followed Shi Yu and had access to supreme laws. She could take down any ancestors. However, she couldn't casually grasp time like this. Her lord couldn't do so either. Blessed by an immortal and taught the art of immortality, Lu Qi recalled a tale that has been passed down for eras. She finally realized why her lord showed nothing but respect for Li Qie. The man was unfathomable and beyond her comprehension. She thought that if she had met Li Qie in a different scenario, she wouldn't have looked at him twice. Only her lord had such insight. As for the helmsman, he was left speechless. He was a big shot in their sect, and if he were to reveal his identity, it would be enough to frighten many in Sword Continent. Though he was inferior to Lu Qi in many ways, he could still see that Li Qie was doing something monstrous. Only Taoist Peng was unaware of this as he became immersed in time. Let's go. Li Qie pulled his hand back and lay down on a large chair on the deck. The two calmed down and immediately obeyed his command. Chapter 3986. Sunlight shined down on the blue water. Life was good at this moment as Li Qie enjoyed the sea breezes while laying on his long chair. The helmsman limited the speed to a comfortable level. There was no bump and jolt as they traveled across the massive ocean. Lu Qi stood by Li Qie's side, ready to serve him. He wasn't a king but still enjoyed a similar treatment. He had no qualms against enjoying these rare moments of peace. However, this didn't last long because loud rumbles came from behind. They stemmed from a large ship speeding at a rapid rate. It had a large banner exuding sword rays from the front. Others in Sword Continent would become afraid right away after seeing it because it belonged to Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. This was the strongest lineage in the continent, having had 5 Dao Lords before. It also had the most territories, spanning from Eastern Grand Land to Eastern Sword Sea. It had thousands and thousands of tributaries. Their progenitor, Sea Sword Dao Lord, was incredible, the first to obtain a heavenly scripture. This contribution to the continent was priceless. He was the one who started the love for the swords here. Thus, most people backed off whenever they saw this kingdom's banner. The target of this ship was actually Li Qie's boat. There were nearly 100 young cultivators on the ship, male and female, humans and sea demons of various forms. They looked to be on vacation, not official business or training. Whoosh! It passed by Li Qie's boat, leaving a trail of water that eventually poured down like the rain. Li Qie's boat was about to get hit. However, the old man was fast enough to evade the splashes. As for the young ones, they didn't give a damn and even waved towards Li Qie. One of them shouted, "We're going ahead. Keep moving at a turtle's pace." The group erupted in laughter after hearing this. Having a bit of fun wasn't a big deal. Plus, Li Qie's group didn't look like big shots at all. They didn't even care about smashing into Li Qie's boat. After all, this group was blind for being in their way. Capsize them. Li Qie didn't bat an eye as he gave out this order. The old man immediately roared and increased the speed of the boat. The youths noticed this and one of them laughed. "You think your little boat can catch up to our divine ship?" However, the boat was indeed gaining on them at a rapid rate. "So what if you can catch up? As if you can do anything to us." Another disciple coldly uttered. One female disciple sneered. "Acting haughty in our territory? They must be tired of living." Their arrogance was understandable since they have grown used to having privileges everywhere. Moreover, this was within their own territory. In the next split second, the small boat leaped forward just like an arrow. "Shit!" An expert on the ship bellowed, but it was too late. Boom! The boat struck the back of the ship with the force of lightning. Crack! Though the latter had a defensive barrier, it was taken down instantly. The laughing disciples didn't expect their ship to break down. The impact threw them off the ship and into the ocean. Moreover, a massive tsunami formed from the shockwaves and smashed them down into the water, causing them to drink several gulps. Once they floated to the surface, the boat was already long gone. "We won't forgive you for this," many disciples roared furiously. "You can run to the edge of the world and we'll still find you," another declared. Their hatred couldn't be contained since they had never experienced retaliation before. Alas, the people on the boat couldn't hear them. Li Qie was already sleeping while Lu Qi remained nonchalant. Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom was formidable indeed, but these random disciples meant nothing to her. The boat continued riding the winds and waves. After a long while, Li Qie woke up and found that they had made it to shore. The helmsman was now waiting in a carriage. "There's still some time before we reach Hallowed. Is there anything you want, young noble?" Lu Qi asked, not minding to take their time since it was Li Qie's wish. "Let's go." Li Qie gazed ahead and said. They embarked on the journey with the old man doing a great job. He never said a word from start to finish. The scene outside the window was beautiful. Li Qie quietly watched the ever-changing landscape. Meanwhile, Lu Qi thought about who he was. The man was a puzzle and she had no idea where to start. Nonetheless, she was aware of the mission given to her by the Lord. She must do everything in her power to serve Li Qie well. Sun rose and set during their journey. Li Qie eventually grew bored of the scenery and decided to sleep. He recognized many places, but the familiar faces were no longer there. On a night filled with fog and mist, the sounds of hooves stomping on the ground could be heard in a rhythmic manner. "Stop." Li Qie suddenly sat up and ordered. "What's the matter, young noble?" Lu Qi immediately asked. "We're taking a break." Li Qie got out of the carriage. Lu Qi found this strange since this was the first time Li Qie showed interest in anything. They stopped before a peak with a stone path leading from the base all the way to the pinnacle. The top half was covered by fog and clouds, resulting in an unsettling feeling. Li Qie glanced upward before starting the climb. Lu Qi gave chase right away while the old man waited with the carriage. Chapter 3987. The night was peaceful and indistinct, fully shrouded by the fog as they climbed up the ancient stone steps covered in moss. It must have been years since the last visitors. The steps weren't perfect either and had cracks everywhere, perhaps from the weathering of time. Lu Qi looked around and frowned, wondering why this place got Li Qie's attention. He walked slowly. Each of his steps seemed deliberate and timed in a mystical manner. The two of them eventually reached the end of the steps. It turned out that this pathway only took them to the ridge. There was a large crack in the middle of the peak, seemingly separating two different worlds. An arched door waited at the last step. It had lost its color and had spots everywhere. They heard loud swallowing noises and saw a youth holding a wine gourd. He devoured the drink and didn't care that the wine was spilling on his sleeves. He appeared to be around 20 years of age. His robe was dirty, but one could tell that it was made from precious materials with golden threads and silks. He didn't seem to care about his image, resulting in a shabby appearance. He was rather handsome with long brows and bright eyes. He had a wide smile as if everything in life was so beautiful. His unkempt hair was charming, displaying confidence and freedom. A sword was tied to his back and had a faint pulse, clearly an exceptional weapon. The stains on it showed that he didn't treasure it too much. "Oh, someone's here." The youth was surprised to see the duo and stopped drinking. He only glanced at Li Qie for a moment before stopping on Lu Qi. Li Qie's cultivation was obvious, but Lu Qi was hiding her aura. Intuition told him that she wasn't simple. "It is a pleasure to meet you too in this remote area." He cupped his fist and said, "My name is Dong Ling." Li Qie nodded, then shifted his focus towards the arched door. There should be a plaque at the top, but it might have gone missing due to the years. "There's evil energy inside." Lu Qi's eyes narrowed. "How sharp of you, fellow Taoist," Dong Ling said. "I feel something ghastly in there. I got here not long ago and have been thinking about entering. That's why I need some wine to build up courage." Anyone else would have refrained from revealing this because it was embarrassing. He didn't seem to mind. "Let's go take a look." Li Qie continued without any hesitation. Lu Qi followed right behind him. This surprised Dong Ling. He hurriedly asked, "Fellow Taoists, you don't need to prepare?" He decided to enter as well and smiled. "I'm too afraid entering alone, but now there's a group. Let's see if we can get lucky and obtain a fortune." "There's no fortune in here. One misstep and it'll be death." Li Qie flatly responded. "Don't scare me. I want to live for tens of thousands of years. I can't die here." Dong Ling was startled. Li Qie chuckled and didn't say anything else. The trio entered the crack and saw a mountain range. There seemed to be architectures built on top of these mountains. This area might have had inhabitants before, but it looked abandoned now. There was no sign of life. The vegetation had dried and withered. The buildings were dilapidated and broken. "What is this place?" Lu Qi wondered. "We'll find out soon." Li Qie smiled and moved forward. More steps could be seen for each of the mountains. This place was prosperous once with plenty of inhabitants. This was no longer the case, so the steps were covered in a thick layer of dried leaves and branches. Lu Qi had an ominous feeling about this place despite being so powerful. On the other hand, Li Qie seemed unaffected by everything. He eventually stopped to take a look at a tablet. This tablet also showed the same signs of aging just like other things found here. Its original color was indiscernible. There were 3 ancient characters carved on the surface, barely legible after being assaulted by rains and winds. Divine something peak. Dong Ling carefully examined it and understood 2 characters. "A scholar, how surprising," Li Qie said. Dong Ling didn't know what to say after being looked down upon by a yin-yang cultivator despite being a famous prodigy. Others might have become angry at Li Qie, but he had great self-restraint. He coughed and continued. "My sect has scrolls regarding these ancient characters. I learned a little during my youth." "Your Heaven Silkworm School does have a long history," Lu Qi interjected. "You know where I'm from?" Dong Ling didn't expect Lu Qi to figure him out so quickly. Lu Qi didn't answer and kept on walking behind Li Qie. This perplexed the youth as well. He could tell that Lu Qi was definitely stronger than Li Qie. However, she looked like his maid. "Divine Crow Peak." Li Qie sighed, looking a bit disappointed while staring at the peak. "Oh, that's right, this character is Crow. It seems like my knowledge of the old language is inferior to yours," Dong Ling replied. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was taken aback by Li Qie's obvious look of disappointment. This guy never showed any emotion. She thought that he would be able to stay calm even when the sky was falling down. Why would looking at this peak elicit such a response? She didn't see anything special about the peak. Li Qie looked away and moved on to another peak with Lu Qi behind him. As for Dong Ling, he was curious about the tablet and Li Qie's reaction. He thought that there might be treasures here, but it would be improper to ask. As they traveled across the peaks, they saw signs of greatness and prosperity from the ruins. There must have been a powerful sect here in the past. They eventually made it to a street paved with bluestones, also covered in dried leaves. To the left and right were buildings tightly erected. Chapter 3988. The trio imagined the old street flourishing in the past with carriages and passers-by brushing shoulders. They could hear the peddling merchants. Now, a single footstep couldn't be found anywhere. There was something creepy about this street. They had the feeling that it wasn't a gradual decline throughout the years. It seemed as if everyone disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were still some stalls, tables, and carts to the side. Daily essentials were still seen inside the houses. Bowls and cups were placed on tables as if the families were about to have a meal. In front of the street was the neighborhood sign. They looked up and saw 3 ancient words covered in dust. They were worn down and difficult to read. Dong Ling looked up and tried his best. He was an expert in this field but couldn't figure out all 3. Revival. Something, Revival Emperor City. Li Qie only needed one glance. Dong Ling clapped and said, "You're right, it's Revival Emperor City. You're really something else. I spent several years learning the ancient language but can't hold a candle to you." However, something flashed in his head and he realized something. What? Revival Emperor City. Isn't this the famous ghost city in the legends? Shit. How unlucky is this? I thought that we would be finding a fortune through the portal, not this hellish place. Yes, Many never returned after visiting this city. Quite perilous. Lu Qi's expression soured as well. Perilous is putting it lightly. Dong Ling shuddered with fear. So many brilliant characters were finished here. I heard that an ancestor from Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom thought that he was strong enough to be unbeatable. When this city appeared in Eastern Sword Sea, he entered alone and no one saw him since. A ghost city, I see. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after listening. Yes, people always disappear after coming inside. Dong Ling paused for a bit. His face became pale. We should leave now, there's nothing good awaiting us here, only death. He wasn't a coward. This place was just too famous for its bizarre nature. No one knew what was inside, so there were rumors of ghosts and evil entities. Only one thing was for certain. Whenever this city appeared, no visitors ever returned. It moved location continuously and without any warning in Sword Continent. Thus, Revival Emperor City eventually became known as a ghost city. Nonetheless, people were still curious and some always took the risk whenever it appeared again. Dong Ling was being logical in wanting to leave. Even powerful ancestors have disappeared, let alone them. Let's just take things as they come. Li Qie smiled and sauntered forward. Lu Qi didn't say a word and followed him. Dong Ling was left in a tough position. Leaving alone could be dangerous, so he made up his mind. Fine, I'll risk my life and accompany you too. However, let it be known that I might not be able to save you if it gets too dangerous. Li Qie glanced at him and remarked, Your forefathers were more courageous than you. You heard about our forefathers? Dong Ling found this strange. A bit, a group of heroes who worked together and created an impressive technique. They were brilliant geniuses. Li Qie stared ahead while speaking. Wow, you know this too? How? Dong Ling's astonishment only increased. Their Heaven Silkworm School was mighty in Sword Continent, but unlike others, they never had a Tao Lord. Moreover, they didn't focus on the sword Tao either. They had a vast repertoire of cultivation knowledge since they had a rich history. Some actually believed that they were older than any other power in Sword Continent. Strangely enough, it never produced a Tao Lord. Normally, even sects with Tao Lords might fall after enough time had passed. This wasn't the case for Heaven Silkworm. Its disciples themselves also lacked knowledge regarding the true origin of their sect. Dong Ling was a top disciple there who had taken in ample knowledge. He knew a few things about the tales of their progenitor as well. Thus, he was surprised to see an outsider like Li Qie know so much about his sect. Just read and you'll learn a lot. Li Qie looked back at him and said, Can't argue with that. Dong Ling scratched his head. Your cultivation isn't that exceptional among the young generation. However, your actual battle potential is impressive. Your Imperial Tao is wonderful and can pull a fast one on your opponents too. Li Qie changed the conversation. How do you know all of this? Dong Ling staggered backward and took a deep breath. His Imperial Tao was magical. It might not be the strongest but had plenty of applications in battle. The problem here was that he had never used it before in public. Few in the sects had knowledge of his training, hence his shock at Li Qie being privy to this. Read more and you'll know everything. Li Qie chuckled and continued onward. There was no refuting the logic in this response, but it didn't apply here. The tales on their forefathers might be recorded, but his personal training? Impossible. He shuddered and thought that Li Qie was something else, only needing one glance to see through him. In the beginning, he only paid attention to Lu Qi. As they traveled together, she appeared to be Li Qie's maid. It became obvious that Li Qie was the real monster here. He eventually regained his wits and caught up to the duo. A while later on the path, they heard cracks and movements. Come out here. Dong Ling was creeped out. The street started shaking and all of the items came back to life. The broken buildings, the vendor stands, the carts and tables. These non-living things became animated and turned into monsters. For example, the door of a building became a mouth. The windows turned into eyes, and the flagpole in front became a tail. 1. The character is Su. Su can be a last name or it can mean revive. Need more context. Chapter 3989. Rumble. Massive monsters stood up and made the trio look tiny in comparison. The houses were as large as mountains. One stomp could crush them like ants. What the hell are these things? Dongling was startled. They didn't look like regular monsters and beasts. The latter would at least be considered alive. On the other hand, these things had no sign of life even though they were moving. There were no ferocious auras, but Dongling felt threatened. He found them to be brimming with power and pressure. Rumble! The trio became trapped in a world of monsters and suddenly turned into potential delicacies. Of course, their tiny frames wouldn't be enough as an appetizer for a single monster. What do we do now, kill our way out? Dongling panicked. Contrastly, Li Qie didn't give a damn. The same with Lu Qi. Whoosh! One building raised both hands for a downward smash. The sky suddenly turned dark with two mountain ranges descending down on Li Qie. He didn't bother looking up and kept the same pace. Meanwhile, Dongling was scared out of his mind. He grabbed his sword, ready to fight to the death. In this split second, Lu Qi made her move. She raised her jade hand and her fingers looked like a blossoming lotus flower. Rays of light came out and erupted like an exploding sun. A terrible force easily crushed the descending hands of the monster and pierced through the monster's chest. Boom! The entire thing collapsed right away. Dongling became slack-jawed after seeing how easy it was for her to take down one. He thought that he was quite strong given his age. Nonetheless, he had no confidence against so many monsters. This might not be the case for Lu Qi. As for Li Qie, he didn't bother looking at the fight at all. Rah! Strange roars came from the other side of the street. More monsters roared in response. Dongqing felt as if he was a lost lamb being surrounded by a pack of wolves. They seemed to be infuriated, perhaps by Lu Qi's offense. Thus, all rushed towards Li Qie's group and caused violent quakes. We'll turn into meat pastes. Dongqing bellowed in horror. However, Lu Qi raised both hands this time and her fingers released bright sword lights. Boom! Frightening sword energies manifested from the rays. Thousands of divine swords appeared. Their glints could wash the entire world. She's this strong? Dongling's legs became weak while being exposed to the domineering sword energy. He had met plenty of experts, both geniuses and ancestors. Thus, he had a good idea of power level. Alas, he was frightened this time. Even ancestors wouldn't be as powerful as her. This included most of the top ancestors in his sect. Clank! The swords gathered to form a single one. It unleashed a slash and decapitated numerous monsters. Their huge frames smashed onto the ground. This one slash covered the entire street, a testament to her incredible might. Dongling's mouth became wide open, speechless. The problem for him here was that she was only Li Qie's maid. Such a powerful existence commanded respect anywhere in Sword Continent. Others would address her as senior. Why would she be inferior to a yin-yang cultivator? The whole thing didn't make sense. Li Qie, on the other hand, was unimpressed by her power. It was as if he thought that she was being too sloppy. Dongling swallowed his saliva and caught up to the duo again. He stole glances at Lu Qi but couldn't see through the veil. Say, senior, which sect are you from? He couldn't contain his curiosity despite being afraid. Unfortunately, Lu Qi didn't bother answering him. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. You're making our little miss look old. She might be offended and make mincemeat out of you. Having said that, he gently stroked Lu Qi's long hair. Dongling had no response. Given her power, he assumed that she was part of the previous generation. After all, he was acquainted with most of the young geniuses, the 10 swords, the 4 heroes, on and on. But what if Li Qie was telling the truth, that she was just as young as him? What would be her background? See Emperor Sword Kingdom? 9 Wheel Citadel? He couldn't exactly connect her to anyone from these two sections. Chapter 3990. Just one sword slash from Li Qie's maid took care of all the monsters on this street. Everything happened so quickly to Dongling's astonishment. The monsters assumed their original state. Doors, windows, and rocks scattered on the ground. Nonetheless, this wasn't the end of the creepy occurrences. Clicks and clacks could be heard as these things were moving. There seemed to be invisible strings trying to pull them back in position again. This process was rather slow. The small items such as the carts and tables were faster. The assembly wasn't perfect either. There were still damaged spots. The tiny thing started walking, looking feeble and powerless. They're still not dead? This was Dongling's first time seeing something like this. They crossed through the street and saw a massive plane shrouded in darkness. The sunlight didn't reach this place. Perhaps this has been the case for millions of years. However, upon activating his heavenly gaze, he noticed a peak ahead. It could be a monster as well. Either way, it spanned the entire length of the plane. The scariest thing was the black smoke oozing from it, thick enough to obscure all vision. The smoke made it look like a great army was gathered there, giving off a creepy sensation. It resembled an evil city with flashing lights. With just one command, the army would rush out and rampage. A murderous presence wafted in the air, enough to make anyone shudder. Nothing in this world could be scarier than this city. Dongling was frightened as he spoke. That looks like the gate to hell, the gathering of fiends. Rumble! The dried vegetation suddenly sprung up from the ground. They came back alive as if something had granted them life force. Loud explosions detonated as large trees walked towards Li Qia's group. They have been turned evil. The roots coiled together to form legs. Each step from them resulted in violent quakes. They have been here for millions of years and didn't appreciate the presence of outsiders. More monsters, Dongling said while looking at the approaching horde. Lu Qi's eyes turned cold as she released her sword energy again. Rays shot out like a storm of needles, capable of turning these tree monsters into beehives. Dongling stuck his tongue out after seeing this, aware that she could turn him to ashes whenever she wanted. However, she didn't have the chance to release her attack because peach petals suddenly descended. Rain. It felt like rain, so Dongling stuck his hand out only to catch some petals. How strange, a flower rain. This place was filled with ominous occurrences. This rain might be evil as well. Li Qia finally stopped to take a look at the petals. The world became an ocean of flowers, beautiful and melted the eerie atmosphere. Someone's there. Dongling faltered backward after sensing something. A girl had appeared out of nowhere in front of them and seemed to be floating instead of walking. She possessed a slim and graceful figure beneath a cloak only covering her neck and shoulders. Her steps birthed lotus flowers that sway with the winds, a scene only found in the paintings. A go dash, Dongling shouted, but his words suddenly stopped in his throat. This was because the moment she opened her eyes, they chased away the engulfing darkness. Spring returned to the regions and millions of flowers blossomed. Her face was equally gorgeous, looking natural without any makeup. Words weren't enough to describe her soul-swaying beauty. Dongling considered himself a scholar, yet he couldn't come up with the right characters to describe her. Words sprung in his mind and the only suitable ones were, number one, beauty. This common and overused phrase was the only one matching the current situation. She finally saw Li Qia and he stared at her as well. Everything halted on the river of time. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if the two of them were the only ones existing right now. The past, present, and future collided at this moment. Her eyes were filled with mist. She seemed to be recalling the past and only saw faint images and lines. In the next second, her body trembled once and lucidity returned. She then turned around and moved forward. Rumble! The flower petals landed on the tree monsters and exploded, destroying all of them. She headed towards the evil realm ahead in a courageous manner, never looking back. So pretty. Since when does our continent have someone like her? Dongling regained his wits after she was long gone. There was no one like her among the young and old generation. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Calling her the number one beauty wouldn't be an exaggeration. She herself was gorgeous on top of having a vast network. However, even her lord and all other women she had met couldn't compare to this lady. 1. I have the feeling revival is the wrong word. Su might just be the last name. Chapter 3991. Both Dongling and Lu Qi stood in a daze after seeing the unmatched lady. She could absolutely shock Sword Continent or even all of 8 Desolaces. They found it strange that they haven't heard of someone like her before. She should have been world-renowned. Let's go. Li Qia smiled and turned back, surprising the duo. Lu Qi found this astonishing. They were only passing by, but Li Qia decided to stop to take a look. He should be wanting to enter the city. Why did he want to leave right now? Of course, she didn't think that cowardice was the reason. Thus, it must have something to do with the unknown lady. The two of them faced each other in silence. Did Li Qie know her? Lu Qi thought carefully and found it implausible. If they were acquaintances, they would have greeted each other. However, they simply stared at each other for a brief moment. The whole thing was shrouded with mysteries. Of course, Li Qie was the biggest mystery here, but she didn't dare to pry. She obeyed his command and started following. As for Dongling, he hurriedly gave chase and asked Li Qie, "We're leaving just like that? We don't want to take a look at that famous ghost realm? Maybe there are incredible artifacts there at the immortal level." He blatted on while occasionally glancing backward. Li Qie gave him the side eye and said, "No idea about the incredible artifacts, but there's definitely a peerless beauty. Feel free to go take a closer look." Dongling turned red after his true intention was revealed. He tried to play dumb and laughed. "It's not my fault, I'm just curious about the peerless beauty. I don't know how we haven't heard of her before in Sword Continent. There are too many strange things to count in this world." Li Qie nonchalantly responded. "Are you not curious at all? Why is she going to that ghost city all alone?" Dongling didn't give up. "Not particularly. There are karmic ties and cause and effect. It's all destined." Li Qie firmly answered. "I see." Dongling had no idea what he was talking about. "If you are hell-bent on going, do it. Who knows, she might like you back." Li Qie added. "Like me back?" Dongling's eyes lit up after hearing this. Alas, he shuddered and thought about something. No, I best not harbor any idea. I don't even know if she's a human or a ghost. My life would be over if it's the latter." He wasn't a fool. Why would a peerless beauty be here in this ghastly place? There was something else going on, dangerous enough to take his life. "You're not too stupid." Li Qie smiled. "But there's an adage, dying in the embrace of a beauty is absolutely worth it." "So she's really a ghost?" Dongling's hair stood on end. He felt that something was watching him ever since he got here. He turned around again and there was nothing but darkness. "Stop trying to scare me. Cultivators aren't scared of ghosts." He got closer to Li Qie. "Cultivators are nothing compared to real ghosts, nothing more than food regardless of their power." Li Qie smiled. "Really?" Dongling became increasingly nervous due to their current location. Li Qie's lack of response frightened him even more. He didn't want to stay here all alone. Though he was strong, he had no confidence in being here alone. That's why it was wiser to leave with Li Qie. Just think about it. Li Qie gave up despite having such a powerful maid. If he kept on going to that city, he would be dead in no time at all. They eventually returned to the original steps. Dongling heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the starry sky and basking in the night breezes. Though they somehow escaped unscathed from Revival Emperor City, he still had a heavy heart. In reality, they were quite safe because of Lu Qi. It's just that the place was creepy and he felt something was watching him from the darkness. This feeling was unbearable, but he refrained from saying anything. Now that he was out, the feeling was no longer there. The entire trip felt like a dream or an illusion. Nonetheless, he was absolutely certain that something monstrous was keeping an eye on them. Are there really ghosts in that city? He couldn't help but ask while descending. Those with wicked thoughts might see some. Li Qie joked. "I definitely don't have any wicked thoughts, but I still think there are actual ghosts in there." Dongling shook his head in response. "No, just an abomination that has lived for billions of years." Li Qie revealed. "Billions of years? What kind of thing can live that long?" Dongling took a deep breath. He knew nothing about Li Qie since they had just met, but for some strange reason, he truly believed in Li Qie. A remnant of the past. Li Qie responded. The answer was rather vague, but it confirmed Dongling's speculation. There was something horrifying in that ghost city. It might be the reason why people never returned after visiting. It must have killed all of those cultivators. He stopped thinking about it and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. "I will take my leave right now. As long as the mountains remain verdant and the rivers keep flowing, we are bound to meet again someday. I appreciate what you have taught me today." Li Qie simply nodded. Dongling then leaped into the sky and disappeared from sight. "That's one of the 10 sword prodigies," Lu Qi said. Though Lu Qi rarely showed herself in public, she knew all of the famous cultivators in Sword Continent. After all, she was in charge of administration in the absence of her lord. The 10 sword prodigies were the best among the young generation. All were gifted in the sword Dao. Dong Ling was one of them, but he was rather humble and didn't state his title. Heaven's silkworm has a capable successor. Li Qie commented. Are you friends with that sect? Lu Qi asked softly. She felt that he had a special relationship with this mysterious sect. Just a few ties from the past. Li Qie smiled. Lu Qi nodded and followed right behind Li Qie. Once they made it to the base, they saw the old man still waiting by the carriage. He immediately stood up and greeted Li Qie. As they were about to leave, they suddenly heard something akin to a bamboo stick hitting the ground. Lu Qi and the old man immediately looked over and saw someone standing nearby. Chapter 3992. The person was an old man whose robe was tattered from overuse. There were plenty of patches that were terribly sewn on. However, the lack of craftsmanship was understandable after taking a good look at the old man. He appeared to be blind. His eyelids were tightly shut as if they were sewn together. They looked like two meatballs sticking out of the sockets. There was one tiny gap in the middle. Who knows if he could actually see out of them? Even if he could, his vision would be awfully limited. Being skinny caused his cheekbones to be overly prominent, resulting in a scary look. The rest of his frames were as thin as bamboo sticks. It seemed that one gust of wind could send him flying. People shuddered for him because it must be cold wearing the thin and shoddy robe during the night. He held a walking stick made out of bamboo with one hand. The bottom end was bald, most likely from accompanying the old man for so long. His other hand was a broken bowl with several holes. He obviously picked it up somewhere and clearly treasured it since it was kept extremely clean. There were 5 coins or so in the bowl. They issued clanks as he walked. Everyone could tell at first glance that he was a beggar. This was a common sight in any major city. After all, life was tough for many. However, this was the wilderness. The appearance of an old man like him here seemed out of place. Both Lu Qi and the old man took one step backward and became cautious. The issue was that he appeared next to them with extreme speed. They didn't notice his arrival until he was already standing by the carriage. Both of them were top masters, especially Lu Qi. She didn't dare to claim supremacy, but she was confident that very few cultivators in Sword Continent could beat her. Moreover, she knew all of the big shots too. She didn't recognize this old man. There wasn't a famous cultivator acting like a beggar either in this region. First was a mysterious beauty in a ghost city. Now, another mysterious beggar? This was too much to be a coincidence. Since when did Sword Continent have so many hidden masters? Grandpa, is there something you want? She took a deep breath and bowed slightly. The old man was clearly powerful, so prudence was the best course. Sirs, I haven't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Please give me something good. He raised his bowl and caused the coins to collide. For some reason, the duo felt that this old man wasn't actually begging but rather, he was showing off the coins in his bowl. This was a rather strange and outrageous feeling. However, Lu Qi wasn't laughing. She glanced at the old carriage driver, unaware of this newcomer's intention. What would you like, Grandpa? She asked. Just something good. The old man remained vague. The coins were still clunking. The duo became lost due to the lack of criteria. Something good? Like what? Treasure? Weapon? How about my head? Li Qie interjected with his signature lazy voice. Lu Qi heaved a sigh of relief and stood aside. You're too funny, sir. The old man smiled. Due to his caved-in cheeks, the smile looked awfully creepy. Li Qie got closer and said, Does it look like I'm joking? How about this? I'll cut off my head and let you have a taste. Sir, I don't eat raw. The hideous smile remained. That's fine, I'll cook it first. Lu Qi and the old driver became confused again. Who would talk about cutting off their own head and boiling it for someone else to have a taste? They stared at Li Qie and it didn't look like he was joking. Sir, I don't have that many teeth left. I'm afraid I can't eat something so hard. The old man opened his mouth, revealing only a few yellow teeth. They seemed as if they could fall off at any moment, definitely unable to chew Li Qie's head. Then I'll cut off your head and boil it for you to eat. Sounds good? Li Qie smiled. This suggestion was even stranger. How could the old man eat his own head? That's impossible. Well, I think my old bones might be too hard for chewing. The old man shook his head. Don't worry about it, I'll take my time boiling it. Even things harder than bone will eventually break down. Li Qie smirked. No, I don't think I can wait that long. The old man responded and shook his bowl again. Sir, just give me something good. So be it, here's something good. Li Qie chuckled and suddenly kicked the old man's chest without showing any mercy. Ah! Lu Qi and the old driver shouted in astonishment. Bam! The old man flew through the horizon like a meteor. The duo's mouth was wide open, not expecting this at all. Lu Qi knew that this old man was far stronger than her. How did Li Qie manage to make contact? Why didn't the old man try to dodge? The powerful hidden master really looked like a helpless beggar during that moment. The duo couldn't make heads or tails of this event. Chapter 3993. Hallowed City was created and named after Hallowed Tao Lord. It was one of the largest cities on the continent and served as an ancestral ground. It operated similarly to a sect, but there was one key difference. It was open to everyone. Others always protected their ancestral ground from outsiders, but this wasn't the case here. Because of this unique characteristic, it became quite lively and prosperous. Most importantly, its sword named Sacred was available for all to see. This was one of the 9 heavenly swords. Its equivalent Tao possessed the same name. In this continent, it was abundantly clear that having any of these swords meant regional supremacy. Any sect would instantly become a top power. The best example was Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. It had 5 Tao Lords and 2 swords, Vast Sea and Abyss. Few had the privilege of seeing the kingdom's 2 swords, not even its own geniuses. They were well hidden and heavily guarded. The other sects such as Sword Temple and Virtuous School did the same, always hiding their sword and the equivalent Tao. In Hallowed, the heavenly sword was placed at the highest spot, the hallowed platform. Thus, one could see sacred lights emanating at the top of the city from a distance. The platform had a statue of the Tao Lord. The sword in his hand was the famous blade named Hallowed. It has been there for millions of years. Everyone had the chance to see it regardless of their background and race. Notorious characters and nobodies shared the same right as long as they came to Hallowed City. Indeed, numerous top masters have come before. War God Tao Lord, Armament Tao Lord, Blessed Tao Lord, All Things Tao Lord, Buddha Tao Lord. Even Duality Master visited. Many pondered the reason why the insightful Tao Lord left his weapon on the platform for all to see. There were plenty of explanations and speculations regarding this topic. One speculation stated that it had something to do with Hallowed Tao Lord's background. Rumor has it that he was a sea demon cursed at birth. His cultivation path was arduous, but he never gave up. Eventually, he defeated the shackles of his bloodline and became a supreme Tao Lord. Because of his humble background, his benevolence and magnanimity had no bounds. He once entered a forbidden zone and spent 10,000 years suppressing the area with his vitality. This caused considerable damage to his physical well-being. This magnificent feat earned him the respect of future Tao Lords. Some cultivators believed that he was the greatest Tao Lord and should be placed before Blessed Tao Lord. His legacy remained here. The city continued to bask in the rays of the heavenly sword. Li Qie's carriage slowly headed for Hallowed City since the preeminent plate was here. They saw the rays pouring down before they even got close to the city. It looked peaceful and majestic like a crown. The sword would play the role of the jewel embedded on top. We're close. Lu Qi tidied her dress and stared at the city with respect. This sentiment could be found in virtually all cultivators. They wanted to show respect to the city and Hallowed Tao Lord. Hallowed Sword. Li Qie smiled while staring at the city. The path gradually became crowded since visitors from all over the world came to this famous destination. Recently, it became packed with people due to the recently opened preeminent legacy. To put it simply, it was an incredible prize left behind by another unique Tao Lord, Omniscient. It contained the Tao Lord's resources and the profits accumulated from this event throughout the years. Winning the prize didn't make one the strongest or the most authoritative in 8 Desolaces. However, it would definitely make them the richest. That's the significance behind this event and the reason why people kept coming like crazy and risking everything they got. They all dreamed about being the luckiest and winning the prize. This would alter their fate forever. Unfortunately, no one had won the grand prize while the legacy continued becoming bigger and bigger. This still didn't deter visitors from giving it a shot. Young noble, Would you like to go to the legacy first? Lu Qi asked. Li Qie lazily answered. Go on a tour of the city first. No one won before, we don't need to be in a hurry. Lu Qi nodded and obeyed his command. However, their carriage was stopped by a group of young cultivators. They all had the same uniform and an exceptional aura. See Emperor Sword Kingdom. Others recognized their uniform and quickly dispersed. No one wanted to mess with the strongest sect in Sword Continent. Every time its disciples appeared, others would come to flatter them with haste. Opposing them was never a wise choice. They wondered about the people in the carriage. Who was brave enough to antagonize the members of this sect? 1. This was Plate before, changing to Legacy. Chapter 3994. The disciples from Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom surrounded Li Qie's carriage and attracted the attention of the crowd. Who is in charge here? I am Lu Qi of Sea Emperor. Come out and talk now. A young male came out and shouted with vigor. He was at the Yin Yang realm, a high cultivation realm for many cultivators, especially the smaller sections. The sect masters there were most likely in this realm too. However, this realm was nothing to a lineage like Sea Emperor. It had millions of disciples. One could pick a random member and find them to be in the Yin Yang realm. Some believed that only those in the myriad form realm and above mattered in Sea Emperor. A Yin Yang disciple was only average at best. From this notion, one gained a better idea of Sea Emperor's power. No one in the crowd had a clue on who Lu Qi was. If he was from any other sect, he would have a title and a high position, perhaps an elder if not the sect master. Alas, he was just a nobody in Sea Emperor. Nonetheless, others didn't view him in this way. An ordinary disciple from Sea Emperor was still a big deal to the rest of the world. The old driver didn't bother reacting while Lu Qi frowned slightly. Li Qie got out of the carriage and lazily stretched. What is it? No one thought that Li Qie was a big deal due to his appearance. Brat, you hit our ship and injured our disciples. Do you realize what you have done? Lu Qi aggressively shouted after seeing Li Qie. This caused the crowd to clamor. They thought that the ordinary guy was quite bold. To actually hit a ship from Sea Emperor? This was akin to taking food from a tiger's jaws. I suppose something like that did happen. And Li Qie shrugged with a smile on his face. His attitude left Lu Qi and his peers furious. They glared angrily at him. Such impudence! One of them roared. Others couldn't believe it. This guy dared to blatantly disrespect Sea Emperor? He must be tired of living. I don't think the brat knows how frightening Sea Emperor is. A Yin Yang cultivator means nothing to them. One expert murmured. They could see Li Qie's cultivation realm. He was similar to Lu Qi but the latter was from Sea Emperor. This meant that he should be far stronger than those in the same realm. Lu Qi's face turned red. He took a deep breath and tried to maintain a style befitting that of a disciple from a prestigious sect. He coldly uttered. There are 2 options for you, oh? Li Qie interjected and appeared to be bored of this conversation already. His inattentiveness infuriated Lu Qi. Nothing would feel better than stomping on Li Qie's face. He took a deep breath and said, First, compensate for our losses and apologize by prostrating. The crowd exchanged glances. Some believed in pride and honor over life. An apology and compensation weren't out of line. However, demanding prostration was too extreme. Nonetheless, this was indeed the style of Sea Emperor. And if I refuse? Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted Lu Qi. Then you're a dead man. The prestige of Sea Emperor cannot be questioned or violated. It doesn't matter how far you run. Lu Qi's eyes became murderous. But we're not unreasonable. Since you broke one of our ships, just your life alone will be enough. We'll spare the others. Others didn't think he was being arrogant. Sea Emperor did have this power and authority. If they wanted someone dead in Sword Continent, escaping would be impossible, especially for a nobody like Li Qie. Taking his life is too much. Let's turn this hostility into friendship. A smooth yet serious voice answered before Li Qie. Everyone followed its direction and saw a youth walking over slowly. Despite the seemingly slow pace, he was actually moving quite fast and appeared before everyone in the next moment. He wore a black robe with an old sword tied to the back. He possessed a pure and refreshing aura as if he came from a pristine wilderness. Handsome wouldn't be the word to describe him, but he exuded an aura of open-mindedness, amicability, and trustworthiness. Qingqingzi. Many recognized him right away. One of the 10 sword prodigies. Most have heard of him before. Brother Qingqing. Lu Qi lowered his head to greet this newcomer. His peers did the same. Of course, they weren't afraid of Qingqingzi. There was another reason. Conflicts are inevitable once outside. Qingqingzi stared at the two and spoke. Since the brothers from the Sword Kingdom haven't suffered any personal injuries, why not drop this issue? Lu Qi hesitated for a moment and unwillingly said, "Humph, brat, I'll drop this out of consideration for Brother Qingqing." The young audience found this surprising. The sword prodigies have plenty of clout. Even members of Sea Emperor have to give them face. One youth murmured, "I thought Mount Qingqing has been declining for a long time now. Plus, it's under the jurisdiction of Sea Emperor too. Why would Lu Qi be so polite towards him?" Another became perplexed. One prodigy was far from enough to affect Sea Emperor. This sect had young geniuses at the same level as well. The reason is that the ancestor of Mount Qingqing was kind to Sea Emperor's progenitor. That's why Sea Emperor has always respected Mount Qingqing. An older cultivator explained. The progenitor of Sea Emperor was Sword Sea Dao Lord, rumored to be a sea demon who eventually obtained the heavenly sword named Vast Sea. This allowed him to become a Dao Lord. He always personally protected Mount Qingqing. After creating Sea Emperor, he ordered for his sect to keep the same sentiment. According to the legend, his ancestor was a powerful sea demon who was saved by an ancestor from Mount Qingqing. Thus, the Dao Lord did all of this to repay the kindness shown to his ancestor. As Sea Emperor grew stronger while Mount Qingqing declined, no one dared to ever offend the latter. The members of Sea Emperor also showed respect towards Mount Qingqing since this was a rule in their sect. 1. This is a Taoist title, but it serves more as a name than an actual title. Chapter 3995. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. Lu Qi glared at Li Qia and was still annoyed. He gathered his friends and pursued Li Qia in order to teach the guy a lesson about offending Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. This would also serve as a deterrence for everyone else. Alas, he had no choice but to give up. "No, I'm afraid it's too late for you to leave." Li Qia smiled. "What? Don't be an idiot who doesn't appreciate mercy." Lu Qi's expression soured. Li Qia placed one hand on his waist and started stretching. "I'm rusting from lacking exercise." He then pointed at Lu Qi and said, "If you can block one sword move from me, I will spare all of you." The crowd became frozen. They thought that he was lucky to be saved by Qingqingzi. Thus, the lack of appreciation was one thing, yet he chose to be so haughty? Is the brat crazy? Many viewed this as a suicidal attempt. "How dare you run your mouth before us?" One member from Sea Emperor shouted and grabbed his sword hilt. I see, someone even more arrogant than me." Lu Qi had an angry smile. He then cupped his fist towards Qingqingzi. "Brother, it's not that I'm being inconsiderate towards you. This brat is simply asking for it." Qingqingzi stared at Li Qia in confusion. Normally, people knew when to back off, but Li Qia chose escalation instead. It seemed as if he wanted to provoke Sea Emperor. "Forget it. My meddling is unwanted." He shook his head and moved to the side. "Brat, I'll do you a favor and send you on your way." Lu Qi then stepped forward and pointed at Li Qia. He had to acquiesce earlier in public. This annoyed him to no end. Now, Li Qia was asking for it, and he wouldn't be blamed for showing zero mercy. "Talk all you want after surviving my attack. I won't be a bully either. Take out your treasures and activate your merit laws now while there's still time." Li Qia smiled. He was merely speaking the truth, but everyone took it as blatant disrespect. The brat is only at the yin-yang realm at best, not even at the intermediate level. He should be considerably weaker than Lu Qi, who is from a prestigious sect. Lu Qi should have stronger treasures and merit laws. One expert gazed at Li Qia and stated his assessment. Though both were in the same realm, everyone thought that Lu Qi should be stronger due to his background. Thus, Li Qia was being a fool. He's nothing more than a frog who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This is fine. He deserves death anyway for messing with the wrong person. One youth sneered. "Senior brother Lu, make him get on his knees and beg." Someone from Sea Emperor shouted. No, that's not enough. Crush all of his bones and make him beg for death. That's what he gets for offending our sect. Another added. Everyone thought that Li Qie was finished after listening to the aggressive members from Sea Emperor. They realized that it was best to never provoke this sect. Come, brat. Lu Qi roared as his eyes pulsed murderously. Take out your weapon already. Li Qie waved his hand. Lu Qi trembled with rage. Though he wasn't a genius or anything in his own sect, he was still a big deal in the cultivation world, being on the same level as some elders and sect masters. I hope you can back it up. Lu Qi released his vitality, unable to tolerate this any longer. Boom! 9 fate palaces appeared along with the majestic 4 symbols. They were around 18 feet large and poured down violet rays. He's at the intermediate level. One expert said after seeing the size of the symbols. As a cultivator grew stronger, their symbol would become 1 foot longer after each realm increase. Given what he had shown, others could see that he was at the intermediate level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's a ghost member. Another noted the violet rays pouring down like waterfalls. This was an obvious sign. Clank. He unsheathed his sword and green waves emanated from it. A heaven-level sword. One youth said. Only experts had access to heaven-level weapons. Though this was a low heaven-level sword, it was still more than enough to impress the crowd. Sea Emperor probably had a scary number of disciples like Lu Qi. However, he still had such a good weapon. This was indicative of the sect's resources and foundation. The green waves from his sword formed a mighty wall and he uttered, "Bring it, brat." Are you prepared? Li Qie chuckled. Do your worst because I'll cut you to pieces afterward. Take out your weapon. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. No need to make a big deal out of this. Li Qie smiled and bent down to pick up a dried branch. He waved it around and said, "This'll do." The crowd immediately looked around in confusion. Is there something wrong with his head? One expert wondered. Someone from the last generation agreed. Yes, he has to be crazy. Even if he was 1 realm higher, using a branch versus a low heaven-level sword is insane. People like him will die without a grave. Another snorted. Qingqingzi frowned after seeing this reckless act. He himself wouldn't dare to do this. Lu Qi's face turned red, having never experienced this level of humiliation before. The guy was weaker yet he wanted to use a tree branch against a powerful sword? Kill him, brother Lu. His friend shouted. Lu Qi pointed his sword at Li Qie. Terrifying sword energies emanated as he said, "This is your last moment, brat." Chapter 3996. Though far from being peerless, Lu Qi was still an official disciple from Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom and had access to orthodox merit laws and weapons. Li Qie's choice of using a branch could only be construed as blatant disdain akin to a slap on the face. The disciples from Sea Emperor couldn't swallow this anger. Even disciples from ordinary sects wouldn't accept this, let alone the #1 sect in Sword Continent. As for the spectators, they have met arrogant cultivators before. This was a common theme found in the younger ones, always contemptuous and haughty. However, it was their first time seeing someone like Li Qie, using a branch to compete against Sea Emperor's merit law and treasure. If he was a sovereign and far stronger than Lu Qi, it would be a different story. However, his cultivation was actually weaker. I can't believe what I'm seeing. A knowledgeable cultivator shook his head. If he dares to do this to my sect, I would let him suffer a fate worse than death. A youth found this unacceptable. There's no way he's getting out of this alive. Another youth sneered. As for Qingqingzi, he found this astonishing as well. He had met plenty of people before due to his prestigious status. This was still a first for him. Sea Emperor was #1 for a reason. Their merit laws and treasures were exceptional and brilliant, nearly always better than the competition. Thus, someone who would act in this manner was either crazy, outrageously ignorant, or extremely powerful. Alas, he didn't think Li Qie fit these categories. The guy looked strangely calm and aloof. Senior brother, don't kill him so quickly. Cut off his legs first and take your time. A Sea Emperor's member gritted his teeth. That's right, killing him with 1 slash is too nice. Make an example out of him. Another bellowed. Brat, you deserve death of the worst kind. I shall make mincemeat out of you then drink your blood and eat your flesh. Lu Qi coldly uttered.
Enough blabbering, start already.
Li Qiye interrupted him. Rage made Lu Qi tremble. He shouted, "Die!" Clanks could be heard, and after a bright flash, green light needles erupted from a slash. They seemed eager to add thousands of holes onto Li Qiye without killing him. Li Qiye reacted by slightly waving his branch to the side. To the spectators, he looked as if he was panicking. Lu Qi was in front of him, yet he thrust his branch towards the back. Has this brat cultivated before? Even the most generous spectators thought that Li Qiye's mistake during battle was egregious. What an idiot! Some young cultivators laughed. Others watched with disdain, thinking that this stupidity was about to end with death. Even if he was weaker, he should know where the opponent was attacking from and react accordingly. Qingqingzi didn't expect this either. He thought that Li Qiye would put up a better fight. Only Lu Qi was moved to see this. She thought that Li Qiye's movement looked a bit familiar. She also knew that this youth from Sea Emperor was nothing more than an ant. After all, even her lord treated Li Qiye with respect. She was merely curious about his true power and this particular technique. The old servant became surprised, and this feeling only grew as time passed. Idiot, meet your Mac dash. Lu Qi also laughed after seeing this. As Lu Qi's sword rays were about to piece Li Qiye, Qingqingzi suddenly noticed something amiss. Intuition told him that a threat was near. Lu Qi suddenly stopped and couldn't finish his line. Ugh dash, something seemed to be stuck in his throat and impeding his breathing. It was none other than Li Qiye's branch. Lu Qi had no idea how it pierced his throat. In fact, other spectators had the same problem. They only saw Li Qiye attacking in the opposite direction. How the hell did the branch hit Lu Qi? Since the latter never expected any resistance, he didn't bother trying to block. Qingqingzi felt a chill coursing down his throat. He wondered if he could have blocked the branch just now. He couldn't come up with an answer from lacking confidence. Lu Qi himself thought that this was an illusion. However, the pain coursing through his entire body told him otherwise. As Li Qiye pulled the branch out, blood began to gush from the wound. Lu Qi could only watch his life pass away without being able to say a single word. Chapter 3997. Lu Qi died with his eyes wide open from disbelief. In the previous second, he harbored nothing but disdain for Li Qiye, thinking that the guy was about to lose. The actual result was unimaginable. He was supposed to torture the guy first, letting him taste agony. In reality, a single branch robbed life away from him. The spectators felt the same way, unable to fathom the attack. It had nothing to do with speed but rather direction. Li Qiye aimed in the opposite direction of his opponent. How did that move connect in the first place? Everything felt surreal, so the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Fellow Taoist, may I ask for the name of this technique? Qingqingzi couldn't contain his curiosity and cupped his fist towards Li Qiye. Just playing around. Li Qiye tossed the branch away, then answered. Qingqingzi was astounded. His being able to kill Lu Qi while playing around was interesting enough. However, the actual development exceeded common sense. Li Qiye boarded the carriage and the old driver started heading for Hallowed City again. After he was gone, the disciples from Sea Emperor calmed down and grabbed Lu Qi's corpse before leaving. I think he poked the beehive, one expert said while watching that group of disciples scurry away. After all, killing a member of Sea Emperor in public would require an explanation or retribution. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in green has been watching the entire time. Let's enter the city, she ordered. Li Qiye seemed drowsy inside the carriage while Lu Qi hesitated to speak while staring at him. Speak your mind, he said without opening his eyes. Young noble, your technique earlier, was it sword point created by Sword Saint? She finally revealed her mind. The move earlier left a deep impression on her. She found its miraculous nature familiar. She heard of her lord talking about sword arts before. Sword point was one of the topics. Yes, it was sword point. He smiled. I've heard rumors of Virtuous School losing this technique long ago. No current disciples know how to use it. Lu Qi became startled. Normally, one would assume that he was from Virtuous School after hearing this. However, she didn't think so. Even the strongest ancestor there would need to treat her lord with respect. On the other hand, her lord showed nothing but reverence for Li Qiye. Virtuous School had no one at that level. The world is full of surprises. Li Qie said. Have you been to Virtuous School before? Lu Qi asked. No. He responded. This only added to the mystery. Sword Saint's Tao was inscrutable. Only the members of Virtuous School had some achievements with learning them. As for Sword Point, it would be impossible to decipher without direct instruction from Sword Saint himself. Sword Saint was rather famous in 8 Decelaces. Many referred to him as Sword Emperor. However, he thought that he wasn't comparable to the wise sages of the past and didn't dare to assume the title of Emperor. He was one of the few Tao Lords who didn't have this cultivation realm in his title either. After becoming a Tao Lord, he started Virtuous School. He was considered one of the 10 grand creators for his help in popularizing the Sword Tao. His achievements illuminated the ages. He stood shoulder to Sword Si Tao Lord and even the mythical cultivator known as Emperor Yi. Nonetheless, some refuted his supremacy, thinking that it would be unreasonable for him to be listed on the same level as Sword Si Tao Lord and Emperor Yi. He obtained one of the 9 heavenly swords after becoming a Tao Lord, Rage Sun. However, he didn't find the Tao that paired with it. Thus, he shouldn't be able to compete against Sword Si Tao Lord who had a perfect pair. Nonetheless, his contribution to the continent was as clear as day. The Sword Tao here reached the next level because of him, becoming the most popular path of cultivation. Moreover, he never stopped teaching people after becoming a Tao Lord. He was always willing to guide swordsmen regardless of whether they were in his sect or not. Who wouldn't want to be taught by a Tao Lord? The issue was that most Tao Lords left their legacies only for their direct descendants and sect. Sword Saint, or Sword Emperor, was an exception. Another notable Tao Lord who taught many disciples was All Things Tao Lord. According to the legends, this Tao Lord had around 3,000 disciples during that era. However, a key difference between All Things and Sword Saint was that All Things disciples were still members of true immortal sect. As for Sword Saint, he still took in disciples outside of Virtuous School. His 36 best disciples had the title of Sword God. Only the first disciple was from Virtuous School. The others came from other sections. From this, one could see how generous he was. During his era, 90% of all cultivators in Sword Continent focused solely on the Sword Tao. This earned him a great reputation as the #1 swordsman and a spot among the 10 great creators. Thus, many sects in the current days had ties with him. Alas, after so many years, only Virtuous School still had a strong grasp of his Sword Tao. As for the famous technique named Sword Point, no disciples there have successfully learned it in later generations. Its only known user, at least to Lu Qi's knowledge, was Li Qie. The carriage slowly rolled forward, almost entering the city. However, someone suddenly jumped on the carriage and sat down. 1. Changing Sword Ocean to Sword Sea to better match the sect. Chapter 3998. The old servant and Lu Qi were startled by the uninvited guest. This person was simply too fast and they had no time to stop it. The old servant's expression soured while Lu Qi stood up right away, ready to face the powerful foe. However, Li Qie waved his hand and told her to sit down. She obeyed but continued to glare at the intruder. It turned out to be a girl, not a beauty but ugly and plump. She had fat everywhere but strangely enough, they seemed to be tough like metal instead of jiggling around upon movement. Her skin was a dark yellow. Others would assume that she was a farmer who worked year-round doing hard labor. In reality, she was only around 18 or so. It's just that her appearance made her seem old, seemingly experiencing too much hardship outside in the scorching sun. Her hair was long and jet black, braided into a bun. It certainly wasn't a flattering look. Worst of all, she even had a thick layer of rouge with a distasteful scent while wearing a conspicuous dress with colorful flower patterns. If she had an average and low-key fashion style, no one would fault her for her physical appearance. This gave the impression of her being a country pumpkin who yearned for life in the big city. Oh, Lil Bro, long time no see. The girl acted coquettishly and winked at Li Qie while gesturing by connecting her middle finger and thumb. This only worsened her unflattering appearance to a nauseating level. The old driver shuddered while Lu Qi had goosebumps, wanting to kick this monster off the carriage. As for Li Qie, he stared intensely at the girl for a while. Lu Qi noticed this and found it quite strange. Li Qie naturally didn't like her. They must actually know each other. Who are you? Li Qie stopped looking and asked lazily. To which the girl responded, Lil bro, can't forget you've forgotten your upstairs neighbor, Ajiao already. You visited my house before. Not a clue. He interrupted her. Xueqi started thinking about this conversation. If this girl was a nobody, Lichia would have thrown her off the carriage. But it would be weirder for them to be acquaintances. He was someone above their lord. Why would this vulgar girl be his neighbor? Oh, wait a minute, upstairs? Must have been a long time ago and I don't quite remember. He pondered then smirked. Lil bro, you're being too cold. Ajiao kept on making cute gestures with her hands. You even broke my vase during your visit. It was a pretty big deal but we dropped the issue. Can't believe you're pretending to not know me. It's just one vase. I might remember if I had destroyed your house or something. He responded. Xueqi thought that this conversation was just too hard to follow. How cruel, we've never done anything to you outside of living upstairs. Why did you have to destroy us? Isn't there a proverb about how a relative afar is less useful than a close neighbor? You've hurt me with your choice of words. She looked as if she was the victim. Unfortunately, this exaggerated reaction didn't win her any sympathy. Enough, say what you want. More of this crap and I'll finish you. He said flatly. Lil bro, you're so merciless even towards a flower like me, she winked again. Bam! He kicked her off before she could finish. She fell to the ground and bellowed in pain, completely covered in dust. Xueqi wanted to laugh but realized that it would be improper. She naturally enjoyed this entertaining meeting. There was no doubt that these two knew each other. The question was, how did this supreme existence know this vulgar lady? Ajiao had thick skin and leaped back on the carriage. Xueqi was afraid that her landing would break the carriage but no, she was agile despite her bulky frame. She landed gracefully like a falling leaf. Lil bro, must you be so cruel? Ajiao complained. Remember, this is my world. If you need something from me, come with sincerity. I've been thinking about destroying your house but since you're here, I might reconsider, he went on. Whoa, no need to say these unpleasant words. She said, don't you know people say that concord comes after discord? Or that even lovers fight sometimes. Remember how close we used to be. Have you looked into the mirror? He sneered. You must be hating me because I'm not as pretty as the girl next to you. She acted like a bullied wife again. This is getting too troublesome. He interrupted her and said, eras are dust, ages are dirt, all become void, ephemerals are only defeated by the heart and the mind. Let's get to the point. The vulgar conversation took a sudden shift and surprised Xueqi. Eternality from an unyielding Tao heart. You've been waiting for an opportunity. Ajiao's expression became serious. Xueqi suddenly saw a new existence. Not a vulgar country bumpkin but a peerless existence that had lived through the ages. The dust of life has covered up her true appearance. Wait, I'm here to talk business with you, not to touch on this boring subject. But the initial Ajiao returned right away. Speak. He said. My father said that I'm not young anymore, it's time to look for a husband which is why I'm here. Lil bro, what do you think? She had a bashful expression and stole glances at Lichia. Lichia immediately stood up and got closer. Ajiao lowered her head, seemingly shy. Are you feeling sick? He eventually asked. She looked up and glared at him before realizing that this was the wrong expression. She spoke with indignation. Lil bro, you're so mean, how rare and earth-shattering. He shook his head. I myself am feeling scared, this must be a dream. You dream about me in this manner? Ajiao seemed happy. Xueqi felt lost again. Ajiao seemed to be talking about marriage but Lichia's response took a different route. She was lacking context and couldn't understand the two. Is this a peace negotiation? He then sat down and said, go for it. Chapter 3999. Lil bro, why are you so anxious? We need to take it slow when talking about the most important event in our life. Ajiao said coquettishly. Do you think I can't stomp you down? I want to see how you would try to stop me. Lichia glared at her. Lil bro, your words are as sharp as swords. She pouted, causing her lips to look like a pig's snout. Scram. He lay down and stopped paying attention. Okay, let's just talk. She begged. Lichia simply ignored her. All right, since you want to talk, let's talk. She winked. After all, you'll be our son-in-law soon. You're making me nauseous. Leave already. He glanced at her. She laughed heartily after hearing this. The laughter echoed like a bell, but at the very least, it was far more pleasant than her trying to act cute. What is your condition? She became serious. I don't think anything like this has happened before in history. What a miracle. He touched his nose and smiled. Well, there's an exception to everything. Plus, you're a unique existence and have value above everyone else. My rich father said that you can ask for whatever you want. We have a lot of antiques at our home. Don't be shy now, this will be a good start for us. She acted as if she was on his side instead of her father's. I don't think free lunches exist in this world or a random pie falling from the sky. Even if there was, this pie might smash my head hard enough to kill me. He calmly said. You're being too suspicious for no reason. Ajiao complained. Our house takes pride in having a flawless reputation of being trustworthy. Reputation isn't worth a coin when everyone's dead already. Li Qie said. Well, there's a beginning to everyone. She said. This is for our happiness in the future. You just need a little push to start and then you can do anything given your ability and intelligence. If you're relying on me, it shows that the matter isn't serious enough. You all can deal with it too. He said. It's a matter of should or shouldn't. This is a case of shouldn't, that's why we need you to do it. Plus, this aligns with your goal too. She elaborated. Oh. He showed no sign of hastiness. I'll start with a high price if you insist. Do as you please. She revealed her most charming smile. Our house has money anyway. Do you know what I want? He smirked while staring at her. She pondered before answering. I'm not a worm in your belly, lil bro. If you don't know, then you've come to the wrong place and found the wrong person. He shrugged. Return from whence you came and one day, I might visit again. His eyes narrowed after saying this. Her eyes narrowed as well. This caused Lu Qi to feel a chill all over her body. Time and space seemed to be flowing chaotically and she became something as insignificant as a speck of dust. Just one exhale from Ajiao would blow her away. She realized just how terrifying Ajiao was. Both her lord and the top existences of Sword Continent couldn't hold a candle to her. Why was this terrible being here in Sword Continent? Who the hell was she? Only Li Qie was unmoved by Ajiao, unaffected by the terrifying aura. Your heartlessness is hurting me. She became normal and the aura disappeared. If you want to negotiate, do it earnestly. If you don't, whatever. When the opportunity comes, I'll go. He said. Do you really want it? She asked. Isn't it obvious? I know you can't give it to me though. He chuckled. Lil bro, change your condition, we can negotiate something else. She sighed and said. Can't you see that I have all the advantages? It is you who is asking for a favor here. Trust me, I have plenty of time and of course you do too. Then why the need to rush anything? He smiled. Maybe. She answered seriously. But you know that time is not on your side. No one can escape when the end comes. Not even you or me. When a nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. He replied. I understand this very well. It's just that you're far more anxious than I am, no? Lil bro, don't you know that you're not the only one in this world? Maybe others can do it too. At that point, you're bargaining chip. Feel free to ask someone else. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted her. I don't mind if you actually have another candidate. After all, this might be a crappy transaction. The probability of dying is 100%. You're afraid of death? She smiled, wanting to provoke him. That depends on how. At the very least, this matter is not worth my death. He said. Stop bluffing though, you wouldn't be here if there were other candidates. Ajiao had no response this time. After a long while, she asked again. Change it to something else, we can accommodate you then. I'll let you have some time to come up with a list. We can talk afterward. He said. She carefully mused before nodding. So be it. As you've said, we do have time. There's no need to rush. Goodbye now. He told her to leave with no intention of getting up like a polite host. Ajiao had no choice but to get up. As she was walking away, she suddenly turned back and said, Lil bro, I know why you're here. If you want to find the whereabouts, I can give you some information. After all, Nothing can hide from my eyes. I appreciate your goodwill, but I'll take my time. Unlike you, I don't mind that someone has made contact. He chuckled. Are you really this confident? She spoke normally without trying to act cute. Her rough appearance became rather natural and far more pleasant than before. Yes, and you have experienced my confidence before. My goal will come into fruition eventually. I've never doubted this for a second before. He said. It's nice that you're so confident, but the unexpected will always happen. She cupped her fist, then continued to walk. She then turned her head and winked at him again. Lil bro, remember to come, I'll be waiting. Chapter 4000. Hallowed City appeared magnificent with its lofty and impregnable walls reaching the clouds. The sacred lights from above enveloped the city. Because of this, Hallowed seemed to be the safest area in the entire world, capable of stopping all foreign invaders. Moreover, basking in the light gave people the impression that they were being enlightened by a Tao Lord while being protected by him. They found unprecedented peace and comfort in this place regardless of their power. Even the weakest living beings no longer had fear in this place. That's why numerous inhabitants of the continent traveled to Hallowed City, hoping to make a home here. The charm of the city turned it into one of the largest on the continent. Its flourishing prosperity couldn't be overstated. After entering the city, a bustling scene and exciting atmosphere greeted newcomers. Thousands and thousands of disciples and experts from various sects and races were present. Some were still unknowns while others were top lords. One could occasionally see a majestic carriage being escorted by a powerful cavalry. This looked like the entourage of a mighty king. Of course, the citizens here didn't find this surprising. Big shots such as the 5 overlords and grandmasters have visited before. Lichia got off the carriage and was met by the comforting rays. This was akin to relaxing in a hot spring after a hard day at work. One must admit the greatness of Hallowed Tao Lord for creating this massive architecture and sharing it with the rest of the world. Few in history have done something similar. Hallowed, Lu Qi said sentimentally. This wasn't her first visit, but she was still stirred each time. The city lord is doing an excellent job at governing. The city is becoming increasingly prosperous. No wonder why it is considered the everlasting impregnable fortress of Sword Continent. Lu Qi said. The city enjoyed a historical foundation with plenty of advantages. However, this didn't diminish the achievements of the current city lord. Some believed that the lord was unstoppable when not counting the 5 overlords. Thus, Hallowed City had enough power to take down any sect in this region. Even Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom wouldn't dare to be haughty here. Everlasting. Li Qie shook his head. Don't say that word in a trivial manner. The only thing everlasting is the cycle of rise and fall. Even the most powerful lineage will crumble one day. Lu Qi couldn't help but nod in agreement. As for Li Qie, he was thinking about Holy City again. It was considered the bulwark of the human race. Alas, time was merciless and still took it down. Hallowed City, more or less, resembled Holy City back then. Being everlasting was easier said than done. It required the effort and blood of countless people. Li Qie raised his hand and rays began dancing on his palm. Lu Qi couldn't believe it. Everyone knew that the rays emanate from the heavenly sword. No one could grasp or control them, but Li Qie had no problem in doing so. They looked like spirits happily playing, unable to resist the temptation of his palm. During this process, a gray-haired old man somewhere else in the city suddenly felt something only for a brief second. He murmured, "Who is resonating with Hallowed? Can it be a new master?" He attempted to find the source to no avail. Everything had returned to normal, but he knew that it wasn't an illusion. Someone had indeed communicated with the sword and caused it to harmonize. Hallowed Tao Lord left the sword here for its fateful owner. The one capable of gaining its approval could become its next master. The old man was frightened because only a peerless cultivator could do so. He started thinking about the possibilities. Lu Qi back in the carriage was doing the same. "Young noble, do you know that those who can harmonize with the sword can try to pull it out?" she asked while looking upward. Who wouldn't want one of the 9 heavenly swords? Hallowed, in particular, was a special one as well. Not wasting my energy thinking about it, I can take a heavenly sword whenever I want. He smiled. Lu Qi was shaken after hearing this nonchalant comment. This sword's new owner had a strong possibility of becoming the next Tao Lord. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't think much of it and she knew that he wasn't being pompous. Her lord couldn't dare to make this claim. This made her wonder about Li Qie's true power. He lazily got back into the carriage and stopped caring about the sword. Her sect had many properties in Hallowed City. Thus, they stayed at a mansion where the land was worth as much as gold. Possessing such an expensive property was a testament to her sect's power. After preparing their place, Lu Qi acted as a guide and led Li Qie towards the most bustling street in the city, Purification Street. It was also the most complicated area with people everywhere. Scammers, thieves, hidden big shots. Rumor has it that Hallowed Dao Lord came from this street. After becoming a Dao Lord, he still left this place open to the public. Chapter 4001. Prosperity often came with dirty and despicable deeds. This phrase applied to Purification Street filled with complex characters. Li Qie and Lu Qi arrived and saw stores and merchants everywhere. There were mortals trying to make a living as well. Li Qie chuckled after seeing this. It was tough to escape the temptations of life. This place was a perfect example. Is there anything you would like to buy, young noble? Purification Street has merchandise from all over the world. Lu Qi asked. Unfortunately, she then realized how unnecessary this comment was. Nothing here should be able to enter his sight. He couldn't answer before a sweet fragrance wafted in front of them. Fellow Taoists, are you here to shop? A girl stood in front of them with a voice as pretty as the chirp of an oriole. Eyes would lit up in her presence. Her slender figure was covered by a purple dress and had curves in all the right places. Her eyes were round, bright, and expressive. 2 dimples could be seen as she smiled. They accentuated her cuteness. She had a ponytail, causing her to look innocent yet still gorgeous. She had a jade pendant hanging on her waist that issued pleasant clunks upon movement. Li Qie's direct stare made her uncomfortable. She turned red from being inexperienced. His eyes seemed capable of piercing the soul, just needing one glance to see through everything. Fellow Taoist, may I be of assistance? She maintained her composure and bowed slightly. What can you do? He chuckled. I can do many things, errands, hard labor, being an intermediary. As long as you're willing to pay for a service, I can do it. She hurriedly said. A freelancer? He smiled. That's one way to put it. Just let me know if you need anything. Her smile was captivating and natural. Interesting. Very well, you may follow me. He nodded. May I ask for the payment information? Her smile became sweeter after finding a new boss. It is a privilege and an honor to work for me. I won't mistreat you. He said. Very well, if that's the case, I'll give it a shot to see if we're a good match. She thought about it before accepting. Address me as young noble henceforth. He added. My name is Xueqi. It is my pleasure, young noble. She bowed. Oh. Lu Qi found this surprising. One of the 10 sword prodigies, Pendant Sword Lady, Miss Su. It's an undeserved reputation. I am just trying to get by. She smiled and said. Normally, these geniuses were arrogant and thought that they were better than everyone else. Moreover, they always aimed for some lofty goal. Now, Xueqi was actually willing to run errands? This was rather strange. Do you feel sorry for yourself? A genius needing to do menial tasks. Li Qie smiled. His directness caught her off guard. She sighed and nodded. Of course, but this is my chosen path. The clan is having a hard time as well, so I should share the burden. The Su has declined. Lu Qi said. Xueqi had a bitter smile but calmly said while cupping her fist. I can do anything to the best of my ability, young noble. Please guide me. The Su used to be a famous clan in Sword Continent. This was no longer the case. Nonetheless, it still had enough resources to take care of its genius. She didn't need to resort to working to take care of herself. However, she chose to do so and considered it a type of training. Why do you think I can guide you? Maybe you've picked the wrong person. Li Qie chuckled. I trust you, young noble. She said. Though she chose to work to take care of her cultivation needs, she was relatively selective in the tasks. She had noticed him the moment he entered Purification Street. No, you trust the girl next to me. Li Qie shook his head. I am just another average guy who you didn't notice. You're right, young noble. I feel even better after seeing how insightful you are. Yun smiled and said. Li Qie was correct. In the beginning, she noticed Lu Qi right away despite the latter hiding her aura and appearance. Nonetheless, Yun has been here long enough to recognize the hidden big shots. Though she didn't have a clear idea of Lu Qi's power, she knew that she was absolutely inferior. Furthermore, such a powerful cultivator was serving as Li Qie's maid? Yun assumed that he would be a good boss. Thus, she came and offered her service. Not necessarily.
I might just be a young master with an amazing senior who gave me this capable maid, and that I am stupid and incapable, only living lavishly and surrendering to pleasures.
Li Qie said. I don't think any young master is as low-key as you are. Yun disagreed. So how should a young master act? Li Qie replied.
At the very least, he should be well dressed with a divine sword hanging on the back, and a few precious trinkets as well.
She elaborated. Your style is too simple. No young master is like that. Li Qie rubbed his chin and became interested. How should I disguise myself then? A young master is too boring. How about as a new rich? New rich? She asked. Someone who got rich overnight. Maybe the richest in Sword Continent. Isn't that more interesting? Li Qie smiled. Oh.
You're here for the preeminent legacy, young noble.
She realized. Sounds about right. I'll be the richest after I open it. I'll probably get a few sovereigns to be my driver. Then I'll put on a really expensive robe. Maybe I'll have some divine swords as hairpins, 10 or so Dao Lord weapons hanging on my waist. Li Qie found this amusing. Yun agreed that his description would be a perfect match for a newly rich cultivator. Obtaining the legacy isn't that easy. She pondered, then revealed her mind. She had no intention of disrespecting Li Qie. It's just that no one has ever done it before in history. This is your test since you trust in your vision and people reading skill so much. Or maybe, you're just an idiot and chose the wrong boss. Li Qie patted her shoulder and laughed before walking away. Yun stood in a daze for a while before she decided to catch up. Are you going there right now, young noble? Do you need me to show you the way? No one can get it anyway. It's fine, it's there waiting for me. He smiled. Chapter 4002. Yun followed behind Li Qie and winked. Is there anything that you need in particular, young noble? What are your hobbies? Let me know and I'll come up with the right place to visit. You sound like a madam right now. He glanced at her. Young noble, that's improper. I'm not a madam, I don't participate in this trade. She turned red and let out an awkward smile. No need to try and figure me out. Feel free to lead the way since you're familiar with this place. He said. Yun was surprised at how easygoing he was. She liked this type of personality and gently flipped her ponytail then said, I know a rather interesting store on this street. Would you like to take a look? Why not? He chuckled since he had no particular goal in coming here anyway. Yun led the way. This area was quite complicated with numerous alleys and smaller streets. Fortunately, she has been here long enough to be familiar with this labyrinth. After numerous turns, they entered an alley and stopped at a small store. It was quite old with an advertising sign made out of cloth with the characters, Tai's Antique Shop. The cloth seemed worn enough to tear apart from one touch. She was familiar and came inside to greet the person sitting behind the counter. Uncle, look, I found you a customer. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be the shopkeeper. However, he didn't have a merchant robe on. His complexion was yellow, a sign of malnourishment. He seemed to be stricken with illness and lacked spirit. However, he wore a tight robe that outlined his impressive figure, perhaps from doing hard labor for many years. He coughed and knew who it was without looking up. You're running errands again. Why, when you have such a bright future ahead? It's not a bad thing to work hard. I'm not affecting my clan's reputation. Yun had a smile as bright as the sun. Though she wasn't a kingdom-toppling beauty that could put the swans and fish to shame, she was attractive in her own way. A cultivator like her was a rare breed. Given her talents, any clan would do everything possible to groom her. There was no need for her to work, yet she still chose to do so. Some would say that this was disgraceful and unbecoming of a genius. However, she ignored the negative comments. Why did you bring a guest here today? He smiled and shook his head before looking up. Contrary to his sickly appearance,
His eyes were black and discerning, seemingly made from precious onyx. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all of his vitality and essence have been focused on his eyes. Thus, they brimmed with life and energy. He scanned the scene and skipped Li Qia right away. However, he trembled the moment he saw Lu Qi.
"Lady."
He immediately stood up and asked respectfully.
"I am here to accompany the young noble. Is there anything interesting here?" Lu Qi calmly said. Xueqi was surprised to see these two know each other.
"Oh, acquaintances, I see."
Li Qia smiled.
"We had the pleasure of meeting once before."
Lu Qi answered Li Qia before turning towards the middle-aged man. "Fellow Taoist Tai Jian, this is our young noble. Miss Su recommended that we come here to take a look." The man named Tai Jian stared at Li Qia and couldn't come up with an identity. He knew that Lu Qi was a big deal. If Lu Qi was here, then their lord must be here as well. Normally, Lu Qi always accompanied the lord and rarely showed up alone in public. Why was she here with this man instead of the lord? Most importantly, Lu Qi was playing the role of a servant? In his eyes, Li Qia looked like a lazy youth. The Yin-Yang realm wasn't bad for the average sect. However, for the behemoths, it meant nothing.
"Am I not welcomed here?"
Li Qia joked. "Please take a look. Our little store only has old and cheap items, but you might fancy something." The man calmed down and hurriedly replied. Li Qia entered the store and saw that it was indeed old. Both the shelves and merchandise have been here for a while. Some had a thin layer of dust covering them. The uncle was right. The store primarily had antiques and broken treasures. There wasn't anything worthwhile. For example, broken arrows, cracked shields, damaged stones. They were clearly taken from ruins. Uncle's store is special in that he sells items from the ancient eras. One might be able to find something interesting among them. Xueqi smiled.
"Is that so?"
Li Qia glanced at them and said, "This is a test of knowledge and insight. Some of the items here have a frightening background. I wouldn't have guessed if Uncle didn't tell me." She added. Li Qia stopped in front of a shelf. It had an item resembling a jade plate. There were strange lines on it, perhaps cracks on the base. Taking it down for a look might result in breaking it. "I believe a clan pawned this plate to Uncle." Iyun introduced the item. White jade plate of the Wang. Add water and it'll create a special dew. Add medicine and it'll create various affinities. Not bad. It's a shame that the base is broken.
"You recognize it?"
Iyun found it surprising that Li Qia understood the item and its effects right away. Tai Jian felt the same way. The items in the store were personally excavated or purchased by him. Though they were old and damaged, they all had an amazing background. "I've read a few scrolls, that's all." Li Qia smiled. Iyun became increasingly curious. Everything Li Qia said so far displayed nothing but confidence. "What about this thing?" She picked something else on the shelf. This resembled a dagger yet wasn't. It lacked a sharp tip along with a hilt. Moreover, a corner was missing. "This is the magnificent mirror from Magnificent School. It's heirloom. Unfortunately, that sect is gone and this mirror is finished. Repairing it is difficult." He glanced at it. "How about this one?" She was unconvinced and picked up a rusty helmet. It had a hole from being pierced before by a sharp weapon. He became sentimental and patted the helm to the group's astonishment. It seemed to have a special significance to him. "It does not belong to this epoch," he said while placing it back on the shelf.
Chapter 4003. How keen you are, young noble.
I personally found this helm from an ancient battlefield. I took my time looking and couldn't find anything similar. Tai Jian found this incredible. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Though the past was long gone, some items still made it through the year. He managed to see one in this shabby shop. Xueqi found this curious as well. Many of the items in the shop were unidentifiable due to their age. Even top historians had no idea, let alone regular cultivators. Only big shots could recognize the old items here. However, they didn't know everything and certainly not as fast as Li Qia. The guy seemed to be more familiar with the items than her uncle. Tai Jian had spent his time going over each item. He either found them in the ruins or bought them from disciples of fallen clans. He took pride in this yet still didn't know all of their history.
It was surprising to see a guest possessing so much knowledge. These things weren't precious to cultivators. They were broken and old with no real uses. Nonetheless, he still listed them at relatively high prices. Thus, it would be strange for this shop to be profitable. It rarely had customers. However, he certainly had a few interesting antiques dating back to the previous epoch, the 9 Worlds. What was his goal in keeping up this shop? All of his efforts were not rewarded in a financial manner. Li Qiye scanned the entire shop and didn't find anything particularly interesting. He had seen all of them before. In fact, what they considered antiques were new creations in his timeline. You don't like anything? Su Yun found this disappointing, unable to help her uncle out. Some are up there in years but nothing more. Li Qiye smiled. Yun couldn't say anything else since he was more familiar with the merchandise than they were. Introducing something else to him would only result in embarrassment. Common items can't interest our young noble. Lu Qi told the middle-aged man, if you have a real ace, take it out and let the young noble take a look. He might be able to identify and increase its value. The man hesitated for a bit. He had something good indeed, the ace card of the shop. He never took it out because he hadn't understood it yet, only that it was rather valuable. The extent of its value remained unknown. Taking it out was risky, but on the other hand, meeting someone as knowledgeable as Li Qiye was rare as well. If he missed this chance, he might never be able to solve its mystery. Lil Jean, take out the thing beneath my bed. He didn't waste time and made a decision right away. Someone in the room acknowledged the command. A while later, a youth brought out a wooden box. The box seemed to be carved from a single piece of wood. There were no traces of assembly. It didn't have a lock, only a seal. The seal wasn't activated, but an immense force still assaulted whoever was close by. The man picked it up and used a merit law to deactivate the seal, then took out the item. It emitted a refreshing air, akin to one finding shade and breezes during a hot summer. It had a faint yellow color and resembled a piece of amber the size of a basin. The thing inside this amber was nothing shocking, just a piece of tree root. It was golden and as thick as a thumb. There were a few tiny roots branching from it. The thing looked like golden ginseng. The man presented it to Li Qiye with both hands and said, I cannot identify this item, but I'm sure it is special. I found it buried deep in an ancient land. That area was freed from impurities. It also had incredible visual phenomena when I took it out, including a diagram depicting the myriad ages. He paused for a bit before continuing. It has been in my possession for a while, but I still can't figure it out. Back then, he was shocked by the visual phenomena when he excavated it. If it wasn't for this personal experience, he wouldn't have been able to confirm its precious value and keep it until now. He spent his spare time looking at it, but it didn't exude anything special afterward. Li Qiye's arrival today was a decent opportunity. Li Qiye gently rubbed the piece of amber. It was cool like jade but far harder and heavier. Amber shouldn't have been heavy, but this had more weight than refined metal. Do you notice anything? The uncle could see that the rubbing was intentional. Li Qiye glanced at him once before focusing on the amber again. His hand lit up with a gentle light and chaos energy. This energy began melting the amber, allowing him to reach the root inside. Buzz! Once he made contact, the root became resplendent. The rays coming from it were sacred. Being shined by it made the group think that they were ascending. Hallowed Sword exuded something similar to the entire city. However, the rays here were different. While being in the rays' presence, they felt as if a light was being born in their heart. Their very being was slowly being shifted into this holy affinity, a rather profound process. Chapter 4004. The rays invoked others to harmonize and become radiant, a feeling of ascension. What an incredible feeling! Su Yun exclaimed while basking in this comfortable moment. Li Qiye then pulled his hand back and the rays disappeared. The root turned back to its original appearance. So what is it? Tai Jian became emotional. After spending so much effort on this root, he occasionally thought that maybe he was wrong. Perhaps the item was worthless. Now, Li Qiye has shown them its magical properties and impressed him with his knowledge. The guy managed to accomplish more in several seconds compared to his thousands and thousands of years. This required immense wisdom, knowledge, and ability. This item has a fateful connection with me. Li Qiye didn't answer the question and looked straight at the guy. I want it, name the price. Well, Tai Jian hesitated and was stuck in a tough situation. The image he saw when he excavated the item was unforgettable. Moreover, what happened today showed its worth. It would be hard to accurately put a number to its monstrous value. He had no intention of selling it. After all, money came easier than a wondrous treasure, and he certainly had no lack of money. However, the thing was useless in his possession. This was proven throughout the years. He couldn't understand its profundity, not enough to activate it. Meanwhile, Iyun didn't get involved, not daring to offer her opinion on someone else's treasure. Tai Jian had thousands of thoughts circling in his mind at the moment. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and said, "If it's fate, then so be it. It shall be my gift to you for our first meeting."
Oh!
Iyun didn't expect this result at all. Her uncle has been keeping this a secret, never taking it out for anyone. If he were to sell it, it would be for a sky-high price. Now, he chose to give it to Li Qie. She took a deep breath to calm down, then stared at the two. She realized that her uncle was a very decisive person. Lu Qi felt the same way. This was quite a generous gift. Not just anyone could give up their prized possession. After all, this was their first meeting. They had no ties with each other. If that's the case, I'll happily accept it. Li Qie didn't refuse and accepted the gift. Tai Jian actually felt a weight lifted off his shoulders by giving the item away, and felt zero regrets regardless of the result. It is fate. He bowed towards Li Qie. Very well. It shall be fate again another day when I bestow upon you a great fortune. Let's go. Li Qie smiled and left. Tai Jian stood there in a daze because Li Qie's domineering comments didn't sound forceful like empty bravado. He wouldn't claim supremacy in the present day but was still a top existence in Sword Continent. Who could actually give him a great fortune? Nonetheless, Li Qie said it as if it wasn't a big deal. If it came from another youth, he would consider the guy as being ignorant and arrogant. Remember, Li Qie had Lu Qi as a maid. This made Tai Jian more curious about Li Qie's actual identity. Once he stopped pondering, the three were already outside of the store. He watched their departing figure and smiled wryly. This whole meeting felt like a dream. He sighed and went back behind the counter. The three walked down the lively street again, seeing the mortal coil in action. They stopped at a large store this time, perhaps the largest in Purification Street. Li Qie looked up and read the characters on the plaque, archaic style. These were modern characters but were written in an ancient style. They seemed to be traveling through the river of time from the past to the present. He was actually amazed to see these characters, perhaps even a bit surprised. How unexpected. He looked inside and commented. Meanwhile, Su Yun was also staring at an item inside the display window. She unwillingly looked away. "Oh, you like it?" She suddenly heard Li Qie's voice by her ear. This was a sword made out of grass. There was a sign next to it with the characters, Celestial Grass Sword. There was a price as well. 210,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. It wouldn't be considered reasonable by anyone since this was just a sword made out of grass. However, upon closer inspection, one would see tiny flashes within the unknown grass. They were barely visible. It seemed as if someone had engraved tiny stars onto the grass. The sword required numerous blades of grass bundled together to maintain the shape. Thus, it contained an unimaginable number of stars as well, hence its name. I feel that it's related to my clan somehow. Iyun was a bit embarrassed. Her entire clan wouldn't be able to pay this sum, let alone her. Grass sword attacking immortal law. Li Qie chuckled. You know about this legend, young noble? Iyun became startled. Of course, how could he not know this technique? Our clan has never been able to master this immortal technique, but our 8-strike sword law is derived from it. Iyun smiled. Their technique was famous in Sword Continent. Though it wasn't on the same level as, say, the Tao of Sea Emperor, it was still impressive in its own way. Rumor has it that in the past, the Su was only a mortal clan with access to improper Tao cultivation manuals. However, a great matriarch appeared among them. Chapter 4005. The tale told the story of this amazing cultivator. She was guided by a supreme existence during her youth. An immortal. He taught her the grass sword attacking immortal law. After finishing her Tao, She stood at the apex with unfathomable cultivation. Later on, she returned to her clan in the mortal world. She remembered their familial ties and decided to teach them how to cultivate. She didn't grant them the immortal law but instead, a derivative of it named 8-strike sword law. It was weaker than the original but could still dominate the cultivation world. With this, the Sioux embarked on the path of cultivation. The sword technique also fortified their status in the region. Later in the future, another top expert appeared in the clan. His title was Striker Heavenly Sovereign. He managed to reach the immortal sovereign realm on top of mastering the 8-strike sword law, becoming infinitely close to the original version. Remember, the realm of immortal sovereign was the highest of all sovereigns. They could take on Dao lords without a problem. This sovereign mastered the same sword Dao as their matriarch. This was a shocking achievement. During his era, the Sioux could compete against any other sect in Sword Continent. Even Sea Emperor and Nine-Wheel Citadel saw the clan in a new light. This was their golden age, brimming with both power and resources. Unfortunately, the descendants failed to maintain this and the clan gradually declined in the subsequent generations. The 8-strike sword law was still passed down. Alas, it was no longer on the same level as the sovereign's version, let alone the original version of the matriarch. The current law was excellent and usable. Alas, they couldn't compare to the laws of the Dao lords, let alone the 9 heavenly sword Dao. As the most talented member of the Sioux, Ian once had aspirations regarding revitalizing the clan. Unfortunately, her abilities couldn't keep up with this ambition. She spent a lot of time in Purification Street and knew the treasures in each shop. This was especially the case for archaic style. They had numerous branches all over 8 desolaces. The first time she came to this branch, she was instantly captivated by the grass sword. For some reason, she thought that it was connected to her and her clan. Intuition told her that it might have something to do with their 8-strike sword law. The problem here was its exorbitant price. Chaos refined jades were the currency. In some places, they would take chaos stones but the refined version was one level higher. Refining them required the same level of cultivation. Otherwise, the original stone would be damaged. Thus, the jades were more precious than the stones. For a large store like Archaic Style, they would only take jades. It was actually Iyun's motivation for money. She wanted to make 210,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades in order to buy this sword. Thus, she was happy to see that no one had bought it yet. Li Jie could read her like a book. He smiled and said, "Let's go take a look." She nodded and followed him inside. The store didn't have gaudy decorations nor a grand aura. It focused on maintaining an older architecture and style. The area inside was unexpectedly large versus the entrance. It had an independent dimension with rolling hills and winding rivers. Some treasures floated in the air. A long counter could be seen right away with an old shopkeeper hitting the abacus repeatedly. A golden bell was tied to his belt. Whenever he moved, the bell would issue hushed ringings. To the back was a shrine worshipping a golden bell covered in rust. Nonetheless, one wouldn't need to push to realize how heavy it was. It gave off that impression at first glance. Memories resurfaced in Li Jie's mind. When was the first time he saw this bell? How many ages ago was that? The bell was still here while everyone in that era was gone. He sighed and continued onward to the center of the store. Those who have visited the other branches of Archaic Style would find this one unique. The others were far inferior in comparison. They saw a flood dragon splashing the water in the river. This mythical beast darted in and out of the water and occasionally turned into a draconic sword. Dragon roars could be heard coming from this expensive weapon. On top of a mountain was a phoenix roost. Poof! Fire suddenly manifested and the phoenix turned into a blazing cauldron. This looked like an erupting volcano capable of incinerating the sky. Numerous magnificent scenes could be seen. They originated from the various treasures belonging to the store. Of course, some were stored in a normal manner, on the shelves and display windows. The special ones had their own corner in order to show their true worth. These ones were exorbitantly expensive. Even the ancestors couldn't afford them. One could find anything here in Archaic Style. If they couldn't, they would just need to ask and the store would locate the treasure later on. Thus, the problem became not having enough money. As long as one had enough, they could have whatever they wanted. All in all, taking a look at this store would broaden one's horizon. A worker came over to greet Li Jie's group right away. Li Qie led him to the window containing the grass sword. "Sir, do you want this sword?" The worker quickly took it down for Li Qie to take a closer look. "This is from an ancient sect. Rumor has it that the sky was torn asunder that day. Numerous visual phenomena appeared along with an immortal city. This sword fell down and an ancestor of the sect obtained it. He became invincible afterward. Later on, the clan declined and our branch in Sky Border bought it before shipping it to our branch. I'm sure it's no coincidence that you're interested in it right now. It has to be fate." "It fell from an immortal city?" Iyun was surprised. "Maybe, it's just a rumor, I can't guarantee anything." The worker smiled. Chapter 4006. The grass sword was surprisingly heavy. Even a fool could tell that it was exceptional. A sword made from a bundle of grass shouldn't be powerful in the slightest. Alas, its price told a different story. "Can you lower the price a bit? What's your best price?" Iyun couldn't help but ask since the sword was right there in front of her. Nonetheless, her tone lacked confidence. Even if the shop would lower its price generously to 150,000 refined jades, it would still be too much for Iyun. In fact, her clan most likely couldn't afford 100,000 refined jades either. Either way, she couldn't give up and still asked for the price since she truly desired the sword. "This is already the best price." The worker shook his head and smiled wryly. "Miss, our shop always offers the best and final price." She smiled back, only asking out of curiosity. Though the sword was somehow connected to her clan, all she could do was watch. "I'll take it for 210,000. Another girl suddenly interjected while Li Qie was taking a look. Iyun looked over and saw a girl dressed in green. She was far more beautiful and brimmed with vigor and vitality. Her aura was both pleasant and comforting. Her eyes were spirited and bright just like that of a fairy. Her oval face was perfectly sculpted, the same with her facial features. Her red lips were sexy. Others couldn't help wanting to take a bite. The green dress was a perfect fit and outlined her voluptuous breasts. Others wouldn't be able to avert their gaze. Despite her sexy appearance, she had an air of elegance that only added to the overall package. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. The cultivators nearby couldn't look away. "Calm Bamboo Princess." One youth recognized her and whispered, "She is absolutely the prettiest among the 10 sword prodigies. Do you sense her spirituality?" "Wow." One cultivator was surprised to feel the waves of life force emanating from her. Someone else familiar with Wooden Sword Holy Kingdom said, "From what I know, she used to be a calm bamboo tree always basking in worldly energies. That's why her aura is so special. I heard that she's engaged to Peace Ocean Sword King from Sea Emperor. Is this true?" One youth gossiped. "Shoo, don't talk about matters like this before an official announcement. No one can protect you if they pursue it." A friend immediately warned. "He's right though." A frequent traveler to Wooden Sword nodded. The Sword King had visited Wooden Sword before. There's a high chance he'll become Sea Emperor's 6th Tao Lord. One more youth was in awe when the king was brought up. Most were afraid of this notorious figure because he was in charge of Sea Emperor. This was before mentioning his dominion over the young generation. "Calm Bamboo Princess." Iyun greeted her. Both girls were members of the 10 sword prodigies. The princess came from Wooden Sword and was a direct disciple of the ruler there, Willow Monarch. If the rumors of her engagement were true, her status would reach the next level like a phoenix soaring above the 9 firmaments. Thus, there was a considerable disparity between the two girls even though they were on the same list. Some saw Iyun before but didn't have as strong of a reaction. First, she frequently visited purification but most importantly, she just wasn't as pretty as Calm Bamboo Princess and lacked a powerful background. If Iyun was beautiful, then the princess would be considered gorgeous. The latter would always be under the spotlight wherever she went. As for their background, Wooden Bamboo wasn't on the same level as the behemoths. Nonetheless, it was still a Tao Lord lineage, superior to the Su even back during their prime. In the present, the Su could only be considered a third-rate power while Wooden Bamboo remained at the top. Furthermore, the princess was a direct disciple of Willow Monarch, one of the 6 kings in the continent. All of these factors explained the difference in treatment between the two girls. "Long time no see, Miss Su," the princess replied. Though they were acquaintances, the princess didn't hesitate because she came for the sword today. "I wish to have this sword, please let me have it." The spectators became interested in the competition between two sword prodigies. Iyun shook her head and said, "The sword belongs to archaic style. Feel free to buy it if you wish, princess." "Wrap it up for me then," the princess told the worker. This prompted the guy to stare at Li Qie because he was still holding it. Moreover, the rule of their shop was first come, first served. "Young noble, what do you think?" the worker asked Li Qie before selling to the princess. 210,000 will be fine," Li Qie said. "Sounds good, I'll go wrap it up for you," the worker responded before bowing towards the princess. "Your Highness, this young noble had purchased the celestial grass sword. Please go look for another sword. We actually have a celestial soaring sword right now in our main hall. I will pay 250,000. "Yes." She glanced at Li Qie and uttered coldly. "Well," the worker stared awkwardly at Li Qie. Their store also allowed mini-auctions for a highly coveted item. 300,000. Li Qie smiled. "Oh!" Others exclaimed after hearing this and started analyzing Li Qie. "Who is this brat?" someone quietly asked. The group shook their head since it was their first time seeing him. "He doesn't look like an important character. Can he produce this sum?" Another said. This had nothing to do with disdain. It's just that 300,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades was a monstrous amount. Most top experts didn't have this much, let alone a nameless junior like him. Chapter 4007. Since her opponent didn't relent, the princess glared at him and said, 350,000. The large increase left the crowd breathless. The actual currency right now was golden sovereign refined jades, a relatively high-level type, not 50,000 random stones. "We can never be this rich," one cultivator lamented. "She's a princess after all." Someone from the last generation said, "Wooden sword is rich so she can afford this." The princess already had a strong background, and if she were to marry the king of Sea Emperor, she would become queen in the future with access to its unimaginable wealth. 350,000 refined jades wouldn't be a big deal then. 400,000. Li Qie bid without batting an eye. Su Iyun had a wry smile. It seemed that Li Qie had no intention of giving up. 400,000. More and more people became skeptical. Does this brat have the capital to back it up? Is he just messing around? Another whispered. He doesn't look like someone with 400,000 refined jades. An expert from the last generation commented. Just wait and see. It'll be a show when he doesn't have enough. Someone else sneered. Archaic style never went easy on those who messed with its business. The worker became worried about this issue as well. Nonetheless, he kept on going. 400,000 any higher? Humph. The princess snorted and retaliated. 450,000. They're just pissing money away in this contest. One spectator quietly said. This grass sword isn't worth that much. No need to do this. An expert shook her head. Iyun was at a loss for words since the price for the sword doubled in no time at all. It's no longer about the sword. A hot-headed youth uttered coldly. It's a matter of pride. That brat has no clue who he is dealing with. Her Highness is far above his station. His wealth is akin to a pinch of salt versus the ocean. Right, he has no chance. Others agreed. The princess' status and power were simply exceptional among the young generation. 500,000. Li Qie nonchalantly bid as if this wasn't a huge number. He's actually doing this? One old cultivator was shocked just like the rest. There's no way he can outbid the princess. Just wait and see, he'll be embarrassed soon enough. Most had a bad impression of Li Qie since he didn't relent to the princess. Most chose to side with the gorgeous princess rather than an unknown cultivator like Li Qie. You! The princess was furious since the guy wouldn't give up. Your Highness, let's stop this. The grass sword isn't worth the price. An old servant behind her whispered. He dressed simply and has been sticking to the princess. There was something about him that didn't attract attention. He acted like the princess' shadow. However, those strong enough would be able to see his power even though he was purposely hiding it. The glint in his eyes was one indication. Ridiculous. She glared at him and said, We don't have this little sum? The old servant opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. He shifted his focus towards Li Qie. 550,000. The princess had no intention of giving up. 1. No. 2 million.
Li Jie smiled.
What? The room became silent afterward. The original cost of 210,000 has become 2 million refined jades. This was a ridiculous increase in price. Some actually thought that they had misheard him. 2 million, right? One expert asked. Yes, the brat really bid 2 million. Another confirmed. Brat, are you sure that you can pay 2 million? This is not some crappy yin-yang refined jades we're talking about here. It's golden sovereign refined jades. One expert shouted at Li Jie. He didn't bother answering. Is he crazy? This is still insane even if he can afford it. Someone from the previous generation said, why wouldn't he spend this much on a better treasure than a grass sword? In reality, most thought that just 400,000 was already exceeding the sword's value. Did the guy have a hobby of wasting money? Xueqi was shocked as well. Young noble, let's stop. The sword isn't worth 2 million. Even if she had the money, she would not spend so much for this grass sword despite wanting it. There were stronger treasures available. However, Li Jie smiled and didn't mind at all. As for Lu Qi, she only quietly watched because this amount was nothing to her. With one command from Li Jie, their lord would immediately pay 20 million supreme sovereign refined jades. 2 million, any higher bid? The worker calmed down and felt his blood boiling. If this transaction were to go through, his bonus would be insane. He stared at Li Jie as if he was looking at the god of wealth. Only a madman does something like this. The crowd started gossiping. Chapter 4008. The new bid shocked everyone, prompting them to assume that Li Jie was crazy. Being rich didn't mean wasting money in this manner. Money can fall from the sky for him and he'll still go broke. One crowd member murmured due to the grade of the refined jades being used here. Elder Wang, how much did we bring? The princess asked the old servant. The shadow-like protector frowned and said, Your Highness, this sword is not worth it. What, our Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom can't come up with 2 million? She became dissatisfied. Of course not, Your Highness. You do not wish to take a look at any other treasure? The old servant asked. She scowled and said, I must have this sword. If Elder Wang does not wish to pay, we're leaving. We can certainly continue, Your Highness. He coughed wryly and acquiesced. The spectators had a great time watching the bidding war. Some found her to be awfully stubborn. Nonetheless, they understood why. The future queen of Sea Emperor should be able to get whatever she wanted. 3 million. Bid however high you want, we can play along. She glared at Li Jie and revealed a proud smile. Li Jie became amused and said, 4 million. 5 million. She bid generously this time instead of resorting to 50,000 increments. Insanity. The crowd clamored since they haven't seen an auction like this before. 5,000,000. Any higher? The worker was actually more excited than both Li Jie and the princess. He had seen plenty of customers before, but these two were a rare breed. The higher the bid, the higher his bonus, hence his excitement. 10 million. Li Jie smirked. He's goddamn crazy. Everyone gasped after hearing this. Does money grow on trees for him? No, that's still not enough for him to be this crazy. Someone shouted in astonishment. Let's assume he can afford this, it's still too much. One expert commented. Seems like he wants to compete against Sea Emperor. A different cultivator raised his brows and said, Why would anyone do that? It's a sure defeat. Borderline suicidal too. A youth replied. Sea Emperor was the current #1 sect in Sword Continent. It had countless experts and unimaginable wealth. There were other powerful behemoths but they might not be as rich in comparison. In this case, Li Jie was a single person. Moreover, why would he risk antagonizing the future queen of Sea Emperor over one sword? It wasn't a peerless treasure or anything. In fact, relenting to her could be viewed as a favor. Perhaps a relationship could start and he would be able to ride her coattails. Now, he ended up provoking both the princess and her backers. What a foolish choice. A young expert snorted. The kingdom wouldn't let him live easily after this mess. I don't think he'll have a place to stay in Sword Continent. Another gloated on someone else's misery. As for the princess, She was still unwilling to give up despite the enormous bid. "Your Highness, let's stop here," the old servant warned again before she could bid. She naturally didn't appreciate this and glared at him. 10 million refined jades is enough to force us to back down? No, even 100 million can't stop our Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. She purposely brought up Sea Emperor in order to intimidate Li Qie into giving up. Anyone with a sliver of reason would hand her the sword. "That's not my intention, Your Highness, but this sword is not worth," the old servant smiled awkwardly. "Its worth depends on my mood," the princess said. "As long as I like it, 100 million is still worth it. My happiness isn't cheap." The old servant gave up after the princess said so much. "Go back if Sea Emperor can't handle this," she added. "Do as you please, Your Highness. It is fine as long as you like it," he replied. It wasn't a matter of affordability. He just thought that the sword was not worth it. 20 million. The princess bid while staring provocatively at Li Qie. The crowd wasn't too surprised this time given the momentum of the auction. It no longer had anything to do with the grass sword itself. She represented Sea Emperor at this moment. Losing was unacceptable, so she would entertain her opponent regardless of the price. Now, they wondered if Li Qie could keep up. "This has to be it for the brat, right?" someone murmured. "This is unnecessary. The sword isn't worth this much." Su Yun worried for Li Qie and pulled on his sleeve. Li Qie ignored her and smilingly asked the princess, "I assume that you'll follow whatever bid I make? I'm afraid you're neither rich enough nor have the courage to compete against our Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom." The princess sneered while asserting her future position as the queen. Chapter 4009. It became obvious that opposing the princess was the same as opposing Sea Emperor. Nothing good would come from this. In fact, if an individual were to antagonize Sea Emperor, their own sect would be the first to kill them, then apologize to Sea Emperor. 50 million. Li Qie casually bid. 50 million. The crowd felt the room spinning after hearing this. "Brat, do you actually have 50 million refined jades?" An old cultivator regained his wits and shouted. "But what if he can actually pay this amount? Where is he from then? In that case, we should all know who he is." Another ancestor found this puzzling. The more perceptive members of the audience thought that someone with this much money should be exceptional in some ways. This was a huge sum for a sect, let alone an individual. Only the behemoths could casually spend so much. Thus, Li Qie should be from a mighty sect as well, not an ordinary one. Furthermore, he should be a top genius there, or perhaps even the successor. His name or title should be known across Sword Continent. Some ancestors pondered to no avail, like a monk trying to find hair on top of his head. The majority of the crowd was frightened by this extreme bid. Using the word insane to describe him wasn't an exaggeration. The princess only frowned slightly in response after hearing the price. "Bid 100 million and make it fun." Li Qie smiled at her. All eyes were on the princess now after the direct provocation. If she were to refuse, then she would lose the match. This was unacceptable since she had dragged Sea Emperor into this mess. "Your Highness, no need to stoop, lower yourself to a commoner's level," the old servant said since it looked like she was going to make a bid. "Nonsense, our Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom has never lost to anyone before. 100 million is enough to make us run away?" She glared at him. A few crowd members thought that she was being too stubborn and arrogant. Nonetheless, the kingdom could indeed accept this amount. She was qualified to be arrogant. "Your Highness, it is unbecoming for someone of your prestigious status to deal with a common. Please show your benevolence and forgive him," the old servant persuaded. "No, I'm good, keep going. We can do 100 million increments each time." Li Qie laughed and interjected. "Do you think I'm scared?" The princess looked eager to continue. Iyun smiled wryly since this no longer had anything to do with the sword. It became a matter of pride for the princess. "Sir and madam." The shopkeeper came over and bowed towards the duo after seeing the heated atmosphere. "I apologize for the inadequate reception shown thus far. We're just a small shop, so please, take it easy on us. We'll really appreciate it." Normally, selling an item for a sky-high price should be something worth celebrating. However, the shopkeeper didn't want this to go on since there was no end in sight to the bidding. Letting this reach a ridiculous level wasn't necessarily a good thing for their store. Rest assured, shopkeeper, I am a reasonable person. I'm here to buy, not to cause trouble. The princess responded. Thank you, Your Highness, I appreciate it. The shopkeeper bowed again. Since when is archaic style so cowardly? Li Qie shook his head. Young noble. The shopkeeper wasn't angry and bowed to him as well. Fairness and equal treatment are important principles to our tiny shop. If we have done something to offend you, please let us know. Tiny. Li Qie said, if archaic style is tiny, then no other shops can be considered big. I remember when your ancestors determined the rules, their magnificent aspirations reached the heaven itself. Oh. The shopkeeper was surprised. Looks like you know quite a bit about our history, young noble. He was surprised because their shops were actually older than any lineage in Sword Continent. Fewer than few had any idea about their true background. Li Qie chuckled and reached forward to knock the little bell hanging on the shopkeeper's waist. Clank, clank, clank. A melody could be heard echoing across the entire shop. However, it didn't come from the shopkeeper's little bell but rather, the larger one worshipped in the shrine. Others only found this a little strange and thought that it was a coincidence. Li Qie pulled his hand back and stared at the shopkeeper with a smile. The latter, on the other hand, appeared to be frozen. That golden bell had a special significance. Not just anyone can make it ring. However, Li Qie started a harmonization process. The meaning behind this could shock the world. Hence the shopkeeper's astonishment. He took a deep breath and tidied his outfit first before bowing as deep as possible towards Li Qie. It is a supreme honor to have you here at our shop, young noble. He said with reverence. No need for convoluted formalities. I am just here to buy this sword. Li Qie waved his hand. I see. Then please accept it as a token of our respect. The shopkeeper hurriedly wrapped up the sword and gave it to Li Qie. Chapter 40:10. The fact that a sword that had been bid up to 50 million was suddenly offered for free to Li Qie astounded the audience. The piece of fatty meat was right before them yet they chose against biting? What is going on? Everyone found this astonishing. Who the hell is he? This became the question for the big shots. Li Qie was obviously someone important in order for this to happen. Though the shopkeeper acted humble in the beginning, this didn't mean that archaic style was afraid of trouble. They had branches throughout 8 desolaces. A testament of their power. Numerous sects had turned to dust across the eras yet archaic style remained. They chose to be polite because amiability made everyone rich. In this situation, picking Li Qie's side was throwing away their business rules. The crowd couldn't come up with a reason why. The princess was naturally displeased. She coldly said, Shopkeeper, I have yet to bid yet you gave the sword away. Do you think I can't afford it? Please don't be angry, Your Highness. The celestial grass sword is fated to be with this young noble. We do note of your loss so please, pick another treasure in the shop and it shall be yours. The shopkeeper said. Any treasure? The princess was surprised. Please check if there's anything that you fancy. He bowed. The crowd couldn't believe this generous suggestion. Anything. Some started staring at the most valuable treasures in the shop. The shopkeeper wouldn't go back on his words. Thus, this offer made everyone's heart beat faster. Archaic style is trying to please Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. Some regained their wits and thought that they knew what was going on. They assumed that the shop purposely gave the sword to Li Qie in order to let him off easily, then take advantage of the situation to curry favor with the unhappy princess. Humph, I don't want to take advantage of your shop. The princess snorted and proudly turned to leave. The old servant behind her heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. What a shame. Many found this regrettable. The shop had plenty of precious treasures. To be able to pick one for free would be a dream come true. They would absolutely pick the best one possible. However, the princess walked away in a prideful manner without taking one look. An older expert could understand why and said, She doesn't lack treasure and someone of her status hates owing others favor. Others nodded in agreement. The successor of Wooden Sword and the future queen of Sea Emperor didn't need more treasures. Her choice was understandable. As she was walking away, she turned around and glared at Li Qie. We'll compete again next time. Any time you want. He smiled in response. The princess scowled then finally left the shop. A youth nearby heard this and quietly told his friend. This brat won't be smiling for long after offending the future queen. Ignorance and arrogance will be his downfalls. Another gloated. Everyone thought that this was the end of Li Qia's path. This was the result of offending Sea Emperor while staying in Sword Continent. Unfortunately, the show was over, so they went back to their own task. After the crowd dispersed, the shopkeeper bowed and asked Li Qia, "We have an ancient ancestor here. Would you like to summon him for a visit, young noble?" Su Yun found this unfathomable. The gift of the sword was shocking enough, but the shopkeeper's subservient attitude took it further. She could tell that this had nothing to do with mediation or business. The shopkeeper's choice stemmed from respect. This prompted her to take a closer look at Li Qia. This wasn't her first time visiting archaic style, so she had a good idea of its power. The shopkeeper was both a businessman and a mighty cultivator. This should be rather apparent since the branches stored numerous treasures. In her opinion, even the 6 kings of Sword Continent wouldn't garner anything close to this level of respect shown by the shopkeeper. "No need to disturb anyone. I'm just taking a look at interesting places." Li Qia shook his head. "I'm afraid there's nothing on Purification Street that can interest you. On the other hand, we do have several public venues. It would be a supreme honor if you visit." The shopkeeper said. "Maybe." He nodded. "If our young noble visits, will everything be free?" Yun asked for fun. The shopkeeper earnestly responded. "The young noble doesn't even need to go there himself. Just say the word and we will send anything your way." "What about the preeminent legacy?" She couldn't help but ask. "Well," the shopkeeper smiled wryly. "We have a pact with omniscient Tao Lord, so we can't be in charge of this matter." "Don't make it difficult for him. He can't open it anyway even without the pact." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "Right you are, young noble." The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. He then walked Li Qia's group to the door, not coming back inside until the group was long gone. Yun was awfully curious about the shopkeeper's attitude towards Li Qia but didn't dare to ask. "That old man next to the princess is a guardian elder of Sea Emperor." Lu Qi brought up something else. "A guardian elder?" Yun became startled. She knew that the old man was strong but didn't expect him to have this position. "Looks like Peace Ocean Sword King really loves her." She calmed down and commented. "Even a guardian elder was assigned to protect her. Minor correction, she's very important to him." He smiled. "Isn't that the same thing?" Ian was confused. Li Qia didn't answer and handed her the box containing the grass sword. "For you, payment for being an errand girl." "FO for me?" She stood in a daze while holding the box, never expecting to actually get it. Chapter 40:11. Su Yun was stunned to receive the sword. It was indeed very important, but she never had a chance of making enough money to buy it, at least in a short period. "Young noble, my fee isn't this high." She didn't dare to accept it. Though the sword wasn't a Tao Lord weapon, it was still worth 210,000 golden sovereign refined jades. She found it expensive despite being a member of the 10 sword prodigies. She thought that she had done nothing warranting this payment. In reality, this gift was just outrageous. Even the geniuses from Sea Emperor wouldn't enjoy this treatment. "Take it. Consider it a fortune." Li Qia waved his hand. She composed herself and bowed deeply. "I will not forget your kindness today, young noble." She was fully aware that this being payment was only an excuse. He simply wanted to give her the sword. However, they didn't know each other and their relationship was shallow at best. Thus, she was both grateful and confused regarding his generosity. She gently touched the sword and felt a rough feeling. It wasn't sharp either like in her imagination. All in all, she didn't understand it yet, but intuition told her that there were ties between the two. "Do you know what's special about this sword?" Li Qia asked. "I do not. It's just that I was instantly captivated by it at first glance. I feel that there's something similar between us." She shook her head. "That is indeed the case, but to be exact, it has a similar source as your clan's 8-strike sword law." "Really?" She didn't expect this. She attributed her strange feeling to fate, not something specific. After all, this sword law was passed down by their matriarch. She left afterward and the descendants had no idea of where she went. Legend has it that she resided in an immortal realm. Your 8-strike sword law is derived from the grass sword attacking immortal law.
Li Qie said. Both belong to an ancient type of cultivation. In the present, techniques and merit laws along with mantras aren't as distinctive. This wasn't the case for the previous epoch. Techniques were techniques. Mantras were mantras. There was no confusing them. What your ancestor did was fusing a sword technique together with a mantra, resulting in the 8-strike sword law. He went on to say. In fact, this was rather clever. The fusion allowed for harmonization and simplicity. It's a good merit law for cultivation. He paused for a bit after the praise. But the flaws are obvious as well. Your ancestors' innate abilities were limited and couldn't fully reach the limit when deriving the sword technique. It couldn't take the next step forward and turn into an impressive sword Dao. Or perhaps she had other reasons to not fully pass down the real version and changed it to the 8-strike sword law instead. How are you so familiar with our technique, young noble? She asked. As a member of the Sioux, she practiced this technique before but didn't know as much about its origin as Li Qie. He seemed to know it like the palm of his hand. Our ancestor, the matriarch, is a supreme fairy capable of injuring immortals. It's just that we descendants are foolish and can't even understand 1/10 of her legacy. She couldn't help but add. For the Sioux, their matriarch was virtually their founder. Without her guidance, they might have disappeared long ago. After all, a mortal clan didn't last that long. Several centuries were already impressive enough. Thus, they had nothing but pride for their matriarch. Moreover, she was rumored to come from an immortal paradise as well. Therefore, Li Qie's evaluation wasn't well received. Iyun had to defend the matriarch. Striker Heavenly Sovereign was unstoppable using the 8 strikes. Lu Qi was more impressed with the Sioux's technique than Li Qie. The sovereign named Striker swept through 8 desolaces in the past using this technique. We're so incapable. Iyun smiled wryly. Putting the matriarch's abilities aside, just their Striker Heavenly Sovereign displayed the potential of the sword technique. It's just that no one else in the clan could do the same thing. If you can comprehend this grass sword, you'll be just like your matriarch, capable of using a supreme sword technique. Li Qie smiled. What? Iyun trembled after hearing this. Their matriarch wasn't a Dao lord but in their heart, she was a supreme character. Iyun never thought about reaching the same height. Her greatest aspiration was simple. Being strong enough to revitalize the clan. Are you saying that I can obtain the grass sword attacking immortal law? Iyun said in disbelief. Everything is possible through effort, he said flatly. She glanced down at the grass sword and didn't know where to start. Fine, I'll help you out again. Li Qie shook his head and took the sword then peeled it. It was made from individual blades of grass bundled together in a complex manner. However, the bundling method eluded Iyun and even Lu Qi. They couldn't see where the knots were or how to start the process. The entire blade looked to be one piece. They couldn't disassemble it without cutting through the grass. On the other hand, Li Qie easily disassembled it in no time at all. Strangely enough, this didn't leave a tangled mess. The individual grass seemed to be alive and started floating in the air. Watch carefully now. He then touched her forehead with one finger. She felt her heavenly gaze being activated by him and her eyes became resplendent. Her awareness reached the next level and she was able to see something else. She felt as if she was in the center of the universe, being as insignificant as a speck of dust. The stars around her flashed rhythmically, appearing to be characters of a grand Dao. A supreme chapter containing a supreme sword Dao opened before her. She immediately became immersed in this learning process. Chapter 40:12. Su Iyun eventually regained her wits after a long while. As the visual phenomenon dispersed, she found herself to be next to Li Qie and Lu Qi again on the busy street. How long have I been standing here? She asked. Just a second. Li Qie smilingly answered. Iyun found this surprising because she thought that millions of years have passed in that universe. She then realized that Li Qie had shown her the way to a supreme sword Dao, a shortcut towards supremacy. How can I ever repay your kindness, young noble? Though I am incapable, I will do everything I can as your follower. Iyun took a deep breath, tidied her dress, then prostrated before Li Qie. He completely changed the direction of her life despite only being a stranger, giving her both the precious grass sword and starting her on the Dao path. Those from the same sect might not be so kind.
A disciple needed to prove themselves for years and years before being treated as a serious prospect. This only amplified her gratitude for his kind deed. Rise. Li Qiye accepted her grand gesture and nodded. She got up while still being overwhelmed with emotions. Her life would go on a completely different trajectory as a result. Meanwhile, Purification Street remained lively. At the end of this street was a building named Practice Field. It was packed with people and carriage now, making it difficult to enter and leave. When Li Qiye's group arrived, there was virtually no place to stand. Young noble, this building belongs to archaic style as well. It becomes hot each time the preeminent legacy is about to open. Cultivators come here in order to learn and practice, hoping to understand the rules and mysteries beforehand. Iyun explained. Archaic style really knows how to make money, having a pact with the Tao Lord while still trying to profit as well. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the building. The preeminent legacy was established by omniscient Tao Lord. However, since this Tao Lord didn't have descendants and disciples, the legacy's administration was left to archaic style. This trustee didn't let the Tao Lord down either. The wealth left behind didn't diminish but rather grew to a monstrous level. Of course, archaic style also took advantage of this and profited in other manners. Young noble, would you like to give it a shot? A shop assistant came over and asked him. Our manager said that it would be our honor to have you participate. So we don't need to pay? Iyun smiled. Fairy Su, it would be in poor taste to talk about money with the young noble. Just his presence alone is all we need. The assistant happily said. Not bad, knowing propriety is one reason why your shop has lasted so long. Li Qiye praised. The enthusiastic assistant guided the three into the building. They found that this was another independent realm in the form of a large field. There appeared to be numerous plates that were almost as deep as a pot. However, the main difference was these plates had little squares in them with various runes carved inside. The runes were complex and strange, easily causing people to become dizzy. The plates imitated the preeminent legacy. The larger they were, the more similar. Of course, it meant paying a higher price for access as well. As long as one had enough money, they could attempt repeatedly. The field was also packed once Li Qiye's group entered. Each plate had one expert attempting to solve the puzzle. They hoped that with the knowledge gained here, they would be able to solve the preeminent legacy. In this place, one could make some money back after an attempt. This wasn't the case for the preeminent legacy. The plate there was akin to a gluttonous devil that would devour everyone's resources. The only way to get anything back was to solve it. Nonetheless, the minuscule chance of winning didn't diminish everyone's enthusiasm. The prize was just too tempting. Winning meant becoming the richest in the world. As time went on, the resources of the legacy grew and cultivators' greed grew as well. Their chance was virtually none given the historical precedent. Nonetheless, some could argue that this was more tempting than becoming a Tao Lord. Some lost everything in this game, becoming addicted gamblers. Li Qiye took a look around and smiled. Your group has done a good job copying the plate. Thank you, young noble, but they're mere imitations, nothing more. The assistant said. Either way, they have to understand the plates here before solving the mysteries at the legacy. Archaic style merely copied the main plate, unable to duplicate it fully. Nonetheless, cultivators still came to increase their overall comprehension of this eternal puzzle. The plates are all unique, the same with the transformations and derivations. Everyone will find different possibilities and chances. The assistant added. You're trying to figure out the mystery of the legacy as well. That's why you're borrowing the mind of all cultivators while profiting on top of it. What a favorable transaction. Li Qiye smiled and revealed. It would be foolish to not take advantage of this opportunity. The assistant coughed awkwardly but didn't deny the accusation. Omniscient Tao Lord's wealth was known by all. Moreover, he was even better at accumulation than his peers, but most importantly, he had no descendants. This meant that everything he got was stored in this treasury. With the help of archaic style, this legacy only grew more and more. The problem for archaic style was that as the trustee, it couldn't just take the legacy. Of course, this didn't mean that they haven't tried. In fact, the opposite happened across the years. This field was the perfect example. They gained both precious data and money from these imitation plates. It would be foolish to stop. Li Qiye casually glanced at the plates and saw cultivators tossing their money into the center. This was the way to start the process. The higher-level plates are more similar to the real thing. Do you want to try, young noble? The assistant asked. Mere imitations. There's nothing worthwhile here. Li Qiye responded. I see. It makes sense that our simple plates aren't sufficient for someone of your stature, young noble. The assistant was not offended. Chapter 40:13. Excitement soared in the building as everyone tried to make the right guess with the plates. On the other hand, Li Qiye seemed lackadaisical with his observation. Ultimately, these imitation plates had a long way to go compared to the actual legacy. After all, Omniscient Tao Lord was the most knowledgeable out of them all. The special plate contained countless facets and wasn't limited to just cultivation. Thus, his peers couldn't figure out the plate either. Archaic style had a long history and plenty of capabilities. It studied the legacy for years now but was far from being close to solving it. Unfortunately for the cultivators here, even solving these imitation plates wasn't enough preparation for the real thing. Fellow Taoist Su, it's good to see you. As Li Qiye was looking around, someone came up and greeted Su Yun, a youth wearing a tightly fitted robe. He was in a good mood, yet there was still a sharp aura to him. It was as if his body was a treasury of swords. He was none other than Chen Songxing, whom Li Qiye met before back in Holy City. Fellow Taoist Chen. Yun greeted him back. The two of them were part of the 10 sword prodigies. He came from Taoist sword ground, one of the strongest sects in the continent. It had weakened in recent years but was still far stronger than the Su. Are you here to take a look at the imitation plates too? His smile was a testament to his easygoing nature. I'm only accompanying the young noble. She shook her head. Songxing was surprised because he hadn't heard of her having a master before. He took a look around and finally saw Li Qiye. This astounded him. Oh, it's good to see you again. He greeted Li Qiye. It wasn't that he purposely ignored Li Qiye. The latter was just too ordinary and forgettable in a large crowd. Moreover, he was walking next to a sword prodigy. People would only pay attention to the beauty, not Li Qiye. Yun managed to be so successful despite her fallen clan. This showed just how excellent she was. However, she still acted respectfully before Li Qiye. It wasn't just for show either. It seemed to be coming from the heart. This truly surprised Songxing. May I have your name, young noble? Songxing bowed, not daring to be careless after seeing Yun's attitude. Young noble Li will do. Li Qiye casually responded. Yes, sir. Songxing said while being awfully curious. The third person, Lu Qi, only increased his confusion. Her appearance and aura were hidden, but Songxing felt that she was unfathomable. This mysterious woman was following Li Qiye as well? Young noble Li, are you wanting to test your luck at the preeminent legacy? He asked, thinking that they were connected by fate after meeting at Holy and now, hallowed. No, I'll just be taking it. Li Qiye smiled. Songxing didn't have any response since Li Qiye pretty much killed the conversation. Anyone would think that he was being too arrogant and unreasonable. History told a different tale since no one has done it before. A brief silence ensued before a young cultivator came over and pointed at Li Qiye. That's him, your highness. A group of disciples led by a handsome youth came over. This leader had a blue jade embedded on his forehead. This didn't affect his aesthetic in the slightest and actually boosted it. Starshooter Prince. Those nearby paid attention to this newcomer right away. Chen Songxing and Su Yun had also attracted some attention a while ago. After all, they were members of the 10 sword prodigies. However, this youth took it to the next level. He wasn't only handsome but also led a group of disciples from Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. Of course, he was another sword prodigy as well. It's just that his fame far exceeded the other two. He hailed from Starshooter Country, a tributary of Sea Emperor. Most importantly, part of his bloodline was known as Blue Spirit, a noble lineage. This country had a great character once, the 4th Tao Lord of Sea Emperor, Starshooter Tao Lord. This prince also had this bloodline, so others believed that he was the Tao Lord's descendant. Therefore, his status was superior to Yun and Songxing's. Sea Emperor has 3 out of the 10 sword prodigies. This is expected though. One older spectator said. Though the 10 weren't the strongest among the young generation, it was still impressive for a single power to have 3 on the list. Other powers couldn't compare to Sea Emperor in this regard. Starshooter Prince greeted his peers first before glaring at Li Qie. You killed our members.
I believe so. Li Qie chuckled. Then you're also aware that the punishment for murder is death. The prince's eyes turned cold. The spectators enjoyed this development. It seemed that the prince came for revenge. Who's gonna kill me? You. Li Qie stared at the prince with a smirk. The prince didn't appreciate the disdainful retort. His face became hot with rage. Your Highness, he's provoking you. A crowd member shouted, wanting to cause more trouble. They didn't give a damn about either side, only wanting to be entertained. Are you challenging me or the prestige of our kingdom? The prince said coldly. Either or. Li Qie lazily said. Got a problem with this? This silenced the rowdy crowd right away. Challenging the prince was one thing because fights among the young generation were common enough. However, challenging Sea Emperor's authority was an entirely different matter. Chapter 4014. Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom being provoked in public was a monumental event. That's why everyone paused and stared at Li Qie. The poor guy had offended Sea Emperor instead of just its members. The latter case was fine since it could be interpreted as youthful competition. It didn't warrant the actual sex involvement. The seniors there wouldn't care enough to participate either. After all, cultivation was a path filled with grudges and dangers. Death was a common outcome. Not all sects wished to overly shelter their young disciples. However, their reputation and authority being challenged was a different matter. This could end with a fight until the very last man. In this case, his opponent was Sea Emperor and worst of all, Sword Continent was their home turf. A good outcome would be him dying alone. The worst consequence would be dragging his sect and clan down with him. Su Yun smiled wryly after hearing Li Qie. Few dared to oppose Sea Emperor in this manner. Chen Songxing was slack-jawed as well. He wanted to stop Li Qie but it was already too late. He has been around long enough to understand how serious this was. Unfortunately, the words have left Li Qie's mouth. There was no take-back now. He didn't expect Li Qie to be so fierce. He thought that the guy was special back during their first meeting but this still caught him by surprise. The brat is actually challenging Sea Emperor Sword King, he's insane. An older expert shook his head. He's ignorant of its true power. He'll be crying and regretting soon enough. A youth stared at Li Qie with disdain. Where is he going to stay in Sword Continent now? Another snorted. The spectators didn't think highly of Li Qie. They thought that his future was going to be grim. Haha, your audacity is actually impressive. Starshooter Prince laughed in response. Fine, I'll play along with your suicidal tendency. How do you want to die? Stand aside, I don't want others to think that I'm a bully. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively as if he was swatting a fly. This infuriated the prince who was already annoyed at Li Qie's arrogant attitude thus far. As a genius of the young generation, he was qualified to be arrogant. Whether he was or otherwise was a separate issue. Moreover, being a member of Sea Emperor meant that he was superior to everyone else. One shouldn't forget his noble bloodline either. Just his title and status alone demanded respect. Even the seniors needed to treat him with respect. Brat, I'll teach you a lesson by sending you to the afterlife. The prince became murderous, unable to accept being looked down upon by a junior. Li Qie scoffed and ignored the youth. Meanwhile, some crowd members could see the prince's fury. He's dead. A young one commented. The atmosphere became tense enough that a fight could break out at any moment. Stop, his life is mine. Someone suddenly interjected. Everyone looked over and saw a green dress woman approach with an old man behind her. Calm Bamboo Princess? They recognized her and whispered. Your Highness. The members of Sword Sea bowed towards her right away. Your Highness. Even the proud Starshooter Prince did the same. These two had an even background. The only thing elevating her status above his was her engagement to Peace Ocean Sword King. Thus, she would be representing the main branch in the future. The prince had no choice but to assume inferiority. She nodded her head before focusing on Li Qie. Looks like quite a few people want my life. Time to team up then? Li Qie smiled at the princess. Don't you know that insulting Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom is punishable by death? She glared at him. Don't you know that insulting me is punishable by 9 clan exterminations? Li Qie retorted. The
The crowd erupted in laughter after hearing him. Does he think he's a big shot or something? He must still be drowsy. There should be a limit to bragging. A youth commented. He's probably arrogant enough to think that it's the truth. Another female cultivator sneered. Xueqi didn't share the same thought. Her lord could absolutely say something like this and they wouldn't dare to utter a single word back. Xueqi was actually one step higher. A supreme overlord exceeding all imaginations. Xueqi thought that Xueqi's comment was absolutely correct. Insulting such a being would result in total annihilation. That's just common sense. Xueqi pondered as well. A while ago, she would agree with the crowd, but now, she thought about his background. That line was apt when it came to cultivators similar to the 5 overlords. However, he wasn't one of the 5 and she couldn't come up with another identity. Chen Songxing was left speechless by Xueqi's audacity. This guy dared to talk to the future queen of Sea Emperor in this manner? The guy's eccentric style wasn't an explanation for his haughtiness. Attributing it to insanity didn't seem right either. Songxing simply didn't get Xueqi. I hope your ability is enough to warrant your confidence, and that it's not just all empty talk. The princess became curious as she stared at Xueqi. Right now. Xueqi stretched lazily and said, Fine, I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll play with you for a bit. A little exercise can't hurt. Chapter 40:15. All eyes were on the princess. They wanted to know whether she would fight right now. Yes, the thing propelling her to fame was her engagement with the king of Sea Emperor. However, let's not forget that she was one of the 10 sword prodigies. She was not just a beautiful vase solely meant for decoration. Her spot among the 10 was earned by her brilliant prowess with the sword. Such impudence! Starshooter Prince coldly shouted. The princess does not need to dirty her hands against someone like you. I will cut you down myself. Xueqi didn't bother to look at him, showing further contempt. Brat, let's come outside and fight. The furious prince challenged. He had to exercise restraint because this area belonged to archaic style and hallowed city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so wordy. No need to rush, we'll get our chance soon enough. The princess spoke before Xueqi could answer. Whenever is fine. Xueqi didn't mind. This made it difficult for the prince since he had no way of venting. He wanted nothing more than to teach Xueqi a lesson but had to listen to the princess. Yes, I got it. Ha ha ha. I finally opened it. Suddenly, someone shouted from another corner in a crazed manner. Fuck. I finally understood. The goddamn archaic style really knows their stuff. His voice echoed across the entire field and garnered everyone's attention. They saw an old man standing in front of a plate. He was rather thin, as if only skin and bones were left. Nonetheless, this frame gave off a tough and unbreakable feeling. His eyes were red from excitement, or perhaps that he had stayed up for too many nights so they were fully bloodshot. All in all, he appeared to be an addicted gambler who had just won big. Buzz! The plate in front of him lit up, the same with the squares inside. Crack! 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 The squares gradually disappeared, allowing the old man to take the refined jades out. Goddamn, this feels good. I can finally take them back the right way. No need for any under-the-table bullshit. He heartily laughed. He solved this one too. Incredible. Someone else couldn't believe it. Jian Sanqiang is something else. That plate is definitely among the top 10. It's so complex yet he still opened it. An older cultivator felt the same way. Senior Sanjik must know something. What a shame. Others started regretting. If they knew that he could successfully open the plate, they would have watched his process in order to apply it to the preeminent legacy. Opening one here didn't mean being able to open the legacy. However, it was the bare minimum. A qualification round of sorts. If they couldn't open the plates here, they had no chance at the legacy. Jian Sanqiang was a powerful and renowned vagabond cultivator. Many praised his talents and it seemed well-deserved after a successful opening. Senior, how did you do it? Others surrounded him and asked, wanting to know every single little detail. The princess took note of this. Her eyes shifted ever so slightly. She then stared at Xueqi and asked, Do you dare try opening a plate? There are different challenges here with varying difficulties. Challenge? They're only basic sealing methods, not difficult in the slightest.
Li Chia smiled and said, "You clearly don't know the mysteries contained in these plates. Very few cultivators manage to open the plates here, let alone someone like you. Stop daydreaming." Starshooter Prince balked back. "Most can't because they're foolish. The same goes for you." Li Chia glanced at the prince with disdain. The prince turned red after being publicly insulted. However, others were also offended because he included them in his insult as well. Ever since this field was created by archaic style, only a small number found success. This applied to the lowest level plates as well, let alone the tougher ones. This was the reason why Sanqiang's success with a top-level one took everyone like a storm. Nearly everyone present found this exceedingly difficult to the point of being impossible. "Brat, mind your words." One expert expressed his dissatisfaction. Another person who disliked Li Chia from the start shouted, "If you keep this up, I will slap you before the prince." Li Chia simply ignored all of them. "Seems like you got a card up your sleeve. Fine, show everyone your ability then. Go open a plate." The princess sneered. "As easy as pie." Li Chia smiled. "But no point trying to egg me on, it doesn't work." Chen Songxing became curious as well. He had spent a lot of time here but couldn't open a single one. "Young noble, you should try," he asked Li Chia. "Just give it a shot since you're so confident. I will pay the fee, so only worry about whether you can do it or not." The princess fanned the fire. "Do you know the consequence of provoking me?" Li Chia stared at the princess with a smirk on his face. "What are you going to do?" She arched her chest, completely unafraid. "I'm suddenly in the mood for a bit of fun. Little girl, I am in need of a maid." He stroked his chin and said, "Ridiculous." The old servant behind the princess let out a thunderous roar, letting everyone know his power. "Stop shouting, Geezer Wang." Jen Sanqiang suddenly joined the fun and told Li Chia, "Brat, I like your style. Try the hardest plate then, show everyone what you can do. Being able to open it is a sign of your ability, and this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's fine for you to take that brat's wife then." "Sanqiang, watch your mouth," the old servant uttered. Sanqiang ignored this and went on, "Geezer, you're not my match. The brat puts up a better fight." "Humph, you're not His Highness match either," the old servant retorted. "True, the brat isn't bad at all while I'm getting too old." Sanqiang laughed. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. It appeared that Jen Sanqiang had fought against Peace Ocean Sword King before. Chapter 4016. Jen Sanqiang was a powerful vagabond with an unknown background. He always traveled alone and had an eccentric personality, completely different from other big shots. Thus, it wasn't too strange for others to see him siding with Li Chia right now. He had done weirder stuff in the past. The thing piquing their interest was the fight between him and Peace Ocean Sword King. What was the result? "We'll see if you're capable enough to make this happen." Calm Bamboo Princess glared at Li Chia. "No, it is your honor to be my maid." Li Chia smiled, further astonishing the listeners. Her status as a sword prodigy and being the Princess of Wooden Sword were prestigious enough. Her future position as the queen could only be described as peerless. Now, Li Chia dared to make her his maid? His arrogance had no bounds. It would be strange if Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom doesn't cut him down after this. One expert murmured. No sect would ever take this sitting down, let alone Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. Humiliation would turn into relentless wrath only satiated with Li Chia's death. "I've had enough of your disrespect towards our sect, brat." The agitated Starshooter Prince stepped forward only to be ignored by Li Chia again. "Come out here. I will decapitate you and wash your dirty mouth with your own blood." The prince bellowed. "Stop shouting, little one. I'm waiting to see a fun show." Jian Bajiang waved his hand. He was very interested in Li Chia as he said, "Young fella, come. Try to open any plates you want. I'm your backer now. I'll smack whoever tries to do anything to you." Starshooter Prince's face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. Jen Sanqiang was someone who actually fought against their king. If he forced the issue, the result would not be pretty for him. "Go on, we're all waiting." Calm Bamboo Princess urged him on. "That's right, show us instead of just running your mouth." Others started being rowdy. Some wanted to side with the princess in order to please Sea Emperor.
Of course, a few didn't like Li Qie either due to his attitude and wanted to see him embarrassed. A few sword prodigies have tried only to fail. A nobody like him has no idea what's in store for him. The other youths nodded in agreement. He can't get out of this since he spoke so absolutely, leaving no room for take-back. An older expert shook her head. The majority had no confidence in him. Numerous geniuses and ancestors across the generations have tried numerous times to no avail. No one should bet on his success. Little girl, I shall be lenient on you out of respect for your ancestors. Fine, I will show you what I can do. Li Qie glanced at the princess and said, I can't wait to see. She said proudly. Young noble Li, how many refined jades do you want? Chen Songxing felt generous and said, I have a bit here, feel free to use them. No need for refined jades to do these plates. Just regular coins are enough. Li Qie smiled. Coins. Cultivators nearby exchanged glances. What the hell is he saying? Using these lowly things to open a plate? Ridiculous. Someone added. Coins made of silver and gold were currencies for mortals. However, they were nothing for cultivators. The plates here contained wondrous transformations and mysteries. How could one use regular coins to open a plate? Everyone thought that this was impossible. He must be half asleep. Another added, mortal coins can't activate any of the plates. Songxing himself didn't expect this answer. He smiled wryly while checking his pockets. I don't have any regular coins. After all, why would cultivators carry this worthless currency? I actually have some. Su Yiyun took out some silver coins and handed them to Li Qie. While working in Purification Street, she dealt with both cultivators and mortals. Thus, she had some coins on her right now. This will do, enough to open all the plates. Li Qie looked at them and smiled. Open all of them? The assistant accompanying him found this astonishing as well. Young noble, we have more than 100 plates here. He wasn't looking down on Li Qie. It's just that this claim was virtually impossible. For example, Jian Sanqiang came numerous times. After many attempts across a long period, he finally opened a high-level plate. Thus, Li Qie's claim should be impossible. There was no historical precedent either. The crowd clamored right away after hearing this. Using coins to open all the plates? If he can do this, I'll eat all those coins. One of them shouted. What a joke. Even mighty and talented cultivators require ample time in order to open one plate after numerous speculations and calculations. This guy wants to do all of them with a few coins? Someone else said. You must be joking. The princess herself didn't buy this. This isn't a game. Stop this vulgar claptrap to rouse the crowd. You won't even get a single one. Starshooter Prince coldly added. Young fella, don't be so sure about this. The plates here can't compare to the real legacy since they're rather simple, but archaic style is actually quite capable. They have fused the grand Dao of several Dao lords into these plates and are attempting to understand the legacy with them. Jian Sanqiang himself thought that Li Qie was being too much. After all, he had opened these plates before and knew what it took. Chapter 4017. Both the imitation plates and the preeminent legacy required refined jades. The actual amount didn't matter. It wasn't impossible to use mortal coins for these plates. However, this seemed like a waste of time for most people. The coins were just regular metals while refined jades contained chaos energy and worldly essences, all parts of the Tao. Using regular coins for these experiments was illogical and absurd. Even Jian Sanqiang, who was interested in Li Qie, felt the same way. On the other hand, the princess enjoyed this development. She suggested, Go on, show us whether you are qualified to have me as a maid. Watch carefully now. Li Qie smiled at the princess to the chagrin of his opponents. You'll learn soon enough the honor of being my maid. The old servant and starshooter prince glared angrily at Li Qie after hearing this. He ignored them and casually threw the coins forward without a care in the world. This was simply careless in the eyes of the spectators. Any of them would pay attention to the smallest detail. From the flick of the wrist and the necessary power to toss the refined jades. On the contrary, Li Qie didn't bother picking the plates. His eyes might as well have been closed. I'm keeping my word. If this actually works, I'll eat the coins. Someone snorted. Strangely enough, the coins started dispersing while others were still mocking him. They spread in a perfect fashion. 1 coin for each plate. A series of quiet clanks could be heard upon first contact. The coins then started jumping with insane speed. Everything happened too quickly, resulting in a rhythmic melody. No one could react before all the plates lit up. Creak. The squares on the plate started shrinking and the bottom could be seen. They all opened. A crowd member shouted in astonishment. Everyone else remained frozen. Their eyes nearly dropped to the floor after seeing this shocking development. Xueqi was prepared for this, yet she still became emotional. She understood Xueqi the best out of anyone here. She knew that he was fully capable of opening the plates. Alas, this method was beyond her wildest dream. He didn't open just one but all of them by simply tossing mortal coins up in the air. One must be here in person in order to believe this story. This solidified his supreme position in her mind once more. As for the others, they still couldn't come up with anything to say. Xueqi thought that Xueqi could open 1 or 2 without a problem. This caught her off guard. The members of Archaic Style have seen various scenarios before. Attempters in the past used incredible methods and found relative success. Unfortunately, these past exploits seemed like child's play now compared to Xueqi. After a long while, more cultivators calmed down. One of them asked their friend, "Hey, wake me up from this dream." Bam! His friend slapped him and left behind a red print. The cultivator touched his burning cheek and murmured, "It's not a dream, goddamn." Jen Sanqiang shouted as well. "What the hell is this? How can this be? I spent so much effort." He jumped around while holding his head, completely overwhelmed by this development despite his rich experiences in life. What sorcery is this? The majority of the crowd quietly whispered different comments in disbelief. Xueqi had no intention of lingering around. He glanced at the frozen princess and chuckled. "Think about when you're ready to be my maid, then come." Having said that, he left with Xueqi and Xueqi right behind him. There must be something off about this. He cheated. The scene erupted after his departure. Cheating? Do you actually think that's possible? Another expert strongly disagreed. Assistant, your plates are broken. One cultivation questioned. No one thought that this was the case because 1 or 2 plates could break down, but all of them at the same time. They were clearly working before. Nonetheless, the workers started checking the plates. They confirmed that everything was working fine. How the hell did the brat do it? All of them? A big shot wondered. Each imitation plate had been carefully set up by Archaic Style. They contained their own profundity and transformation. Because of this, defeating one plate was exceedingly difficult. It required understanding the plate. Xueqi didn't seem to be operating under these limitations. One expert calmed down and asked his friend, "Did you see the movement of the coins earlier? How did they hit the plate?" Others heard him and began thinking as well. However, no one remembered because they never paid actual attention in the first place, having been too busy laughing and making fun of him. A selected few watched attentively for entertainment reasons. However, the coins moved too quickly across the plates so they didn't see the patterns. Chapter 4018. Xueqi's group didn't get far before Jen Sanqiang caught up to them. "Little brother, where are you going?" He had a bright smile as he asked. Due to his gaunt frame, his smile wasn't that attractive. Nonetheless, it appeared earnest and sincere. "What?" Xueqi glanced at him. "My name is Jen Sanqiang." He continued, "I live near the river with no parents or children, no wives and concubines either. Senior Jen, our young noble isn't interested in your family tree." Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jen Sanqiang was naturally more powerful than Xueqi since he was from the previous generation. However, he was interesting in that he never pretended to be a wise master in front of the juniors. He traveled alone and did whatever he pleased without caring about conventions. Due to his eccentric style, some truly despised him while others felt the opposite. Of course, some vagabond cultivators took pride in him. It wasn't easy for a lone man to reach his level in the cultivation world. Vagabonds had neither resources nor connections. The majority crawled at the lowest stratum. Just surviving was difficult. It's okay. I'm sincerely trying to befriend the young fella. I'm just letting him know that I'm not a bad person. Sanqiang smiled.
So what are your 3 good points? Li Qie smilingly asked.
Well, Sanqiang let out a hollow laugh before answering. I'm not too sure. My mother was the one who named me. It's not like I could have asked for the meaning while inside the womb. He paused for a bit before continuing. But I can certainly speculate. One of them is definitely sincerity when working with others. That has to be my best point. Working with me means absolute victory. A win-win situation.
So yes, I'm the perfect teammate.
His face didn't even turn red after the advertising spiel.
Teaming up for what? Li Qie wasn't surprised by his response.
Little brother, I can see that you are peerlessly talented, blessed with incredible comprehension, capable of seeing the immortal Tao at first sight, eyes bright enough to illuminate the ages, innately immaculate down to the bones, a once-in-a-neon genius. Sanqiang was not ashamed to be a sycophant despite being strong enough to fight against the 6 kings.
Yun got goosebumps while listening to him, thinking that the guy was being too blatant and unnatural.
Senior, you're making me shudder. Yun said. What is your intention?
Miss, you're mistaken. I always tell it how it is and never flattered anyone once in my life. The young fella is indeed peerless.
Tao lords and supreme geniuses can't compare to him. Sanqiang felt no shame while currying favor with a junior.
Fine, I'll accept your praise. State your intention already. No more bullshitting. Li Qie nodded and smiled.
Sanqiang wasn't offended by Li Qie's disrespectful cursing at all. He smiled and said, Little brother, are you interested in a business deal? When we succeed, we'll no longer have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. Limitless money, beauties, treasures, all in your pocket, and...
Li Qie seemed immune to his poisoning.
You know what I'm talking about. Let's work together for the preeminent legacy? Sanqiang finally revealed his goal after wasting half a day.
So you want to use me to become the richest in the world? Li Qie said.
No, I want you to become the richest in the world.
Sanqiang said righteously.
Oh. Li Qie smirked. Little brother, you are the most gifted in history, so tomorrow right at the start, we'll go there together. You open the legacy and I'll be your guard on top of providing as many jades and coins as necessary, Sanqiang said with vigor.
What's in it for you? Li Qie asked.
Hee. My request is virtually nothing. I'll take care of the capital and security, you just need to open the legacy, then we'll split 6-4.
You 6, me 4, how about it?
Keep in mind that after so many years, this legacy has reached an incalculable level. Even 60% is enough to make you the richest in the world. His eyes lit up at this point. Sanqiang was somehow confident in Li Qie's ability, and was the first to request teaming up. This prompted Li Qie to chuckle. What do you think? It's not a bad deal at all. You get the majority. Sanqiang smiled but Li Qie didn't respond.
Okay, you get 7, I'll just take 3?
This is as far as I'll go. He had no choice but to increase his offer. The guy still didn't respond. Sanqiang became nervous and gritted his teeth. Little brother, you win, you get 8 and I'll just get 2 parts. This is really as far as I'll go. I can't do any better. Think about it. You're not spending anything out of pocket and will still be the richest. Why would anyone not agree to this? He felt a sharp pain inside because the deal was becoming worse for him. What if I can't open it? Li Qie smirked and stated. I might waste all of your money only to fail. Have you thought of that? Sanqiang felt as if someone had just poured cold water on him. He thought extremely highly of Li Qie and was willing to go all out. Just 2 parts of that legacy would be enough to make him richer than virtually all sections. So be it, if you can't open it, I'll accept my loss and attribute it to bad luck. I just have to start over, that's all. He said with determination, albeit a bit unwillingly. That's a good mentality to have. Li Qie replied. In the case of success, what if you kill me and take everything? Absolutely not. Sanqiang strongly refuted. Who do you think I am? Sure, I'm a little greedy, but you will not find a sliver of dishonesty and treachery in me. I value my word the most. I suppose I can believe you.
Li Qie replied. So you'll team up with me? We can do it for sure.
Sanqiang became excited again. Haha, you're overthinking this. I don't need anyone else's money to open that legacy. I'll spare you a few coins after winning.
Li Qie laughed and walked away. Sanqiang could only watch the group's departure in a daze. Chapter 4019. Jian Sanqiang wasn't the only one with this idea. Several other big shots felt the same way, but they weren't as fast as him, nor were they as shameless. Thus, after Li Qie returned to his temporary dwelling, others came and offered a similar deal. Li Qie didn't see them. Sui Yun simply relayed their messages to him. One particular sect was of note: Sword Temple. Sword Temple. Li Qie chuckled after hearing her message. It wants to be the richest too? Sword Temple was created by Sword Queen. It had 3 Dao Lords and a current overlord, Everlasting Sword God. Sword Temple has an excellent offer. Young noble. Its elder wishes to recruit you and let you train a peerless sword Dao from there. Yun elaborated. No one can resist money, it's just that instead of coins, cultivators love refined jades. Li Qie chuckled. Omniscient Dao Lord's legacy had reached an insane level throughout the years, far exceeding any other power in Sword Continent. Dao Lords normally possessed great treasures and wealth. However, they spent it on creating a lineage. Thus, though these lineages eventually prospered, they absolutely couldn't compare to the preeminent legacy under the control of archaic style. Sects had millions of disciples that consumed an inordinate amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, they needed offerings for their top ancestors as well. Furthermore, not all Dao Lord sects improved in each subsequent generation. In fact, declination was more likely while the preeminent legacy continued to snowball. Therefore, no sects could resist the temptation of owning this legacy. Not even the behemoths. The big shots always came to attempt each opening, hoping for success. That's why it wasn't surprising for Sword Temple to try and work together with Li Qie. The latter had performed a miraculous feat back at the training ground. Many viewed him highly, so he became a hot commodity. Alas, he refused Sword Temple and everyone else. He woke up quite early on the second day and went to the legacy with Lu Qi and Yun. However, the place was already packed with people. The legacy was located in a valley in Hallowed City. The entire valley has been refined into a single plate. The Dao Lord used his ultimate technique and power along with countless resources for this goal. It was unbreakable by brute force despite numerous attempts. For example, Starshooter Dao Lord of Sea Emperor and Dark Frost Dao Lord of Flame Valley have come in the past. They said that it was difficult to break whether it be through the Dao or by brute force. Thus, no one tried to use brute force against the legacy. From a distance, the legacy resembled a funnel with a bottomless abyss at the bottom. The main difference was the existence of squares. At the top were 9,999 squares. As one went lower, there were less and less. The bottom level only had 99 squares. This was what gave the legacy a funnel shape. The 9,999 squares at the top allowed for cultivators to stand. Each square had a unique and inscrutable symbol. There was no repetition. Starting the process was simple. One just needed to pay an entry fee to archaic style, then they would be allotted a position at the top for a limited time. They would then need to throw their money into the funnel. When they hit the right squares, the squares would light up including their current position. This went on until they successfully solved the legacy. The Dao Lord's spirit would return and grant the winner all of his wealth. Of course, losing meant abandoning the capital that has been thrown down there in the first place. Because of this, the legacy accumulated more money after millions of years. This trend wasn't slowing down. Today wasn't the first day of the legacy opening. It has been several days, but the scene was still packed with people from all over the world. Eyes turned towards Li Qie right away. That's the brat who opened all the plates in the practice field? People talked about him right away. That's him, and he only used mortal coins too. Someone who was there in person confirmed. Mortal coins? This can't be real. Most listeners clamored. In fact, Li Qie's achievement caused quite a stir in Hallowed City yesterday. He became the biggest star right away. No, it's absolutely true. Plenty of witnesses yesterday. Someone else swore. So there's a chance that the unbeatable legacy will be solved today? Another took a deep breath. No way, if it were so easy, the Dao Lords would have done so long ago. It's not this junior's turn. One youth snorted. Knowing how to open the imitation plates doesn't mean he can do the same thing here. Just watch. Another was clearly jealous. Right,
Imitations can't compare to the real thing. Otherwise, archaic style would have opened the legacy long ago and monopolized it. One big shot mused. Others agreed with this sentiment. If solving those imitation plates meant success here, then the creators of those plates should know the actual answer to the legacy. The preeminent legacy is at least 10 million times more complex than those imitation plates. A high elder said, archaic style only used those fields to make more money while taking advantage of everyone's greed. I refuse to believe it, just watch. No one among the crowd believed in Xueqi. Chapter 40-20. Nonetheless, a few individuals and sects actually remained optimistic about Xueqi's odds. That's why someone came up to him and whispered, "Young noble Li, do you have a plan? We have purchased a position from archaic style and prepared 600 million refined jades if you need." Another expert shrouded in a black robe sent a message from his sect. "Our elders will add more favorable conditions if you join us. For example, we'll prepare the perfect Taoist companion and will help you with your cultivation. Young noble, as long as you team up with us, the sect master will take you in as his first disciple regardless of the outcome. He will bestow upon you our ultimate sword law." A different high elder said, "Young noble, we'll satisfy all the previous conditions on top of making you our first elder. Our Majesty's royal daughter will be engaged to you as well. The princess is the most beautiful of Foundation country." Another elder was more clandestine with this sensitive message. They wanted to invest in Xueqi due to the immense benefits and unlimited gains. After all, sects required more than just powerful merit laws, treasures, and disciples. Wealth and resources were a necessity in order to groom their members. Xueqi had shown an erudite understanding of these plates. Even if he were to fail this attempt, there was still potential in the future as long as they could get him to join their sect. Of course, some big shots didn't show up and only sent their disciples to recruit him. Alas, Xueqi only smiled and refused all of them. "Nothing but success awaits you today, young noble." Chen Songxing was here early and enthusiastically greeted Xueqi. He also found a good spot for Xueqi as well. "The plate is opening soon, please get ready." The manager of archaic style sent this message after Xueqi got to his spot. The others hurriedly traveled to their position as well. The majority of the 9,999 upper plates had people occupying it. Not far from Xueqi was a familiar face. Calm Bamboo Princess. She has been glaring at him ever since he got here. Her phantom protector was close by as well, the guardian elder of Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. "Good. I hope everyone is ready. I will once again introduce the preeminent legacy." The manager of archaic style announced. "It is a legacy of omniscient Tao Lord and left in our care with a period fee of 5% interest. These are the current numbers. 8,900,000,000,000 Tao Lord refined jades. 176,500,000,000,000 immortal sovereign refined jades. 35 trillion supreme sovereign refined jades. 13 Tao Lord weapons. 24 immortal sovereign weapons. 31 secret artifacts. 210,000 territories, 67 large-scaled or veins." The listeners quietly listened and gradually became shocked by the outrageous numbers. For many people, just having one Tao Lord refined jade could make them rich. Now, the legacy possessed an insane amount. One couldn't visualize this treasury in the slightest. "This has to be more than Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom's treasury, right?" Someone calmed down and quietly asked. "It's the preeminent legacy. Whoever gets it will obviously be the richest in the world." "Your question is unnecessary. No lineage in 8 decilaces can match the sheer number of refined jades. Maybe they have more precious treasures, but to produce this sum? Impossible." An expert gave him the side eye. This was a reasonable assessment. Some lineages might have priceless items, but they couldn't come up with this many refined jades. The legacy had simply accumulated too much, a snowball rolling for millions of years. How come no one tried to seize it before? A newcomer couldn't help but ask. "Do you think archaic style will just sit there and watch? The business is extremely strong. Here's why I know this. They can still access their resources all over 8 decilaces despite the current seal. They might have secrets unavailable to us." His senior elaborated. This was no exaggeration. Doing business on such a large scale required a powerful backing, which archaic style certainly had. "What about a Tao Lord?" The newcomer boldly speculated. Can a Tao Lord seize this legacy? The group exchanged glances and pondered about this situation. Maybe an invincible Tao Lord had a chance, but they haven't heard of any such thing in history. Tao Lords won't try. An ancestor shook his head. Omniscient Tao Lord put everything he had into the legacy, so it's not that easy to break. He's not that far off from a supreme Tao Lord like Xueqi, so any Tao Lord would need to give it everything they got. Plus, and this is the most important point, money and resources are external items. Tao Lords won't think that this is worth it. This is only one reason. A high elder said. Not all of the legacy is located here. The rest is guarded by archaic style. One might be able to break this grand plate, but they'll only lose their reputation instead of getting the whole thing. He paused for a bit before continuing. It's important to note that archaic style's reputation is perfect. Their words are worth as much as gold. Tao Lords want to keep a good reputation and relationship with archaic style too, just in case they need anything in the future. Plus, they have to think of their descendants once they're gone. This conversation helped the crowd understand why certain Tao Lords came and couldn't obtain the legacy. Alright, we're starting soon. I won't repeat the rules except for 2 things. No brute force lest you wish to be blacklisted forever, and no limit on the capital invested. The manager announced. After buying a starting spot, one could drop anything into the plate, whether it be the cheapest refined jade or chaos stone. Low-level treasures and even mortal coins worked as well. Chapter 40-21. Start. The manager ordered. Numerous cultivators have been waiting for this and threw their refined jades into the legacy. Light started flashing along with pulsing chaos energy. They knocked on new squares with their money, hoping for activation. Their method was different because each had a different understanding and interpretation of the embedded runes. Big shots have researched these runes before. They knew that one could combine all of them together into a single chapter, the key to unlocking the legacy. Unfortunately, no one has ever managed this task. Those who spent their life to fulfill this goal only gained an elementary understanding due to the rune's complexity. Loud clunks could be heard as people tossed down both low and high-level chaos stones, refined jades, and various treasures. It became a torrent of money pouring down the funnel. Anyone watching this would understand why the legacy was so highly coveted. Something else stood out today. Some started throwing mortal metals and coins as well. This was due to Li Qie's influence. Many thought that mortal coins had a chance of activating the squares as well. They were worthless and easily gathered by cultivators. If a mortal were here to see this, they would go crazy after seeing the mountains of gold and silver. Even mortal kingdoms didn't have anything close to this level. Some cultivators only observed. They were from the larger sects or even the behemoths. In fact, the big shots such as ancestors, sect masters, and kings from these great powers have arrived. Alas, they chose to stay in the shadows and let their disciples stand on the stage instead. These disciples weren't in a hurry to throw down their capital. Their focus was solely on Li Qie, not wanting to miss a single detail. They wished to learn from Li Qie's actions, thinking that he was the most likely to open the legacy. This was the case for the hidden big shots as well. Calm Bamboo Princess was the same. Her pretty eyes have been fixated on him. He lazily stretched while scouting the scene before turning towards her. Trying to learn how to open the legacy? He asked with a smile. As if you know how. She answered, clearly tempted. It's already within my grasp. Li Qie smiled. No one has been able to do so in history. Not even Starshooter and Darkfrost Tao Lord. What makes you think you're special? She retorted. Opening this little game might be hard for others but not me. I'll become the richest in the world today. He chuckled. Everyone stopped right away and stared at him after hearing his haughty declaration. Just do it then, enlighten us. A young cultivator shouted at Li Qie. All the talents in the world have failed. You're no better than anyone else. The princess scowled. And if I were to succeed? Li Qie calmly asked. She raised her chin and haughtily said. Let's do a bet then. A bet? Why not, what's the bet? Li Qie smiled. The crowd quieted down after hearing this. Due to her future status, this was akin to a match between Li Qie and Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. If you can open the legacy, you win and you can have it your way. The princess uttered coldly. If you can't, then your dog life is mine. Anything I want? He stared at her invasively. She felt as if she was naked under his blatant stare. This drove her angry and embarrassed. She stomped her foot and said, "We can talk after you open it." The crowd could see that Li Qie had devious intentions judging by his expression while looking at the princess. This was understandable since she was a supreme beauty. Plus, taking someone else's fiancée could be his fetish as well. The crowd thought that they had fully understood his intention. "Here's the deal, I need a maid to make tea and wash my feet, you'll do." Li Qie stroked his chin and said. This caught the crowd off guard. His perverted stare gave them the impression that he harbored sexual desire towards the princess. However, he only wanted her as a maid for daily essentials? You! The princess seethed with rage after hearing this. Putting her prestigious background and identity aside, she was still an irresistible beauty. Thus, she assumed that he was purposely insulting her. "We'll see about that. I'll cut off your head when you can't open it." She scowled and said, "No problem. Get ready to be my maid then." Li Qie smiled. "It's a deal then," she confirmed. "Your Highness, you mustn't." The old man behind her told her to stop. The princess turned cold and said, "Do you think he can actually open the legacy?" He had no response to this. Chapter 40-22. The majority thought that Li Qie would lose for sure and that the old man was worrying about nothing. Dao lords have left empty-handed before. Two particular ones of note were Star Shooter and Dark Frost Dao Lord. They came to observe and never actually made an attempt. However, they did tell people about the difficulty of this feat. This was also proven across history. "The only thing I'm worried about is your ability to be a maid. I'm sure you never had any practice." Li Qie smiled. "You!" A noble lady like princess had never experienced such humiliating treatment before. "Brat, your tongue will be the end of you." The old man lost his patience and reached for Li Qie. The Grand Dao exploded the moment he closed his palm. Everyone felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping their neck. So strong. They were impressed by his mighty power. No one paid attention because he followed the princess as if he was her shadow. However, the next development astounded them. Li Qie easily grabbing the old man's wrist. The latter couldn't react before being dragged closer by Li Qie. He struggled to get free, but he found himself completely immobilized. All of his meridians have been sealed, rendering him unable to channel both his vitality and chaos energy. "Have fun down there." He heard Li Qie's voice coming from behind. Bam! Li Qie kicked his butt and sent him flying into the preeminent legacy. Rumble! The old man smashed onto one square and was repelled into another like a shooting ball. This process repeated for a while. The squares lit up every time one struck. Ah! The momentum eventually took him down the abyss at the bottom. His scream came from below. Buzz! The astonished crowd then saw all of the squares lighting up. "What's going on?" Someone shouted. Boom! Li Qie's current square suddenly exuded blinding strands of light. They harmonized with the entire legacy and a beam of light shot up to the sky. The legacy. "It's opened. It's opened." An unknown crowd member bellowed while jaws dropped to the ground. Creaks came next as the squares suddenly shrank to the sides. The only thing left of the legacy was a crater pulsing with wondrous lights. There seemed to be countless treasures below. Creak. The changing process didn't stop either. Unknown materials came together at the bottom, and the legacy turned into a pot large enough to boil heaven and earth. The new form released a bright blast with the intensity of 1,000,000 stars exploding. Everyone thought that they had turned blind. A figure appeared in this radiance with a galaxy circling around him. The cycle of life flowed continuously. Its eyes brimming with wisdom and intelligence could see through time itself. Vast enough to contain an eternity. Everyone would think of this phrase after seeing the figure. It exuded the aura of a Dao Lord and forced the crowd to get down on their knees. Omniscient Dao Lord. Some willingly prostrated to show their respect. The embodiment of wisdom, Omniscient Dao Lord, bowed towards Li Qie before dispersing into little particles. The crowd still couldn't digest these developments. They then got blown off the plate and saw the legacy flying upward. It then became as small as a dining plate and landed on Li Qie's palm. It was completely covered in runes that were too small to read. The area became flat again. The valley and the abyss were nowhere to be found. They thought that they were just seeing things earlier. the large legacy and the squares. He really opened it. Someone sat with his butt on the ground and murmured. Lu Qi and Su Yun felt the same astonishment as the rest of the crowd. Even the hidden big shots couldn't believe it. The unbeatable legacy has been solved today by Li Qie, whom everyone doubted. Lu Qi had the most faith in Li Qie. She thought that his chance of opening it was quite high. The problem for her was the method. She assumed that he would use a monumental amount of refined jades to open it. Thus, she had prepared the necessary sum. As for Su Yun, she thought he might use mortal coins again, so she prepared that as well. Both turned out to be wrong. Li Qie treated Elder Wang of Sea Emperor like a ball and used it to knock on the plates. I formally announce that young noble Li has opened the preeminent legacy and earned all of omniscient Tao Lord's wealth. The manager took a while to calm down before announcing. He wasn't as smooth this time with the announcement. Though he had mentally prepared for this possibility, it still came too quickly. The scene fell into a hush as spectators exchanged glances of confusion and awe. I oppose. A crowd member suddenly broke the silence. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.